156. Chapter 5. The Cult of Souls. Greek civilization, as we see it reflected in the Homeric poems, strikes us as so variously developed, and yet so complete in itself, that if we had no further sources of information, we should naturally suppose that the characteristic culture of the Greeks there reached the highest point attainable under the conditions set by national character and external circumstance. In reality, the Homeric poems stand on the borderline between an older development that has come to complete maturity and a new, and in many ways differently constituted, order of things. The poems themselves offer an idealized picture of a past that was on the point of disappearing entirely. The profound upheavals of the following centuries can be measured by their final results. We can guess the underlying forces from a study of the individual symptoms. But the fact remains that in the very imperfect state of our information about this period of transformation, we can do little more than recognize the existence of all the conditions necessary for a complete reorganization of Greek life. We can see how the once less important races in Greece now come into the foreground of history, how they set up new kingdoms by the right of conquest on the ruins of the old, and bring into prominence their own special ways of thinking. Colonization over a wide area meant the expansion of Greek life, while the colonies themselves, as is so often the case, traversed all the stages of development at a much faster rate. Commerce and industry developed, calling forth and satisfying new demands. New elements of the population came to the fore, governments began to fall, and the old rule of the kings gave way to aristocracy, tyranny, democracy. In friendly, and in the West especially, hostile relationship, the Greeks came into contact more than formerly with foreign peoples in every stage of civilization, who influenced them in many directions. All these great movements must have produced many fresh currents in intellectual life too. And in fact, the attempt to get free from tradition, from the long-standing culture that seemed, when reflected in the Homeric poems, so permanent and 157, complete in itself, is seen most clearly in the sphere of poetry. The poets threw off the tyranny of the epic convention. They ceased to obey its formal verse rhythm. And with the freedom thus gained from its vocabulary of stock words, phrases, and images, it was inevitable that the point of view also should change and gain in width. The poet no longer turns his gaze away from his own time and his own person. He himself becomes the central figure of his poetry, and to express the ferment of his own emotions, he invents for himself the most natural rhythm, in close alliance with music, which now becomes an important and independent element in Greek life. It is as though the Greeks had just discovered the full extent of their own capacities and dared to make free use of them. In every branch of the plastic arts, the hand of the artist wins in the course of the centuries an ever greater capacity to give visible shape to the imagined world of beauty. Even the ruins of that world reveal to us more plainly and impressively, because less mixed with conscious reflexion than any literary achievement, the thing that is of permanent value in Greek art. It was impossible that religion, alone unaffected by the general atmosphere of change, should remain unaltered in the old paths. But here, even more than in other directions, we must admit that the inward reality of the change remains hidden from us. We can see indeed many external alterations, but of the directing spirit which called them forth, we hardly catch more than a glimpse. It is easy, by comparing the later condition of religion with the Homeric, to see how enormously the objects of religious worship have multiplied. We can see how much more sumptuous and elaborate ceremonial has become and observe the development in beauty and variety, in conjunction with the fine arts, of the great religious festivals of the different cities and peoples of Greece. Temples and sculpture bear unmistakable witness to the increased power and importance of religion. That an inward and far-reaching change had come over religious thought and belief might have been already guessed from the fame and importance which belonged to the oracle at Delphi, now coming into real power, and from the many new developments in Greek religious life taking their origin from the spiritual center. At this time, there grew up, under the influence of a deepening moral sense, that new interpretation of religion that we meet with in its completed form in Aeschylus and Pindar. The age was decidedly more religious-minded than that in which Homer lived. It is as though the Greeks then went through a period such as 158, most civilized nations go through at some time or other, and such as the Greeks themselves were to repeat more than once after centuries, a period in which the mind after it has at least half succeeded in winning its freedom from disquieting and oppressive beliefs in invisible powers, shrinks back once more. Under the influence of adversity, it feels the need of some comforting illusions behind which it may take shelter and be relieved in part of the burden of responsibility. The obscurity of this period of growth hides also from our sight the origin and development of beliefs about the soul very different from the Homeric. The results of the process are, however, visible enough, and we can still discern how a regular cult of the disembodied soul, and eventually a belief in immortality fully worthy of the name, were being built up at this time. These things are the result of phenomena which partly represent the reemergence of elements in religious life, which had been submerged in the previous period, and partly the entry of fresh forces which, in conjunction with the resuscitated old, give rise between them to a third and new creation. 1. Cult of the chthonic deities. The chief new feature revealing itself to comparative study in the development of religion in the post-Homeric period is the worship of chthonic deities, that is, of deities dwelling in the interior of the earth. And yet, it is an undoubted fact that these divinities are among the oldest possessions of Greek religious faith. Indeed, bound as they are to the soil of the country, they are the true local deities, the real gods of home and country. They are also not unknown to Homer, but epic poetry had transferred them, divested of all local limitation, to a distant subterranean region, inaccessible to living men, beyond the limits of Ocanos. Their Aids and the terrible Persephonia rule as guardians of the dead. From that distant and unapproachable place, they can have no influence upon the life and doings of men on earth. Religious cult, too, only knows these deities in connection with particular localities and particular groups of worshippers. Each of these worships the deities of the underworld as denizens of their soil and their countryside alone. They are untroubled by any considerations of a general and uniform kingdom of the gods, such as the epic had set up. Nor are they disturbed by similar and conflicting claims made by neighboring 159 communities. And only in these local cults are the gods of the lower world seen in their true nature as they were conceived by the faith of their worshippers. They are the gods of a settled, agricultural, inland population. Dwelling beneath the soil, they guarantee two things to their worshippers. They bless the cultivation of the ground and ensure the increase of the fruits of the soil to the living. They receive the souls of the dead into their underworld. In certain places, they also send up from the spirit world revelations of future events. The most exalted name we met with among these dwellers below the earth is that of Zeus Chthonios. This is at once the most general and the most exclusive designation of the god of the lower world, for the name, Zeus, had in many local cults thus preserved the generalized meaning of God in combination with a particularizing adjective. The Iliad also once speaks of Zeus of the lower world, though by this is meant none other than the ruler of the distant realm of the dead, Hades. Hades, too, in the Hesiodic Theogony is once called Zeus the Chthonian. But the agricultural poem of Hesiod bids the Boeotian countryman, when preparing his fields for sowing, pray for a blessing to the chthonic Zeus. Zeus Chthonios was also sacrificed to in Mykonos for the fruits of the earth. But more frequently than under this most general and exalted title, we meet with the god of the living and the dead under various disguises. The gods of the underworld were generally referred to by affectionate or cajoling nicknames that laid stress on the lofty or beneficent character of their rule and threw a veil over the darkest side of their nature with conciliatory euphemism. Thus, Hades had many flattering titles and special names. So too, in many places, Zeus of the underworld was worshipped as Zeus Eubuleus or Bulius, at other places, especially Hermione, as Clymnos. Zeus Amphiaraus, Zeus Trophonios we have dealt with already in their capacity of heroes, but they are really nothing else but such earth deities with honorable titles, who have been deprived to some extent of their full status as gods, and have on that account developed all the more strongly the oracular side of their powers. Hades, the ruler of that distant kingdom of darkness, is one of this class of manifestations of Zeus Chthonios that vary in name according to the different localities of their worship. The king of the shadows in Erebos, as he appears in Homer, has no altars or sacrifices made to him, but these things belong to him as the local god of particular places. In the Peloponnese, there were local centers, 160, of his worship in Elis and Triphylia, sites of a very ancient civilization. And it is probable enough that tribes and clans having their origin there contributed by their wanderings to the spread of their native cult of the chthonic deity in other Greek countries as well. Hades, too, was for his Peloponnesian worshippers a god of the fertility of the earth just as much as a god of the dead. And in the same way, he was the lord of the souls as well, in those places where in fear of the name of Hades, he was called, in honor of his beneficent powers, Plautun, Plautius, or Zeus Plautius. The welfare of the living and the dead was also the concern of the female deity of the underworld called by the name of the earth itself, Ge or Gaia. At the places where she was worshipped, she was regarded as one who brought fruitfulness to the fields, but she held sway over the souls of the dead as well, in conjunction with whom prayers and sacrifice were offered to her. Her temples remained in honor, especially at Athens and at the primeval center of ancient worship of the gods, Olympia. But her personality had never been quite reduced to definite and intelligible outline from the enormous vagueness natural to primitive deities. Earth goddesses of more recent and intelligible form had supplanted her. She retained longest her mantic powers which she exercised from beneath the earth, the abode of spirits and souls. At ancient oracular sites, though, even here she often had to give way to oracular gods of another description, such as Zeus and Apollo. A poet indeed mentions her once side by side with the great ruler of the lower world, but in actual worship, she was seldom found among the groups of male and female deities of chthonic nature, such as were worshipped together at many places. Above all, at Hermione, there flourished from primitive times a solemn cult of the lower world Demeter in conjunction with the lower world Zeus, under the name of Clymnos, and with Cori. At other places, Plautun and these two goddesses were worshipped together, or Zeus Eubuleus and the same two, etc. The names of the underworld god vary indefinitely, but the names of Demeter and her divine daughter appear every time unchanged. Either alone or together, and worshipped in connection with other related deities, these two goddesses have by far the most important place in the cult of the underworld. The fame and widespread popularity of their cult in all Greek cities of the mother country and in the colonies proves more than anything else that since Homeric times a change must have taken place in the sphere of religious emotion and service of the gods. 161. Homer gives no hint of the character or importance of the later cult of Demeter and Persephone. For him, Persephone is simply the grim, unapproachable queen of the dead, Demeter invariably, and solely, a goddess of the fertility of crops. She stands apart indeed from the rest of the Olympians, but no reference to a close association with her daughter is ever made. Now, however, both goddesses appear in various and changing activity, but always closely associated, and it seems as if they had come to share some of their previously distinct characteristics. Both are now chthonic deities who together have in their protection the growth of the crops and the care of the souls of the dead. How in detail the change came about we can no longer discover. It may be that, in the times of the great migrations, from various centers of the worship of the two goddesses, such as had existed from great antiquity in the Peloponnese especially, there issued forth this faith that differed so essentially from the Homericonic view of things. It must have spread just as in later times the special variety of the cult of the closely associated goddesses that was practiced in Eleusis was widely propagated by regular missions. It also seems that Demeter, in whose name there was early a tendency to recognize a second, Mother Earth, in many places took the place of Gaia in religious cult, and thereby entered into closer connection with the realm of the souls below the earth. Section 2. As the numbers of the underworld beings increased and their cult grew and expanded, these divinities began to have a very different meaning for the living from what they once had for the Greeks of the Homeric age. The upper and the lower worlds are drawn closer to each other. The world of the living borders upon that world after death over which the chthonic gods hold sway. The ancient belief that the earth caverns of their own land, on which men dwelt and worked, were the near and accessible abode of divinity, now reappeared here and there, and was no longer completely awed into silence by the poetic luster of the all-embracing divine world of Olympos. We have spoken in a previous chapter of Amphiaraus at Thebes, Trophonios in the Lebadian cave, and Zeus in the cave on Mt. Ida, and again of that Zeus who was seen enthroned by those who descended into a cave in Epirus. These are all vestiges of the same belief which originally underlay all local cults of underworld deities. The realm of 162 chthonic gods, of spirits and departed souls, seem to be close at hand. Plautonia, i.e. direct inlets to the underworld, existed at many places, as also did Psychopompeia, clefts in the rock through which the souls can pass out into the upper world. In the middle of the city of Athens, in a natural chasm on the Areopagos, underworld beings were reputed to have their home. The most striking denial of the separation between the living and the underworld, such as was demanded by Homeric theology, was at Hermione. Here, behind the temple of Chthoniya, lay a sacred precinct of Plautonon or Clymnos, with a chasm in the ground through which Heracles had once brought up Kerberos to the earth end, an Acrusian lake. So near did the spirit world seem here, that the people of Hermione did not give their dead the usual coin to pay the fare of Charon, the ferryman of the dead. For them, in whose own country lay the river Acheron, no tract of water lay between the land of the living and the dead. More important than these cases of contact between the dark underworld and the world of the living, for the localization of the underworld still remained for the most part matter of fancy, is the fact that the creatures of that world are again drawing closer to the senses of men. The thoughts of men turn more frequently to the other world at so many festivals and anniversaries. The gods who rule below desire and repay the veneration of mankind, both of the individual and the city. And in the train of the chthonic gods, the souls of the dead, always closely bound to them, receive a cult which in many particulars goes beyond anything customary in the Homeric age. 2. Funeral ceremonies and worship of the dead. The first duty that the survivors owe to their dead is to bury the body in the customary manner. This age takes the matter more seriously than the Homeric people had done. Whereas in Homer denial of burial to enemies fallen in war is often mentioned, it is now regarded as a religious duty that is seldom neglected to give back the bodies of the fallen foe for burial. To deny the honor of burial to members of one's own city is an outrage of the most extreme kind. Everyone knows what terrible vengeance for such a neglect of duty was taken by the excited populace at Athens on the generals after Arginausi. Nothing can release a son from the duty of burying his father and offering him the regular gifts at his 163 grave. And if the relations, in spite of everything, neglect their task, the law at Athens requires the demarch to see to the burial of his fellow demesmen. Religious requirements, however, go beyond the law. At the solemn agricultural festival of Demeter, the Boozages at Athens invoked a curse on all who should leave a corpse unburied. This matter, which the chthonic deities take under their protection, is no mere sanitary police regulation. It is not any such consideration, but solely the unwritten laws of religion which are obeyed by Antigone when she covers the dead body of her brother with a little dust. Even such symbolical burial is enough to avert the abomination. Agos. Motives of pure piety may have played their part, but the really fundamental idea underlying all such practices was the one already met with in the Iliad, that the soul of the unburied person can find no rest in the hereafter. The ghost haunts the neighborhood, its rage afflicts the land in which it is detained against its will, and the withholding of burial is worse for the asterisk withholder than for him to whom burial is refused. Condemned criminals, indeed, are thrown by the state, unburied, into a pit. The sacrilegious and traitors to their country are denied burial in the ground of that country. This is a formidable punishment, for even though the outlaw is buried in a foreign country, his soul cannot be permanently tended there. Only the family of the dead in their own home can give their departed kinsman the honor due to him in the cult of the souls, and only they at the spot where his remains lie buried. What we know of the details of the funeral ceremonies differs very little in essence from what had survived into the Homeric age as customs no longer fully explained by contemporary belief. The new features that we meet with may also, for the most part, be very primitive usage restored to currency. Some of the particular details make the solemnity of the act more apparent. After the eyes and mouth have been closed by the next of kin, the body is washed and anointed by women of the family and clothed in clean garments. It is then laid out upon a bier in the interior of the house for the ceremonial lying in state. In Athens, marjoram was strewn under the body, for superstitious reasons, and also 4 broken off vine branches. In the grave, also, the corpse lay on vine branches. Underneath the bier were placed ointment vessels of the peculiar slim shape that the graves have restored to us again in such numbers. At the door of the room, for the benefit of those leaving the house who had incurred religious defilement by coming in contact, 164, with the corpse, was placed a bowl full of pure water brought in from another house. Cypress branches fixed upon the house door outside warned the scrupulous that a corpse was in the house. The head of the dead person was generally decked with garlands and fillets, in a manner unknown to the Homeric age, as a sign, it appears, of respect for the higher sanctity of the departed. The lying-in state of the dead, lasting the whole of one day, was certainly not intended originally to serve the purpose of a public notification of death, such as later writers attribute to it. The funeral dirge was sung at the bier of the dead man, and to give opportunity for this ceremony was its real purpose. The habit of the old Attic government of the Eupatridae had increased the pomp of funeral ceremonies in every direction, and had encouraged an extravagant cult of the souls of the departed. Solon's legislation had to restrain and limit such exaggeration in many ways, and in particular, the tendency to increase unduly the lamentations sung over the dead body required to be kept within bounds. Only the women of the immediate family of the dead might take part in it, for to them alone the cult of the departed belonged as a duty. The violent expression of grief, the tearing of the cheeks, beating the breast and head, was forbidden, as also was the singing of poems, i.e., in all probability regular funeral dirges, specially written for the purpose, such as Homer made the women sing round Hector's bier. To extend the subject of the funeral dirge to apply to others beside the person then being buried had to be made absolutely illegal. This prohibition must also have been applied already to the gathering at the graveside. But to sacrifice animals before the procession to the grave was a very ancient custom, and it seems as if Solon forbade this too. In other states, also, legislation was necessary to put a curb on the tendency to overdo the violence of the expressions of grief for the dead which were common in the antiquity of the Greeks, as among many of the uncivilized tribes who carry them to the point of exhaustion. It was not simple piety or natural human grief, never particularly given to violent or excessive demonstration, that caused these things. It was rather the ancient belief that the soul of the dead was still invisibly present and would be pleased at the most violent expressions of grief for its loss. The dirge, carried to this extreme, belongs in fact to the cult of the departed spirit. The restraints placed upon the traditional lamentation may in their turn so far as they were effective have been derived not from considerations of good, 165 cents, which rarely have much influence in such matters, but from religious or superstitious reasons. The lying-in state of the body seems invariably to have lasted for one day only. In the early morning of the 3rd day after death, the corpse, together with the bier on which it lay, was borne out of the house. Legislation was in some places necessary to check excessive ostentation at the funeral procession. What pomp and ceremony was customary in the time of the old aristocratic rule at this part of the cult of the dead, we may gather, if it corresponded at all to reality, from the picture of a funeral procession represented on a very archaic Dipolin vase. There the body is carried on high on a wagon drawn by 2 horses. Men carrying swords surround it, and a whole company of women, making lamentation and beating their heads, follow the procession. At Athens, the attendance in the procession was confined, in the case of women at least, to those of the immediate kinsfolk for 3 generations. The men, who had their place in front of the women, seem to have been admitted without such restriction. The admission of hired companies of carrion women and men, singing the national dirges, seems at Athens not to have been forbidden. At Chios and elsewhere, the laws ordered processions to the grave to be conducted in silence. On the whole, the discipline of respectable city life reduced the excessive and barbaric, which must once have been the rule in the display of mourning, to a discreet symbolism. On the details of the burial procedure, our information is incomplete. Occasional expressions used by Greek authors allow us to conclude, and this is confirmed by the excavation of graves in Greek countries, that, besides the custom, exclusively prevailing in Homeric times, of cremation, the more ancient practice of burying the body unburnt was still kept up. The body was not intended to be completely destroyed. Out of the ashes of the funeral pyre, the son carefully gathers the remains of his father's bones in order to bury them, enclosed in an urn or a box. If, on the other hand, the body remains unburnt, it is either enclosed in a coffin made of baked clay, or wood, a custom clearly betraying its foreign origin. Or else, and this must have been certainly the older and more purely native Greek usage, it is let down into the earth without a coffin, and laid upon a bed of leaves. At other times, if the nature of the ground allows, it may rest unburied in a rock chamber, upon a bed of stonework. The soul, though now set free, keeps up some connection with the body it once inhabited. It is for its use and pleasure, 166, that an ample provision of household implements and vessels is laid beside the corpse, though no longer the whole of the dead man's possessions, as once was usual. And graves since opened have restored such things in large numbers to our gaze. But the Greeks never seriously believed that such a phantasmal existence could be prolonged to eternity. Elaborate expedients for the perpetual preservation of the corpse, by embalmment and other means, such as were employed in the case of bodies buried in the Mycenaean shaft graves, were unknown in these later times except as a peculiar archaism in the burial of Spartan kings. Section 2. Once the body is buried, the soul of the dead enters the invisible company of the better and superior. This belief, which Aristotle regarded as of primeval antiquity in Greece, emerges very clearly in the cult observance of these post-Homeric centuries from the obscurity which the Homeric age had imposed upon it. The soul of the dead has its special cult group composed naturally enough of the descendants and family of the dead, and of them only. There even survived a dim memory of the time when the body of the dead was buried inside the house, which thus became the immediate center of his cult. That must quite certainly have been during an age which knew little or nothing of the almost painful sensitiveness to the idea of ritual purification, such as prevailed in later times. At least, we have no reason for supposing that the Greeks, like many so-called savage peoples among whom the custom prevails of burying the corpse within the dead man's own hut, deserted the house that had now become haunted and left it to the undisturbed possession of the ghost of the dead man buried there. To bury the dead within the walls of the city, at least, was considered unobjectionable in later times by certain Dorian states. Even where religious scruples and the practical convenience of city life combined to fix the place for burials outside the city walls, families kept their graves together often in a single extensive plot with a wall built round it. Where a country estate belonged to a family, this generally also included the graves of its ancestors. Wherever it was situated, the grave was holy, as being the place where later generations tended and worshipped the souls of departed members of their family. Grave columns indicated the holiness of the spot. Trees and sometimes a complete 167 grove surrounded the grave, as they did so often the altars and temples of the gods. These were intended to serve as pleasant retreats for the souls of the beloved dead. Sacrificial offerings began for the most part at the actual time of the funeral. The custom of pouring libations of wine, oil, and honey at the grave was probably in general use. Even the sacrifice of animals, such as was made at the funeral pyre of Patroclus and even of Achilles, cannot have been unusual at an earlier period. Solon expressly forbade the sacrifice of an ox at the grave. At Chios, permission is just as expressly given for a preliminary sacrifice to be offered at the funeral in accordance with ancestral custom. When the funeral ceremony is over, the members of the family, after a solemn rite of religious purification, put on garlands. They had previously avoided this, and begin the funeral feast. This also was a part of the cult of the dead. The soul of the dead man was regarded as being present even as playing the part of host. It was oft felt for the invisible presence that originally inspired the custom of speaking only praise of the dead at the funeral feast. This feast was an entertainment given in the house of the dead man to the surviving members of his family. The dead man had a meal to himself alone, which was offered at the grave on the 3rd, and on the 9th day after the funeral. On the 9th day, it appears that ancient usage brought the period of mourning to an end. Where it was extended to a longer period, the earlier series of offerings to the dead was prolonged proportionally. Sparta had a period of mourning lasting 11 days. At Athens, in addition to the sacrifice on the third and ninth days, another funeral feast, which might be repeated several times, was held on the 13th day. Even after the ceremonies attached to the funeral itself were at last over, the relations of the dead were by no means released from the duty of tending not merely the grave, but the soul of the deceased member of their family. In particular, the son and heir had no more sacred duty to perform than the offering of the customary things, ta/no/mima, to the soul of his father. These consisted above all of libations to be made to the dead on certain fixed and recurrent festivals. On the 30th of the month, there was a traditional feast of the dead. Besides this, every year at the Genesia, when the birthday of the dead came round, the occasion was regularly celebrated with sacrifice. The day on which he first entered this life is still of importance to the psyche of the dead man. It is plain that no impassable gulf was fixed between life and 168, death. It almost seems as though life went on quite uninterrupted by death. Besides these variable feasts of the Genesia, celebrated as they occurred by the individual families, there was at Athens a festival, also called the Genesia, at which the whole citizen body did honor to the souls of their dead relatives on the 5th Bydromion. We hear also of the Nemesia as a feast of the dead in Athens, probably intended for the averting of the anger of the dead, always a subject of apprehension, and of various festivals of the dead in other Greek states. At Athens, the chief festival of all the dead occurred at the close of the Dionysiac feast of the Anthesteria, in the spring, of which it formed the concluding day. This was the time when the dead swarmed up into the world of the living, as they did in Rome on the days when the mundus patet, and so still in the belief of our own German country people at Twelfth Tide. The days belonged to the souls and their master Dionysos. They were days of uncleanness, unsuited to the business of city life. The temples of the gods were closed during that period. As protection against the ghosts invisibly present, the citizens employed various old and tried precautionary measures. They chewed hawthorn leaves on their morning walk and smeared their doorposts with pitch. In this way, the ghosts were kept at arm's length. Each family made offering to its own dead, and the offerings they made have remained for the most part the appropriate gifts of the dead on their feast days in many lands down to modern times. A special offering was made to the dead on the last day of the feast, the Chytri, which was sacred to none of the Olympians, but to Hermes, the leader of the dead. To this god-butt for the dead were offered cooked vegetables and seeds in pots, which gave their name to this day of the festival. It seems probable that as a sacrifice to the dead, honeycakes were thrown into a cleft of the earth in the temne of G. Olympia. Indoors, too, the swarming ghosts entered and were entertained. They were not, however, permanently welcome guests, and finally they were driven out of the house in a manner paralleled at the close of festivals of the dead among many nations of old and modern times. Begone ye caries, and the styria is over, were the words used in sending away the souls, and it is remarkable that in this formula they were given their primeval name, a name whose original sense had been forgotten by Homer, but not by the language of the common people of Attica. Individuals may have found still further opportunities of 169, bringing gifts to their own dead and showing their reverence for them. The cult paid by the family to the spirits of their ancestors is hardly distinguished, except by the greater limitation of the circle of worshippers, from the worship of underworld deities and heroes. In the case of the souls, however, nature itself united the sacrificers and worshippers, and no one else, with the object of their devotion. If we wish to form some idea of the way in which, under the influence of a civilization that tended to reduce all primitive grandeur to mere idol, the worship of the dead altered its character in the direction of piety and intimacy, we need only look at the pictures representing such worship, though rarely before the 4th century, on the oil flasks which were used at funerals in Attica and then laid by the side of the dead in the grave. These slight sketches breathe a spirit of simple kindliness. We see the mourners decking the grave monument with wreaths and ribbons, worshippers approaching with gestures of adoration, bringing with them many objects of daily use, mirrors, fans, swords, etc., for the entertainment of the dead. Sometimes the living seek to give pleasure to the spirit of the dead by the performance of music. Gifts, too, of cakes, fruit, and wine are being made, but the blood of the sacrificial animals is never spilt. There was a time when more solemn and less comfortable thoughts prevailed, and of these we learn something from the much older sculptured reliefs found on sepulchral monuments in Sparta, which give the dead a more awe-inspiring attitude. The ancestral pair sit in state and are approached by members of the family, represented as much smaller figures, offering their worship. These bring with them flowers, pomegranates, and sometimes even animals for sacrifice, a cock, a pig, or a ram. Other and later types of such banquets of the dead show the dead person standing up, not infrequently by the side of a horse or lying upon a couch, and accepting the drink offering made to him by the survivors. These reliefs allow us to see at what a distance the departed spirits are supposed to stand from the living. The dead do, indeed, seem now to be better and stronger beings. They are well on the road to becoming heroes. Drink offerings such as those we see offered on these reliefs, a mixture of honey water, milk, and wine, and other liquids, offered in accordance with precise ritual always, formed a regular part of sacrifices made to the dead. Besides these, animals too were slain, especially sheep, less often oxen of black color. These must be completely burnt, as being intended for the sole enjoyment of the dead, a custom, 170, observed at all sacrifices made to the spirits of the underworld. The whole of this very material cult depended upon the assumption which was sometimes distinctly expressed that the soul of the dead is capable of receiving, and is in need of, a physical satisfaction from the gifts made to it. It is consequently not thought of as deprived of the power of sense perception. Even in the grave it can feel what is going on in its neighborhood. It is not a good thing to attract its attention. It is best to pass by the graves of the dead in silence. The common people thought of the dead, according to a famous phrase of Plato's, as hovering, suspended over their graves, the site of their cult. The pictures on the Attic frescoes illustrate this belief, for they represent the souls of the dead flying above the grave monument, and the diminutive size of these winged figures is evidently intended to represent their somewhat contradictory immaterial materiality, and to express their invisibility for mortal eyes. Sometimes, indeed, the souls become visible, and then, like the underworld gods and the heroes, they prefer the shape of a snake. Nor are they absolutely bound to the immediate neighborhood of the grave. They sometimes revisit their old habitations among the living, and not only on those days of the dead in the month Anthesterion. The Greeks, like other people, were acquainted with the custom of allowing what fell to the ground to lie there undisturbed for the spirits that hovered about the house to carry away if they liked. The dead man's spirit, being thus invisibly present, can overhear if anyone speaks ill of it, either with the idea of defending the helpless, or, on the contrary, to avoid incurring the wrath of invisible but potent spirits. A Solonian law forbade abusive language to be addressed to a dead man. That is the real meaning of the old warning de mortuis nil nisi bene, as popular belief understood it. The descendants of a dead man were bound to prosecute anyone who slandered their ancestor. This also is among the religious duties owed by the living to the soul of the dead. Section 3. Like all other cults, the cult of the dead had more to do with the relations of the daimon to the living than with his nature and essence considered abstractly and in itself. A dogmatic account of this nature was neither offered nor required by his worship. Still, the cult was founded upon a general, 171 conception, merely evading more exact definition of the nature of the departed spirit. Men sacrificed to the souls of the dead as to the gods and heroes because they regarded them as invisible powers, a special class of blessed ones, as the dead were beginning to be called even in the 5th century. They attempted to propitiate them, or at least to avert their easily awakened displeasure. Their help was also sought in all times of need, but most especially, like the chthonic gods into whose realm they have entered, they can prosper the fruits of the earth and lend assistance at the entry of a new soul into life. For this reason, libation is made to the souls of ancestors at a marriage. The tritopaters also, who were invoked at wedding celebrations in Attica that the marriage might prove fruitful, were nothing else than the souls of the ancestors. We know them also to have been referred to as wind spirits, and in this there appears, plainly or obscurely, an isolated fragment of the most ancient belief of the people. The departed spirits of the dead become spirits of the air. The ghosts that travel on the winds are the liberated souls of the dead. Section 4. Though it is good and profitable in one's own interest to enlist the sympathy and retain the goodwill of these invisible spirit powers by sacrifice, yet their worship is to a much greater degree conditioned by a sentiment of piety, which no longer seeks its own advantage, but the greater honor and welfare of the dead. Such piety certainly takes on a curious form, but it is this which gives its special character to the cult of the souls and the ideas which lie behind that cult. The souls of the dead are dependent upon the cult paid to them by the members of their family who still live on in this world. Their fate is determined by the nature of this cult. The beliefs which nourish the cult of the dead are totally distinct from the mode of thought prevailing in the Homeric poems, according to which the souls are banished into the distant realm of Hades and cut off eternally from all attention or care that the living might pay them. It differs again from the beliefs which the mysteries implanted in the minds of their worshippers, for in this case, it was not their merit, whether religious or moral, which secured to the disembodied souls their position in the future life. These two streams of religious belief flowed side by side, but never met. The nearest analog to the cult of the souls and its appropriate beliefs was undoubtedly the cult 172 of heroes, but even here the difference is profound. It is no longer a special privilege miraculously bestowed upon a few favored individuals. Every soul has a right to the attentive care of its own family, and in each case its fate is settled not by the character displayed or deeds done during its lifetime, but by the relation to itself of those who survive. As a consequence, everybody on the approach of death thinks of the future state of his soul, and that means the cult which he would like to make sure will be offered to his departed spirit. Sometimes for this purpose he makes a special foundation, or bequest, which is provided for in his will. Of course, if he leaves a son behind him, the care of his spirit will be amply provided for. Until that son comes of age, a guardian will offer the appropriate gifts. Even slaves to whom he has given their freedom will be sure to take part in the permanent and regular cult of their former master. One who has no son to leave behind him will make haste to take a son from another family into his own house, who, together with his property, will inherit also the duty of offering a regular and enduring cult to his adopted father and his new ancestors, and of caring for the needs of their souls. This is the real and original meaning of all adoption, and how seriously such provision for the proper care of the souls of the departed was taken can best and most clearly be seen from the testamentary speeches of Isius, in which, with a completeness of art that almost conceals itself expression, is given to the genuine and simple feelings of the homely Athenian bourgeoisie, whom no enlightenment had ever disturbed in the beliefs of their fathers. All cult, all prospect of a full life and future well-being for, so we may express the naive conception of the soul on its separation from the body, depends upon the holding together of the family. To the family itself, the souls of its former ancestors are, in a limited sense, of course, gods its gods. It can hardly be doubted that here we have the root of all belief in the future life of the soul, and we shall be tempted to subscribe to the belief as a guess, tending in the right direction of those who see in such family worship of the dead one of the most primitive roots of all religious belief, older than the worship of the higher gods of the state and the community as a whole, older even than the worship of heroes and of the ancestors of large national groups. The family is older than the state, and among all peoples that have not passed beyond family organization and formed states, we find this type of belief about the soul invariably present. Among 173 the Greeks, who in the course of their history learnt so much that was new without ever quite discarding the old, this belief lived on in the shadow of the great gods and their cults, even in the midst of the tremendous increase in the power and organized influence of the state. But these larger and wider organizations cramped and hindered its development. Left to itself, and given more freedom to grow, such belief might possibly have elevated the souls of the family ancestors to the position of all-powerful spirits of the house under whose hearth they had once been laid to rest. The Greeks, however, never had anything to correspond exactly with the Italian lar familiaris. The nearest equivalent to it would be the good daemon which the Greek household honored. Careful examination shows this daimon to have been originally the soul of an ancestor, who has become the good spirit of his house, but the Greeks themselves had forgotten this. Section 5. We cannot at this late date trace the reawakening of the cult of souls in post-Homeric times or the varying stages it may have gone through in its development. Still, some of the facts are plain. Indications have already been noticed that point to the view that the cult of the dead was carried on in the days when the aristocratic regime still held sway in Greece with greater pomp and seriousness than in the centuries the fifth and sixth beyond which our knowledge hardly extends. In these earlier times, we are forced to conclude there must also have been a livelier belief in the power and importance of the souls corresponding with the greater vigor of religious cult. It seems as if at this time ancient usage and belief broke violently through the suppression and neglect under which they lay in the times that speak to us in the Homeric poems. There is no reason to suppose that any one member of the Greek peoples was specially responsible for the change. At the same time, different districts, in accordance with their varying natural proclivities and civilization, differed in the cult they paid their dead. In Attica, with the spread of democracy, the ideas at the bottom of such practice tended more and more in the direction of mere affectionate piety. In Laconia and Boeotia, and in other places where primitive life and customs maintained themselves for a long time, more serious notions of the nature and reality of the disembodied spirits remained in force, and a more serious cult was paid to them. Elsewhere, as in Locris and on the island of Chios, the 174 cult of the dead seems to have maintained itself only in a very much weakened form. When advancing culture made individuals less dependent on the traditional beliefs of their own country, many temperamental variations and gradations in belief and conception made their appearance. Homeric ideas on the subject, universally familiar from poetry, may have entered into the question and added to the confusion. Even where the cult of the dead was practiced with the greatest fervor, ideas radically incompatible with that cult, as that the souls of the worshipped dead are in Hades, are sometimes revealed unintentionally. At quite an early period, we find expressions of the view, which goes beyond anything said in Homer, that nothing at all survives after death. Attic orators, for example, are allowed to speak to their audience in a tone of hesitation and doubt about hopes commonly cherished of continued consciousness and sensation after death. Such doubts, however, only affect the theoretic consideration of the soul's future life. The cult of the souls was still carried on inside the family. Even an unbeliever, if he were in other respects a true son of his city and deeply rooted in its ancient customs, might in his last will and testament provide seriously for the perpetual cult of his own soul and those of his near relatives, as Epicurus did in his will, to the astonishment of after ages. Thus, even unbelief still clung to cult as to other old established customs, and in many an individual the cult still tended to awaken the beliefs which alone could justify it. 3. Traces of the cult of souls in the blood feud and satisfaction for murder. Section 1. In the renewal and development of the cult offered to the dead, an important part was again played by that priestly association which exercised such a decisive influence on the public worship of invisible powers. In the Greek states the priesthood of the Delphic oracle. On the occurrence of disturbing portents in the sky, recourse was had to the god, who gave orders that in addition to the gods and heroes, sacrifice should be made to the dead also on the appointed days, in accordance with custom and tradition, by their relatives. Individuals in doubt as to what the sacred law, 175, required in the observance due to a departed soul applied at Athens to one of the exegetai, probably one of that college of exegetai that had been founded under the influence of Delphi. The god protected the rights of the dead. 2. The fact that his decisions confirmed the sanctity of the cult of the dead must have contributed a good deal to the consideration and awe in which that cult was held by the living. The decrees of Delphi were even more influential, where they concerned a cult to be offered not to one who had died in peace, but to a person who had been robbed of his life through an act of violence. The treatment of such cases shows with striking distinctness the change which had come over the beliefs about the dead since the Homeric period. In Homer, when a free man has been killed, the state takes no share whatever in the pursuit and punishment of the murderer. It is the duty of the nearest relatives or the friends of the murdered man to carry on the blood feud against the assailant. As a rule, the latter puts himself out of reach of reprisals by flight. He withdraws to a foreign country which is unconcerned in his action. We hear nothing of any distinction between premeditated murder and unintentional or even justifiable homicide, and it seems probable that at that time, when no regular inquiry was made into the nature of the individual case, the relatives of the murdered man took no account of the different varieties of killing. If the guilty man can escape by flight from those whose duty it is to avenge his deed, they on their part may forego the full toll of vengeance, which would have required the death of the murderer, and may be satisfied with the payment of compensation, after which the doer of the deed is allowed to remain in his own country undisturbed. The requirements of vengeance are thus in essence fulfilled, but the retaliatory murder of the murderer can be bought off. This decided relaxing of the ancient notion of vengeance can only be accounted for by an equally decided weakening of the belief in the continued consciousness, power, and rights of the murdered man, upon which the requirement of vengeance was founded. The soul of the dead is powerless. Its claims can be easily satisfied by the payment of weregild to the living. In such a satisfaction as this, the departed soul is in reality not concerned at all. It remains a simple business transaction between living people. In the midst of the general declension of the beliefs about the dead amounting almost to complete extinction which is found throughout the Homeric poems, this weakening of belief in one particular point is not very surprising. But 176. In this case, as in the general study of Homeric beliefs about the dead, it is clear that the conception of the soul as powerless, shadow-like, and feeble is not the primitive or original one. It has foisted itself gradually in the course of years upon a more ancient mode of conception in which the dead had undiminished sensibility and could influence the condition of the living. Of this older conception, we have emphatic witness in the duty not forgotten, even in Homeric Greece of prosecuting the blood feud. In later times, the pursuit and punishment of homicide was organized in accordance with quite different principles. The state recognized its interest in the reprisals made for such a breach of the peace. We may take it as certain that in Greek cities generally, the state took a share in the regular investigation and punishment of murder in its courts of justice. Though here, too, it is only in the case of Athenian law that we have precise information. At Athens, in accordance with the ancient code dealing with the legal prosecution of murder, which never fell into disuse after Draken had established it by his penal legislation, the exclusive right and the unavoidable duty of prosecuting the murderer belonged to the next of kin of the murdered man. In special cases, only it was extended to include the more distant relatives, and even the members of the fratria to which he had belonged. It is clear that this duty of making an accusation which fell upon the next of kin preserves a relic of the ancient duty of the blood feud, which has been transformed by the requirements of the public welfare. It is the same narrow circle of relationship, extending to the third generation, united by a strict religious bond, to which alone belong the right to inherit property and the duty of performing the cult of the dead. This circle of relatives is here again called upon to succor the unfortunate who has been violently done to death. The reason for this duty evidently derived from the ancient blood feud is easy to understand. It, too, is a department of the cult of the dead which was binding as a duty upon exactly that circle of relatives. It was no mere abstract, right, but a quite definite personal claim, made by the dead man himself, that the surviving relatives were required to satisfy. At Athens, even in the 4th and 5th centuries, the belief still survived in undiminished vigor that the soul of one violently done to death, until the wrong done to him was avenged upon the doer of it, would wander about finding no rest, full of rage at the violent act, and wrathful, too, against the relatives, 177, who should have avenged him if they did not fulfill their duty. He himself would become an avenging spirit, and the force of his anger might be felt throughout whole generations. Implacable revenge is the sacred duty of those his representatives and executors who are specially called upon to fulfill the needs of the dead soul. The state forbids them to take the law into their own hands, but it commands them to seek redress at the tribunals of justice. It will take over the duties of judge and executioner itself, but a decided consideration will be shown to the relatives of the murdered man at the hearing of the case. In duly conducted criminal procedure, the court specially appointed for this purpose will decide whether the deed is to be considered one of willful murder, unintentional manslaughter, or justifiable homicide. In making these distinctions, the state has struck a blow at that older code of the blood feud, in which the right of vengeance belonged entirely to the family of the murdered man. According to that code, as we cannot but conclude from Homer, nothing but the fact of the violent death of a relative was considered, not the character or motive of the deed itself. Now, however, the murderer is liable to a death penalty, which he can avoid before the verdict is given by going into voluntary and perpetual exile. He disappears and leaves the country at the boundaries of the country the state's authority ceases, and so does the power of the indignant spirit of the dead, which is bound to its native soil like that of all local deities, whose influence is confined to the place where they are worshipped. If, by such flight over the frontier, the doer of the deed withdraws himself from the person injured by him, i.e., the angry soul of the dead man, his life is thereby saved, even if he himself is not justified. This alone is meant by the permission of such voluntary exile. Involuntary homicide is punished by banishment for a limited period, after the expiration of which the relations of the dead man are to grant a pardon to the murderer on his return to his native land. If they voted for it unanimously, they could even do this before he went into banishment, in which case this would not take place at all. There can be no doubt that this pardon had to be granted by them in the name of the dead man as well, of whose rights they were the representatives. Indeed, the man himself lying mortally wounded could before his death, even in the case of willful murder, pardon his assailant and thereby excuse his relatives the duty of prosecution. To such an extent was the injured soul's wish for vengeance the only point at issue. 178, even in the legal procedure of a constitutionally governed state, and not in the least the lawless act of the murderer as such. When there is no desire for vengeance on the part of the victim requiring to be satisfied, the murderer goes unpunished. When he suffers punishment, he suffers it for the satisfaction of the soul of the murdered man. He is no longer slain as a sacrifice to his victim, but when the relations of the dead exact vengeance from him by legally constituted processes, that, too, is a part of the cult offered to the soul of the dead. Section 2. It is true that the state directs the blood feud required of the relatives of the dead man along constitutional channels that shall not contravene the laws of the community. But it does not in the least intend to abolish the fundamental idea of the ancient family vendetta. It reasserts the original claim to vengeance of the victim, violently done to death, a claim closely bound up with the cult of the dead by forbidding the old custom, common in Homeric times, of buying off the blood guiltiness of the murderer by a compensatory payment made to the relatives of the dead man. It does not destroy the religious character of the whole transaction. It uses its own processes to secure the fulfillment of the requirements of religion. That is why the head of all criminal jurisdiction is the king archon, the constitutional administrator of all the religious functions of the ancient royal government. The religious basis of the oldest Athenian criminal jurisdiction is particularly evident. It has its seat on the Areopagos, the hill of the cursed goddesses, over the sacred chasm in which they themselves, the venerable ones, have their dwelling. The judicial office is closely bound up with the service of the goddesses. At the commencement of the proceedings, both parties take an oath in the name of the Erinyes. Each of the 3 days at the end of the month, upon which legal proceedings in these courts took place, was sacred to one of the 3 goddesses. To them, sacrifice was made by those who were acquitted in those courts, for it is the goddesses who have given them absolution, just as it is the goddesses who demand the punishment of the guilty. They still do it, as once they had done in the typical case of Orestes, in which they themselves had been the accusers. In this Athenian worship, the Erinyes had not yet entirely lost their true and original character. They had not become the mere guardians of law in general, as which they were sometimes, 179, represented by poets and philosophers who thus extended and weakened immeasurably their once much narrower significance. They are formidable daimons, dwelling in the depths of the earth from which they are conjured up by the curses and maledictions of those who have no earthly avenger left. Hence, they are more particularly the avengers of murder committed within the family itself. They punish the man who has slain the very person whom he would have been called upon to avenge, if that person had fallen at the hand of another murderer than himself. When the son has slain his father or mother, who shall then carry out the blood feud incumbent upon the nearest relation of the dead, this nearest relation is the murderer himself. It is the Erinyes of the father or the mother who sees to it that the dead shall still receive due satisfaction. She breaks out from the kingdom of the dead to seize the murderer. She is ever at his heels in pursuit, leaving him no rest night or day. Vampire-like, she sucks his blood. He is her destined victim. Even in the judicial procedure of the fully organized state, it is the Erinyes who demand revenge for murder at the courts of law. Their absolute power extends in widening circle to all murder, even when it is committed outside the limits of the family. Though it was only the imagination of the poetically or philosophically minded that ever transformed them completely to champions of justice of all kinds, in heaven and upon earth. In the cult and beliefs proper to individual cities, they remain the auxiliaries attached to the souls of murdered men. These gruesome daimons had their origin in the worship of the dead, and they lived on in connection with the undying worship of which they were a part. Indeed, if we examine closely the sources of information at our disposal, we can see even through their inadequacy and obscurity that the Erinyes was nothing else but the soul itself of the murdered man, indignant at its fate, and seizing its revenge for itself till later ages, substituted for this the conception of the ghost from hell taking over to itself, the rage of the dead man's soul. Section 3. Thus, the whole procedure at murder trials was directed rather to the satisfaction of invisible powers, the injured souls of the dead, and the daimons that represent them then of the state and its living members. In essence, it was a religious act. As a result, all was not at an end when the human verdict on the case had been given. On his return from exile, the man guilty of involuntary homicide, besides receiving the 180 pardon of the relatives of the dead man, had still a double duty to perform. He had to be purified and to offer propitiatory sacrifice. Purification from the blood of the slain was necessary even in the case of the unpunished agent of what the state regarded as justifiable homicide. It restored the man, hitherto regarded as unclean, to participation in the religious gatherings of state and family, which could not have been approached by an unpurified person without suffering defilement. The Homeric poems know nothing of any such religious purification of those who have incurred the stain of blood. Analogous occurrences in the religious usage of allied peoples make it, however, almost impossible to doubt that the notion of religious uncleanness belonging to a man who has had any dealings with uncanny powers was of primeval antiquity among the Greeks, too. It can only have been suppressed in the Homeric view of the matter, just as that view also suppressed the usages of expiation. These were intended to propitiate the indignant soul of the dead and the gods who protected it by means of solemn sacrifice. But in the Homeric picture of the world, they never appear, for the ideas on which they were based had themselves been swept away. The details of purification and expiation, the former serving the interests of the state and its religious needs, the latter intended as a final appeasement of the injured powers of the unseen world, were closely united in practice and are often confused in the accounts which have come down to us. A hard and fast distinction between them cannot be drawn. So much at all events is clear. The expiatory rites indispensable when murder had been committed had the closest possible similarity with the ritual of sacrifice to the gods of the underworld. And, in fact, the deities invoked at such rites of expiation, Zeus Melitios, Zeus Apotropeos, and the rest belong to the underworld circle of gods. To them, instead of the murderer himself, a victim was offered to appease the anger felt by them as the patrons of the departed soul. The Erinyes, too, have sacrifice made to them at expiations. Everything in these matters is connected with the kingdom of the dead and its inhabitants. But it was the Delphic oracle that saw to the details of purification and expiation after murder. The necessity of such rites was impressed on men by the example set in the story of Apollo's own flight and purification after the slaying of the earth spirit at Pytho. These events were symbolically enacted over again regularly every 8 years. At Delphi, 181-2, according to Aeschylus, Apollo himself purified Orestes the matricide from the pollution of his crime. At Athens, one of the oldest propitiatory sites was called after one of Apollo's titles, the Delphinion. The oracle must often have directed its inquirers to placate not merely the heroes, but also the angry souls of murdered and not heroized men by means of expiatory sacrifices, as it bade the murderers of Archelaus and the Spartan king Pausanias. propitiatory sacrifice in this sense does not belong to the Apolline cult as an exclusive possession. It belongs also to other, mostly lower world deities. But it was the oracle of Apollo that set the seal on its sanctity. At Athens, the exegetae founded under the influence of the Delphic oracle were the official administrators of this expiatory ritual. Plato was certainly following the customs of Greek cities, when in the Laws, he declares that his state shall take its regulations for purification and propitiation from Delphi. Section 4. The oracle, then, of the omniscient God sanctified and recommended these rites of expiation. The state regulated its judicial procedure in murder cases on the lines of the old family blood feud. It was natural, then, that the ideas on which these religious and political institutions were based the conviction of a continued existence enjoyed by the murdered man's soul, and of his consciousness and knowledge of what occurred among the living who survived, his anger and his powers that these ideas should attain to something like the position of an article of faith. The confidence with which these beliefs were held still manifests itself to us in the speeches at murder trials in which Antiphon, suiting his language to his real or imagined public, tries to arouse terror and awe as at the presence of indubitable realities, by calling upon the angry soul of the dead man and the spirits that avenge the dead. About the souls of murdered men, indeed, regarded as more than other spirits unable to find rest, a strange and ghostly mythology grew up, of which we shall have some specimens later on. How primitive such beliefs could be we may gather with startling clearness from occasional records of purely savage customs, which are derived from them customs, which cannot possibly have been freshly invented in the Greece of this enlightened period, and must be either primitive Greek savagery come to light again, or else barbarisms only too easily welcomed from less civilized neighbors. In any case, they imply the most materialistic view of the survival, 182, of the murdered man, and of the revenge that might be taken by his soul. It is evident that what men believed about the souls of murdered men must have had an important influence upon the general belief in a future life, as it took shape in the mind of the people. But the extent of such an influence can be more exactly measured in the story which Xenophon tells about the dying Kairos. As the strongest grounds for the hope that an afterlife will be the portion of all souls after their separation from the body, the dying king points to the unquestioned facts, which, as all admit, prove a special afterlife for the souls of those who have suffered injustice. In addition to this, he lays stress on the argument that the worship of the dead would not have been preserved intact to his own time if their souls had been entirely deprived of all active power. Thus we see how the cult of the souls of the dead was the chief source of the belief in a continued life after death. 217. Chapter 6. The Eleusinian Mysteries. The cult of the dead, thus pursued in unhampered freedom, preserved and encouraged certain ideas of the life of the soul after death, of the soul as a conscious and powerful being which, though separated from the body, has not been parted forever from the scene of its earthly existence. To the Greeks, such ideas had become strange and unfamiliar, strange, at least, to the Ionian Greeks of the Homeric age. But from such a cult, no dogmatic or distinctly outlined picture of the life of the departed soul could have been deduced, nor ever was deduced. Everything in this connection dealt with the relation of the dead to the living. Families, by means of sacrifice and religious acts, sought to nourish the souls of their own dead. But the cult was in itself chiefly precautionary, apotropaic, in character, and as a consequence men preferred rather to avoid investigation into the nature and condition of the dead themselves, except in so far as they came into the life of the living. This is the point at which the cult of the souls and belief in the existence of souls stopped short among many of the so-called savage peoples who have no history. Nor can there be much doubt that it had reached this stage of development in Greece, too, before the time of Homer. Though temporarily overshadowed, it continued to exist, for it was rooted firmly in the united life of the family and its traditional practices. Such traditional beliefs, however, left the nature of the disembodied soul vague and undefined. They viewed it purely from the standpoint of the living and almost entirely in its relations with this world. And resting on such foundations, it is not very surprising if they yielded unresistingly and sank into insignificance once the feeling of the influence exercised by the dead upon the living began to weaken, or if anything happened to cause the decline or discredit of the cult of the dead. When the living withdrew their support and reverence from the departed soul, the latter ceased to present any clear picture to the minds of men. It became a mere evanescent shadow, unsubstantial, little more than nothing. This is what, 218, happened in the period of Ionic culture, in which Homer lived. The poetry of that period, however, had of its own accord given rise to aspirations after a fuller and more definite picture of the long, unbounded future in the life to come. These aspirations had been given shape in the pictures of the translation of individual mortals to Elysium and the islands of the blessed. Such things, however, were and continued to be matters of poetry, not of religious faith. Even the poetical fancy dealt with the marvelous past and with exceptional heroes chosen out long ago by the special favor of the gods. Such favor was not extended to include the living generations of men. The desire, once it was awakened, for a more hopeful prospect of the life to come beyond the grave, and for something more than the mere negative existence of the ancestors worshipped in family cults, must look to other sources for its satisfaction. Such desires began to be felt by many, but their originating source and the secret forces that set them going must remain for us hidden behind the obscurity that lies over the most important period of Greek development, the 8th and 7th centuries. Nor does it help us very much when historians try to stop the gaps of our knowledge with platitudes or the barren offspring of their own imagination. The existence of such desires and their growing strength is shown by the fact that they were able to create for themselves a means of satisfaction. A peculiarly limited satisfaction, it is true, in a direction that immediately occurs to everyone as soon as the subject of future blessedness or belief in immortality among the Greeks is mentioned: the Eleusinian mysteries. Section 2. Wherever the cult of the gods of the earth and the lower world, and particularly of Demeter and her daughter, was at its height, it was not difficult for hopes of a better fate in the kingdom of souls below the earth, where those deities ruled, to become attached to participation in their cult. The tendency to connect closely such hopes with the worship of these gods may have existed in many different localities. In Eleusis alone, however, and in the cults, mostly of later origin, affiliated to Eleusis, we see this connection carried out as a fully organized institution. We can follow, at least in general outline, the gradual advance of the Eleusinian religious organization. The Homeric hymn to Demeter tells us the origin, 219, of the cult according to the national legends of Eleusis. In the country of the Eleusinians, the divine daughter of Demeter, after being carried down to the lower world by Aidoneus, came up once more to the light of day and was restored to her mother. Before ascending to Olympos and the company of the other immortals, in accordance with the wish of Zeus, Demeter fulfilled her promise, and when the Eleusinians had erected a temple to her outside the city, over the spring Kalikoros, she founded the sacred worship whereby men should do honor to her in the future. She herself instructed the princes of the land in the performance of the cult and taught them her sacred orgia, which respect for the goddess does not allow them to communicate to others. This primitive Eleusinian cult of Demeter, then, is the religious service of a close corporation. Knowledge of the holy ritual, carrying with it the priesthood of the two goddesses, is confined to the descendants of the 4 Eleusinian princes to whom Demeter once gave her ordinances as an inheritance. The cult is therefore a secret one, not more so, indeed, than a great many cult societies of Greece, participation in which was strictly forbidden to all unauthorized persons. It differs from them, however, in the solemn promise which is made to the participants in its worship. Blessed is the man who has beheld these holy acts, but he that is uninitiated and has no share in the holy ceremonies shall not enjoy a like fate after his death, in the gloomy darkness of Hades. To those who share in the Eleusinian worship a privileged fate is promised after death, but even in his lifetime, we read further on, he is highly blessed whom the two goddesses love. They send him Plautos, the giver of good things, to be a beloved partner of his hearth and home. On the other hand, whosoever honors not Corir, the queen of the lower world, with gifts and sacrifice, shall do penance everlastingly. 368 ff. The narrow circle of those to whom such a tremendous promise was made began to be extended after the time when Eleusis was united with Athens, which may have taken place sometime in the 7th century, and when the Eleusinian worship was raised to the position of an official cult of the Athenian state. Nor was it Attica alone, but the whole of Greece which became interested in the Eleusinian festival, when Athens became the chief center of Greek life. A solemn truce of God was proclaimed which assured the peaceful and undisturbed performance of the sacred ritual, and distinguished the Eleusinia, like the great games and fairs of Olympia, the Isthmus, etc., as a pan-Hellenic festival. At 220, the height of Athenian power, about 440, a decree of the people was passed which required the yearly offering of first fruits of the fields to the Eleusinian temple from Athenian citizens and allies, and invited similar offerings from all Greek states. The decree could appeal in so doing to ancient and ancestral custom, and to an utterance of the Delphic god who had authorized these things. The inner history of the development of the Eleusinian festival is a matter of some obscurity. The holy rites continued to be performed at Eleusis. Eleusinian noble families still took part in the worship of the goddesses, which was yet directed by the Athenian government. On the other hand, a good deal must have been altered in the course of time. The popular decree mentioned above acquaints us with the names of 2 triads, each composed of 2 divine personages and a hero, who were worshipped at Eleusis at that time. Demeter and Corere occur together with Triptolemos, and also the god, the goddess, and Eubuleus. The Homeric hymn gives no hint of the very important position here, and in innumerable other accounts, as well as pictorial representations, attributed to Triptolemos, nor of the other addition to the Eleusinian group of divinities. It is evident that in the course of years, many different local figures and modes of worship have been added to and fused with the old cult of the 2 goddesses, and that in these local figures, we have always the one type of chthonic godhead expressing itself anew in ever varied and differentiated forms. Their number is not exhausted by the 6 already mentioned. The most important addition to the Eleusinian circle of deities was Iacchos, the son of Zeus, Chthonios, and Persephone. This god was himself an underworld deity, quite distinct from that Dionysos, with whom other Athenian cults confused him, and with whom he was in fact commonly identified. It is a very probable supposition that this god, who soon came to be regarded as the central figure of the group of deities worshipped at Eleusis, was the contribution of Athens to that circle. His temple was situated in Athens, not Eleusis. In the Athenian suburb Agri, the little mysteries were celebrated in his honor in the spring as a sort of prelude to the greater festival. At the Eleusinia itself, the sacred procession, in which the picture of the youthful god was borne from Athens to Eleusis, formed the link between the part of the festival already performed at Athens and that still to take place at Eleusis. The introduction of Iacchos into the festival of Eleusis did not merely make an external addition to the group of divinities that already shared in it. It added, 221, an act to the sacred story, the representation of which was the goal and summit of the festival, and thereby in all probability enriched it internally in meaning and substance. It is, indeed, quite impossible for us even to hazard a guess as to the exact meaning and essence of the change which came over the festival thus enlarged in the course of time. We can, however, be sure of this much. There is no ground at all for entertaining the commonly held view that it was the private mysteries of Orphic conventicles which exercised such a transforming influence on the public mysteries of the Athenian state. Those who are not content with solemn and mysterious jargon about Orphics and the like, but keep clearly in mind the well-known and quite distinctive features of the Orphic doctrine about gods and the souls of men, will easily recognize that everything points to the unlikelihood of even a single one of these having entered the circle of ideas current at Eleusis. They could only have shattered such ideas to pieces. If the festival, then, grew of its own accord in inward meaning and outward circumstance, the circle of those who came to take part in it grew as well. Originally, this festival, so rich in promised blessings, admitted only the citizens of Eleusis, perhaps only the members of certain noble Eleusinian families, and may have appeared to its members an even greater privilege through this very exclusiveness. In this respect it changed completely. Admission to it was thrown open to all Greeks, not merely Athenians, but every Greek without distinction of race or country, whether man or woman, was welcomed at Eleusis, and even heterae who were still excluded, e.g. from the Demeter festival of the Athenian women, to say nothing of children and slaves. The generosity of Athens such was the glorious boast-wished, the unexampled salvation, which this festival promised to its worshippers to be made accessible to all Greeks. What contrast to the exclusive cult unions into which a man had to be born in order, as citizen of a state, member of a fratria, clan, or family, to participate in the advantages they offered. The society of the Eleusinian Mystery Festival, once just as exclusive as the rest, had thrown open its doors so widely that this almost unconditional freedom of access became its principal and distinguishing characteristic. The attraction of membership was even heightened by the fact that just by his own unhampered free will and choice, the individual could enter the great society through the mediation of one of the two families to whom the highest priesthood of the festival, 222, was committed. The only condition made was ritual purity, and murderers, for whom this was an impossibility, as it was even for those who were only accused of the shedding of blood were, as such, excluded from the mysteries, as indeed they were from all the religious ceremonies of the state. Religious purification of the worshippers preceded and accompanied the holding of the festival. To many of the believers, it may have appeared that the whole festival itself was principally a great purification and religious dedication of unusual solemnity, by which the members, the pure, as they called themselves, were made worthy of the favor of the goddesses. Section 3. As to the actual details of what went on at the long-drawn-out festival itself, our knowledge hardly extends beyond the most external circumstances, and is even so most incomplete. A few notices in late and often untrustworthy writers give us a very inadequate picture of what took place inside the great temple of initiation and of the essential mystery. The secret which was committed to the mysti and epipty has been well kept. Considering the enormous number of worshippers indiscriminately admitted to the festival, this would, indeed, have been a real miracle, if the secret to be kept had taken the form of dogma expressed in concept and words, and capable of being communicated verbally to others. Since the labors of Lobeck, however, drastically reducing to order the confusion of opinions on this subject, no reasonable person believes that this was the case. It was difficult to let out the secret, for there was essentially no secret to let out. Profanation could only come through actions, through the mysteries being acted, as they were in the year 415 in the house of Politian. The mystery was a dramatic performance, or, more strictly, a religious pantomime, accompanied by sacred songs and formal speeches, a representation, as Christian authors let us see, of the rape of Corer, the wanderings of Demeter, and the final reunion of the goddesses. This in itself would not have made the mysteries remarkable. A similar dramatic reproduction of the circumstances attending the life of a god, which had led to the foundation of the festival in question, was a very widespread cult practice in Greece. It was part of the festivals of Zeus, here, Apollo, Artemis, Dionysos, and, above all, of other festivals in honor of Demeter herself. But the Eleusinia was distinguished from all other such festivals, even from the equally secret festivals of Demeter, known as the Thesmophoria and the Haloa, by reason, 223, of the hopes which it inspired in the minds of the initiated. The hymn to Demeter tells us that the pious worshipper of the goddess at Eleusis might hope for riches upon earth and a better fate after death. Later authorities also speak of the success in this life, which initiation at Eleusis gave good ground for expecting. But far more emphatic are the statements, made by innumerable witnesses from Pindar and Sophocles onwards, that only they who have been initiated into these mysteries may entertain a joyful expectation of the life to come. To them only is it granted to have real life in Hades. Nothing but evil awaits others in that place. It was these promises of a blessed immortality that for centuries drew so many worshippers to the Eleusinian festival. Nowhere else could such promises be obtained with such distinctness and assurance. The injunction commanding secrecy must obviously have referred to quite other matters. It cannot have applied to this, the greatest boon anticipated from initiation at Eleusis. Everyone speaks out aloud and without restraint about it. At the same time, all our information is so completely at one on the point, and so free from doubt or uncertainty, that we must perforce believe that the performances that were to be preserved, so secret, were, in reality, for the believers the source of an assurance which was not held as the mere probable conjecture of individuals, but as fixed and certain truth beyond question or need of interpretation. How this was brought about certainly remains obscure, since the discrediting of symbolism, in the sense made familiar by Cruiser or Schelling, many of our modern mythologists and historians of religion have been all the more eager to assert that the performances at the Eleusinian Mysteries were in reality the true and mystic celebration of the Greek religion of nature, as discovered by themselves. Demeter in this view would be the earth, Cora Persephone, her daughter, the seed of corn. The rape and return of Corer would mean the sowing of the seed in the earth and the rise of the young grain from beneath the soil, or, in a more general sense, the yearly decay and renewal of vegetation. In some way or other, the Mysti must have had revealed to them the real meaning of the nature symbolism hidden in the mystical performances. Witnessing these performances, they are supposed to have learnt that the fate of the seed of corn, represented by Persephone, its disappearance beneath the earth and eventual rebirth, is an image of the fate of the human soul, which also disappears that it may, 224, live again. This, then, must be the real content of the holy mystery. It remains, however, first and foremost, to be proved that the Greeks themselves would have regarded such symbolistic mummery, in which the phenomena and processes of nature appear under the guise of anthropomorphic gods, as religious at all, or would have recognized their own religion in such things. Still further admitting for the sake of argument the possibility of such an interpretation, the identification of Corer with the seed of corn and its fate leads at once, if we try to get beyond the vaguest generalities, to intolerable absurdity. It is difficult to see, however, and this would be the main point at issue, how such an analogy between the soul and the grain of seed could have led to a faith in immortality that was not to be had, it would seem, in a more direct fashion. What possible effect could have been produced by such a far-fetched and arbitrary parallel between the phenomena of two such wholly different provinces of existence? If a reasonably plausible deduction was to be made from the visible and unmistakable, the condition of the grain, to the invisible and unknown, the condition of the soul, surely the first and simplest requisite would be that a real causal connection between the two should be plainly demonstrated. These may seem dull and pedantic considerations where the sublimest forebodings of the heart are concerned, but I should not have supposed that it would have been so easy to tempt the Greeks with vague surmises from the path of logic and lucidity, or that such surmises would have afforded them such extremity of bliss. Lastly, the analogy, even if it proved anything, is false. It would only hold if the soul, like the grain, after a temporary disappearance below the earth, were promised a new life upon the earth if a palingenesia in fact were promised. That this, however, was not a belief supported by the officially conducted mysteries of Athens is admitted on all hands. Equally untenable is the view that the dramatic presentation at the mysteries of the rape and return of Corer, regarded this time as a divine personage, not as the personified grain of corn, was intended to inspire hopes of an analogous fate for the human soul, by virtue of a mystic unification of the life of man with the life of the Godhead to whom he swears allegiance. Even so, the hope based upon the typical fate of Corer could only have led to a hope for the palingenesia of mankind in general, not, what was and always remained the real belief of Eleusis, to the hope of especially 225 favored afterlife for the Mysti in the kingdom below the world. Indeed, we must not look to the Eleusinian mysteries for the ecstatic exaltation of the soul to the recognition of its own Godhead, though such exaltation was the motive force and the essential core of Greek mysticism, as of all mysticism and mystic religion. From the mysteries of Eleusis, however, it remained far removed. The belief there fostered, with its absolute division and distinction between the divine and the human, never transgressed the bounds of popular Greek religion, over whose portals stood the universally prescriptive words: hien andro equals n, hien theo equals ng/nos. The race of men is one, and the race of gods is another. Nor was Eleusis any exception to this rule. The mysteries did not point the way to mysticism. Section 4. Inquiry is on the wrong track when a deeper meaning is sought for in the mimic presentation of the sacred myth at Eleusis, whereby the human soul was to obtain the blessed hope of immortality. The conviction that the human soul was immortal in its own right, by reason of its own nature, was not a conviction that was obtained at Eleusis. That is why we may dismiss such fanciful analogies as those between the human soul and the seed of corn or the goddess of the earth's life. Such analogies, if they proved anything, would prove at most the complete indestructibility, in spite of all vicissitude, of the life of the human soul of every human soul. But this was not Eleusinian doctrine. The continued conscious existence of the soul after its separation from the body was not a doctrine, but a presupposition of Eleusis, and it could be thus presupposed because it was the basic idea of the popular and widespread cult offered to the souls of the departed. The advantage obtained by the initiated at Eleusis was that a livelier and fuller content was given to the bare existence of the disembodied soul, which was all that the current worship of the souls essentially contemplated. We are assured that only the initiated at Eleusis will have a real life after death, that evil will be the fate of the others. Not that the soul, relieved of the presence of the body, will live hereafter, but how it will live was what Eleusis taught men. With the calm assurance common to all close and confined religious associations, the Eleusinian society divided mankind into two classes: the pure, that is, those who had been initiated at Eleusis, and the innumerable multitude of the uninitiated. Only for the members in 226, communion with the mystery of Eleusis was salvation assured. Salvation was theirs as a reversionary right, but salvation such as theirs was a privilege and could only be obtained by participation in the bounteous festival of the Athenian state and in its ceremonial. Centuries of large-minded tolerance in admitting to the mysteries extended this privilege to an immense number of Greeks, and of Romans, too, in later times. But the prospect of a blessed hereafter never became a matter of course. Not as man, not even as a virtuous and pious man, did such a privilege come to anyone. It was granted solely to the member of the Eleusinian religious society and the participator in the divine service of the goddesses. What were the means employed to impress this hope, this certain expectation, rather of a blessed hereafter in Hades upon the Mysti? We must frankly admit that we cannot, unfortunately, say anything definite in answer to this question. Only to the suggestion that these hopes were grounded upon symbolic representations of any kind may we give a decided denial. And yet this is the generally accepted opinion. Symbols there may have been, as an assistance to the dramatic or pantomimic representation of the rape and return of Corer, but hardly in any other sense than that of typical condensations, the part being put for the whole, or the whole understood in the part of scenes impossible to represent in their entirety. It is true that with the lapse of centuries, and in the absence of any official written interpretation of the inner meaning and intention of the ritual, many of these symbols became unintelligible, a disadvantage which belonged to all other departments of Greek religion as well. As soon as independent reflexion on matters of religion began to arise, many sorts of allegorical or symbolical interpretations began to be applied to the details of the performances at the mysteries. Does it follow from this that the mysteries of the earth divinities, as some are inclined to believe, bore a symbolical or allegorical character from the outset, and differed in this respect from all other Greek worship of the gods? Similar interpretations were applied by philosophers or would-be philosophers to the fables of the gods in Homeric or popular mythology. The mysteries did not by any means hold a peculiar position in the minds of connoisseurs of myth interpretation in antiquity. If a deeper meaning was attached by preference to the performances at Eleusis, that only shows that much in these performances was no longer understood, or in its real meaning no longer satisfied the spirit of the philosophically centuries. But it shows also that for this 227 festival of unexampled splendor, where night and the injunction of secrecy awakened awed expectancy, performed according to an archaic ritual of ever-increasing perfection, and attended by the whole of Greece, an unusual sympathy was felt. It offered something to the eye and the ear which was attractive to all men, and they exerted themselves to find a satisfactory meaning in its sights and sounds. Finally, it is likely enough that the meaning, which they themselves had arbitrarily bestowed upon them, was what made the mysteries specially attractive to many. To this extent, it is legitimate to say that symbolism was a real and historical factor in the constitution of the mysteries. Even supposing, however, that much in the presentation of this mystic festival was consciously ordered and disposed by the founders of it with a view to symbolic interpretation, and consequently to the possibility of an ever-increasing idealization of its significance, yet this cannot have extended to the hopes of a blessed immortality revealed to the mysti. Symbolist or allegorizing modes of interpretation must always have been the private concern of individuals, and therefore liable to much uncertainty and variety. Our authorities, however, from the most diverse periods, speak with far too great distinctness and unanimity about the blessed hereafter vouchsafed to the initiated in the mysteries, for it to be credible that this can have been the outcome of any interpretation of complexities, or of any metaphorical application of the hopes derived from events in the life of the gods to a quite different province, the life of the human soul. What every witness speaks of in the plainest and simplest language, without any special mystery, the hope of future blessedness must have been offered to the participants in the mysteries in the most unequivocal fashion. It is natural, above all, to suppose that the exhibition of the mystic drama included particularly the final scene as it is sketched in the second Homeric hymn. The foundation of the Eleusinian festival by the goddess herself had once been revealed to the little city community, must have been proclaimed to the great company of those admitted to the common festival of Eleusis. The highest reward of participation in this unparalleled act of worship is what the Homeric hymn distinctly puts forth as such the peculiar favor of the gods of the lower world and a future life of blessedness within their kingdom. The statues of the goddesses were seen radiantly illuminated at this festival of grace in remembrance of their trials, their happiness, and their beneficent acts. They 228 themselves, as it seemed to the faithful believer, were invisibly present. What further need of warrant was there for the promises of future blessedness? Section 5. In spite of many extravagant statements from antiquity, we have no means of estimating how widely participation in the Eleusinian mysteries, whether of those celebrated at Eleusis itself or in the numerous associated festivals, was extended in Greece. Still, it is probable that large numbers, not from Athens alone, but from the whole of Greece, sought eagerly to enter the state of grace vouchsafed to the worshippers at Eleusis. In this way, the more lively conception of the state of the soul in the hereafter may have gradually become the common property of Greek imagination. On the whole, we must be on our guard against attributing too great an importance to these mysteries. There can hardly have been any question of moral influence. The ancients themselves, in their most exaggerated eulogies of the mysteries and their greatness, say almost nothing of this. Nor is it easy to see what part of the mysteries could have served as a vehicle of moral influence. Distinct dogma in the religious sense was never provided by the mysteries any more than by other worships of the gods in Greece. Nor was there anything exclusive about the cult of the mysteries. Side by side with that cult, and after it, the mysti took part in other worships of the gods, according to the usages prevailing in their own homes. The great festival, when it was over, left no sting behind in the hearts of the initiated. No requirement of a new manner of life, no new and peculiar condition of conscience was theirs on its account, no strange revaluation of values, contradicting the general opinions of the time, was learnt there. There was a total absence of that which, if we rightly understand the word, gives to the doctrines of sectarian religion their force and persuasiveness paradox. Even the prospect of future bliss open to the initiated did not divert them from the normal tenor of their existence. It was a genial prospect, not a compelling demand drawing all things to itself and turning men away from ordinary life. The light that fell from beyond was not so blinding that it made all things on this earth seem dark and mean. If in the decadence of Greek culture and, even among the people of Homer, ideas hostile to this life made their appearance, and in many places acquired weight and influence. If some men began to think death superior, 229 to life, and this life, of which alone we can be assured, as merely a preparation, a land of passage to a higher life in the world invisible, for all this the mysteries were not responsible. It was not they, nor the feelings and surmises awakened by their pictures and performances, that dulled the beauty of this earth for the enthusiasts, intoxicated with otherworldliness, or made them strangers to the instincts of life and sanity prevailing in older and unspoiled ages of Greek life. Certain allusions in Plutarch and Lucian would lead us to suppose that the mystery drama of Eleusis included also a visual exhibition of the underworld and its blessed or unblessed inhabitants. But these contemporaries of a final and luxuriant flowering of mystery religions of every kind can serve as reliable witnesses only for their own period. In their day, the Eleusinian festival, in competition it may be with other secret worships, which were invading the Greco-Roman world in ever-increasing numbers, seems to have undergone a considerable alteration and extension of its primitive and traditional shape. We may doubt whether in earlier, classical times, the Eleusinia can have attempted to bind the imagination with what were always petty details, or confine within formal limits what lay beyond all human experience. Still, the solemn promise of future blessedness made in the mystic festival may, at any rate, have stimulated the imagination of its worshippers and given a more definite turn to their own natural efforts to picture the life to come. The ideas cultivated at Eleusis unmistakably contributed to the process by which the picture of Hades acquired color and distinctness. Even without such stimulus, the natural instinct of the Greeks at all periods to give form even to what was essentially formless worked in the same direction. The limits set by Homeric beliefs about the future world had made the Odyssean description of a descent to Hades seem a risky experiment only to be undertaken with the greatest caution. Now, however, since the re-establishment of the belief in a conscious afterlife of the disembodied soul, such imaginative bodyings forth of the invisible realm of shadows had become apparently the most natural and innocent employment of poetic fancy. The story of Odysseus' journey to Hades and its expansion in conformity with the gradually increasing distinctness with which the life after death was conceived was followed at an early period in the development of epic poetry by further accounts of such journeys undertaken by other heroes. A Hesiodic poem described the descent of Theseus and Perithous to the underworld. A Nicaea, the details of which are unknown, occurred in the poem of the Return of the Heroes, 237 from Troy. The epic, which went by the name of the Minyas, seems to have given considerable space to a descent to Hades. The ancient fable of Heracles' descent to Hades and conflicts in the underworld received embellishment at more than one poet's hand. As a result of such repeated and rival interpretations of the story, the stock of characters and events associated with Hades was gradually and continually being enlarged. Accident has preserved to us the fact about the little-known Minyas that it, too, added to the details of the picture. To what extent popular imagination and mythology, on the one hand, and poetic inventiveness, on the other, may have been responsible for all this we can hardly say. It seems probable that here, as in the development of so many Greek myths, on the whole the balance of invention lay on the side of the poets. Purely poetic visions or pictures like that of the translation of individual heroes to Elysium may have gradually won their way to popular acceptance. "Dearest Harmodios," said the Athenian Scholian, "thou art not dead indeed, but livest yet, men say, in the islands of the blessed." Not that there was anything fixed or dogmatic on the point. In a funeral oration, Hyperides represents Leosthenes and his companions in battle as meeting in Hades, among the illustrious dead, the Tyrannicides, Harmodios, and Aristogiton. Much that may have been the invention of poets for the filling up or furnishing of the desert region so stamped itself upon the general mind that it almost seemed the natural growth of authentic popular belief. Everyone was familiar with the guardian of the gate of Plauten, the malignant hound of Hades who admits everyone but lets no one out again. He is the same creature, long known from the adventure of Heracles, which is already named Kerberos by Hesiod. Like the gate and the gatekeeper, the waters that divide Erebos from the world of the living are already known to Homer. Now they have a ferryman added to them, the churlish old man Charon, who, like a second Kerberos, safely transports everyone across the water, but lets no one return. The Minyas is the first to mention him, that he became a real figure of popular belief, as he is still in Greece to this day, though with altered significance is shown by pictures on the Attic vases that were put into the graves with the dead. These represent the soul as it stands upon the Psyche bank and meets the ferryman who will carry it over to the other side whence no man returns. The custom of burying the dead with a small coin fixed between the teeth was also explained as provision for the passage money that would have to be paid to Charon. 238. Section 2. The soul then, being safely arrived on the other bank, and Kerberos passed but what awaited it there. Those who had been initiated into the mysteries now counted upon enjoying the glad future that their hopes had formerly pictured. In reality, this blessed future, vouchsafed by the grace of the deities who rule below, was not very hard to obtain. So many were initiated and recommended to divine favor that the picture of Hades, once so gloomy, began to assume a more genial aspect. Quite early we meet with the general name of blessedness as applied to the future life, while the dead without much distinction are called the blessed. Of course, anyone who had been so foolish as to neglect or despise initiation has not the same fate below, as the hymn to Demeter discreetly puts it. Only the initiated have life, says Sophocles. The uninitiated, with whom it goes ill in the land below, can hardly have been thought of otherwise than as floating in the glimmering half-life of the shadows in the Homeric Erebos. Well-meaning modern efforts to read a moral meaning into things Greek have sought to prove that the Greeks, too, had a genuine popular belief in a future judgment and recompense for the past deeds and character of the dead. Homer makes hardly the most distant allusion to such a belief. The perjurer alone suffers in Homer the punishment at the hands of the gods of the underworld, which he had invoked upon himself in his oath. Even the sinners, and their punishment which later imitation added to the story of Odysseus' journey to Hades, considered without prejudice, do not support the opinion that Homeric poetry knew of a belief in retribution hereafter. Later poets were only following this model when they made other enemies of the gods endure eternal punishment in Hades' Thamyris, for example, or Amphion, as the Minyas related, and later Ixion in particular. All this does not, even in the slightest degree, suggest a general belief in future rewards and punishment. Of course, there is the judgment that is given in Hades by one, according to Pindar all. Roman 2:65, but this occurs in connection with a description of the last things, which the poet has borrowed from the teachings of mystic separatists. Aeschylus knows of a judgment pronounced by Hades himself, but his thoughts about divine retribution, both on earth and hereafter, are derived from his own religious temperament, which was entirely opposed to the popular beliefs of his day and more inclined to accept the speculative doctrines of the theologians. The 239, first precise account of the three judges in Hades, Minos, Rhadamanthys, and Iacchos, who judge the deeds of men done in their lifetime upon earth, occurs in Plato in a description of the other world, which reproduces anything rather than the popular beliefs of the time. Later on, the picture of the judges in Hades, to whom Triptolemos was also added, like many other details of the Platonic eschatological myths, became a real part of popular fancy, as allusions in later literature, and even, perhaps, pictures of the underworld on vase paintings from southern Italy bear witness. But the idea that in the supreme period of Greek culture the belief in a judgment and judges in Hades, who passed sentence on the deeds of men done on earth, had really any root in popular belief, is quite unproved and can be shown to be erroneous from the argument ex silentio. And where there are no judges, no judgment can take place. We often see it asserted that the belief in a future state of compensation for the good and evil deeds of this world was obtained by the Greeks from the Eleusinian mysteries. In reality, the opposite is true. If and in so far as the Greeks ever received or entertained such a belief in future rewards and punishments, the mysteries of Eleusis had nothing whatever to do with the matter. We have only to remember the simple fact that the Eleusinian mysteries admitted to initiation, with the single exception of those stained by the crime of murder, Greeks of all sorts without any inquiry into their past life and actions, or even their character. The initiated were promised a blessed life hereafter. A gloomy fate awaited the uninitiated. The difference was not made by goodness or badness. Patakion the thief will have a better fate after his death, because he has been initiated at Eleusis than Agesilaus or Epaminondas, sneered Diogenes the cynic. Not political or moral worth, but spiritual merit alone is decisive, nor will anyone be very surprised at that. It is so in most religions. But in any case, The idea of a sentence passed on virtue or vice in Hades had been forestalled by the system of rewards and punishments in the lower world, which the mysteries had already formulated from quite a different point of view. Where the mysteries were seriously and conscientiously taken, they would rather have thrown their weight into the scales against any such idea, if it began to make itself felt, of compensation for good and evil deeds in Hades. They certainly contained nothing that fostered such a belief. No doubt in the long run, among a spiritually alert people, 240, the morality inculcated by religion allied itself freely and without reluctance to the morality of the citizen in its independent development. Only in this way could the former maintain its ascendancy. Thus, in the minds of many of the Greeks, the idea of religious justification, through the mysteries, may have lent its support to the idea of civic just dealing. And, at the same time, the company of the unblessed who had neglected the sacred mysteries and their future salvation as well, was increased by the not unimportant body of those who receive the wages of sin in Hades and expiate their crimes against the gods, the family, and the civil society of men. Those who have taken a false oath, parricides, violators of the laws of hospitality, are made by Aristophanes, in the Frogs, to lie in the mud, a form of penalty originally anticipated for the uninitiated in some Orphic private mysteries, but now transferred by him to those guilty of moral misdemeanors. The inconsistency with the promises made in the mysteries themselves involved in such conceptions may have been the less observed just because the idea of a future system of compensation in accordance with the requirements of morality was never seriously or fully developed, but remained merely a matter of vague suggestion. In circumstances of real need, that ideal never satisfied anyone in Greece. Men expected to see the retributive power of the gods visibly active upon earth. Those in whom experience weakened this belief would not have derived much comfort from the idea of compensation hereafter. Everyone knows the typical case of Diagoras, the atheist. Section 3. The picturing of the future life, however seriously it might be carried on by adherents of certain mystical sects, remained for the poets and the public at Athens in the 5th century little more than an amusement of idle fancy in which a man might indulge his own whim with perfect freedom. The comic poets from Pherocrates onwards regarded a descent into the unknown country as a suitable framework for a burlesque play. According to their fancy, a paradise, like that of the golden age on earth when Cronos still ruled, awaited the blessed in the world below. A city of delight, such as men hope to meet with at the ends of the world, or even somewhere upon the real world. It is from a comedy, The Frogs of Aristophanes, in connection with the descent to Hades of a typical commonplace Athenian citizen, who for the time being plays the part of Dionysos, that we get a clearer outline of the geography of the lower regions. Beyond 241, the Acrausian Sea with its cross-grained ferrymen dwell snakes and monsters of all kinds. Having passed by the darkness and putrescence of the slough in which wallow perjurers and those who have committed crimes against father or stranger, the way leads to the palace of Plauton, near which lives the chorus of those who have been initiated into the mysteries. For them even in Hades the sun dispenses a brilliant light. They dance in myrtle groves and sing to the sound of the flute hymns of praise to the gods of the underworld. A separation of the inhabitants of the lower regions into two classes as taught by the mysteries is here also carried through. At least clear consciousness is implied in the case of the Mystae, which in itself marks clearly the change which has taken place since the Nicaea of the Odyssey. Then there are other regions in Hades besides the places where the initiated and the impious dwell. There is a reference to the plain of Lethe, and to the place where Ocnos is plaiting the rope which his Chias gnaws to pieces as fast as he plaits it. This is a parody, half humorous, half pathetic, of the Homeric figures of Sisyphus and Tantalos, a sort of bourgeois counterpart of that Homeric aristocracy of the enemies of heaven, whose punishment, as Goethe remarked, is a type of ever-unrewarded labor. But we may ask, what had honest Ocnos done to deserve this fate of eternally fruitless toil? He is only a man like other men, but he typifies all human endeavor. That anyone could have introduced such quaint inventions of innocent humor into the realm of Hades shows how far all this was from theological seriousness. Section 4. We ought to be able to observe the change which had come over the conception of the future life since the days of Homer, from a consideration of the picture of the underworld, which Polygnotos of Thassos painted on one of the walls of the hall of the Nidians at Delphi. The details of this picture are precisely known to us from the account given by Pausanias. The first impression that we get from it is the extraordinary vagueness and undeveloped state of the mythology of the underworld at this period, about the middle of the 5th century. On the wall was represented the questioning of Tiresias by Odysseus. The companies of heroes, the men and women of poetry, occupied the greater part of the space. The divine judgment of heaven was illustrated by the figures of the Homeric sinners, Tityos, Tantalos, and Sisyphos. Outside the ranks of the heroic company is Ocnos and his 212 Chias. But where is the reward of virtue, the punishment of wickedness? In expiation of the worst excesses, those committed against gods and parents, a temple robber receives a cup of poison from a sorceress, and an undutiful son is being choked by his own father. Apart from these evildoers are the uninitiated, those who have made light of the Eleusinian mysteries. Because they have missed the completion of the initiation, they are now forced, men and women, to pour water from broken pitchers into a perforated jar in ever-unavailing endeavor. There is no sign anywhere of a judge who should separate the souls into two classes, and of the monsters of the underworld, there only appears the corpse-devouring daimon Eurynomos, who must have been known to the artist from some local legend. Of the reward of the virtuous, there is not a trace, and even the hopes of the initiated in the mysteries are only vaguely alluded to in the casket which Cleobia, as she crosses the river in Charon's boat with Teles, is holding on her knee. This is a symbol of the sacred mysteries of Demeter, which Cleobia once brought from Paros to Thassos, the home of Polygnotos. With this series of pictures, hardly altered at all from Homer, contrast for a moment the scenes of torment represented in Etruscan pictures of the underworld, or the pedantic details of the trial of the dead on the Day of Judgment, as the Egyptians elaborated them in picture and writing. From such gloomy severity, from the rigid and overpowering dogmatism that a people without imagination had constructed for itself, out of religious speculations and visions won by much labor and thought, the Greeks were fortunately preserved by their own genius. Their fancy is a winged god whose nature it is to pass lightly over things not to fall heavily to earth, and there remain ponderously prostrate. Nor were they very susceptible during their best centuries to the infectious malady of a sick conscience. What had they to do with pictures of an underworld of purgatory and torment, in expiation of all imaginary types and degrees of sin, as in Dante's ghastly hell? It is true that even such dark fancies of the Christian hell are in part derived from Greek sources. But it was only the misguided fancy of particular isolated sects that could call forth such pictures as these, and recommend itself to a philosophically speculation which in its worst excesses violently contradicted all the most fundamental principles of Greek culture. The people and the religion of Greece, the mysteries which her cities organized and deemed holy, may be freely acquitted of all such aberrations. Notes to Chapter 7. 1/7 Plu, the MSS, wrongly give Themistios duin fr. 6 app. Part 2. 253. Chapter 8. Origins of the belief in immortality. The Thracian worship of Dionysos. The popular conception of the continued existence of the souls of the dead, resting upon the cult of the dead, grew up and coalesced with a view of the soul derived from Homeric teaching on the subject, which was in essential, though unrecognized, contradiction with the cult of souls. The popular conception, unchanged in all essentials, remained in force throughout the coming centuries of Greek life. It did not contain within itself the seeds of further development. It did not make any demand for better and deeper ideas of the character and condition of the soul in its independent life after its separation from the body. Still more, it had nothing in it that could have led beyond the belief in the independent future life of those souls to the conception of an everlasting, indestructible, immortal life. The continued life of the soul, such as was implied in and guaranteed by the cult of souls, was entirely bound up with the remembrance of the survivors upon earth, and upon the care, the cult, which they might offer to the soul of their departed ancestor. If that memory dies out, if the venerating thoughtfulness of the living ceases, The soul of the departed is at once deprived of the soul element in which it still maintained its shadow of an existence. It was impossible, then, that the cult of the souls should produce out of itself the idea of a true immortality of the soul, or of the independent life of the soul indestructible by its very nature. Greek religion as it existed among the people of Homer could not shape such a belief of its own accord, and even if it were offered from outside could not have accepted it. It would have meant giving up its own essential character. If the soul is immortal, it must be in its essential nature like God. It must itself be a creature of the realm of gods. When a Greek says immortal, he says God, they are interchangeable ideas. But the real first principle of the religion of the Greek people is this: that in the divine ordering of the world, humanity and divinity are absolutely divided in place and nature, and so they must ever remain. A deep, 254 gulf is fixed between the worlds of mortality and divinity. The relations between man and God promoted by religion depend entirely upon this distinction. The ethical ideas of the Greek popular conscience were rooted in the frank admission of the limitations proper to human capacity, which was conditioned by an existence, and a fate so different from that enjoyed by the gods, in the renunciation of all human claims to happiness and independence. Poetic fancies about the translation of individual mortals to an unending life, enjoyed by the soul still united to the body, might make their appeal to popular belief. But such things remained miracles in which divine omnipotence had broken down the barriers of the natural order on a special occasion. It was but a miracle, too, if the souls of certain mortals were raised to the rank of heroes, and so promoted to everlasting life. The gulf between the human and the divine was not made any narrower on that account. It remained unbridged, abysmal. The bare idea that the gulf did not in reality exist, that actually in the order of nature the inner man, the soul of man, belonged to the realm of gods, that as a divine being it had everlasting life, such an idea would involve further consequences about which no one can be in much doubt. It would have contradicted every single idea of Greek popular religion. It never could have become widely held and believed in by the Greek populace. Nevertheless, at a certain period in Greek history, and nowhere earlier or more unmistakably than in Greece, appeared the idea of the divinity and the immortality implicit in the divinity of the human soul. That idea belonged entirely to mysticism, a second order of religion, which, though little remarked by the religion of the people and by orthodox believers, gained a footing in isolated sects and influenced certain philosophical schools. Thence it has affected all subsequent ages and has transmitted to East and West the elementary principles of all true mysticism, the essential unity of the divine and the human spirit, their unification as the aim of religion, the divine nature of the human soul and its immortality. The theory and doctrine of mysticism grew up in the soil of an older cult practice. Greece received from abroad a deeply emotional religious cult, accompanied by practices that stimulated mysterious and extraordinary imaginings. The sparks of momentary illumination struck out by this faith were fed and fanned by mysticism till they became a vivid and enduring flame. For the first time, clearly 255, discernible through its mystical wrappings, we meet with the belief in the indestructibility and eternal life of the soul. We meet it in the doctrines of a mystical sect which united in the worship of Dionysos. The worship of Dionysos must have sown the first seed of the belief in an immortal life of the soul. To explain how this may have happened, to make clear to the mind of the reader how the essence and inner reality of that worship was bound to stir up the belief in an immortal life, such is our next task. Section 2. In the spiritual life of men and nations, it is not by any means the extravagant, or, in one sense or another, the abnormal that is most difficult for our sympathetic understanding to grasp. By clinging to a traditional and too narrow formula for the Greek spirit, we make difficulties for ourselves. But it is not really a matter of serious perplexity, if we reflect upon it, to understand how Greek religion at the height of its development regarded madness, mania, as a religious phenomenon of wide-reaching importance. Madness, in this sense, is a temporary destruction of physical balance, a condition in which the self-conscious spirit is overwhelmed, possessed by a foreign power, as our authorities explain it to us. This madness, which comes not from mortal weakness or disease, but from a divine banishment of the commonplace, found effective application in the mantic and telistic arts. Its effects were so common and well recognized that the truth and importance of such religious madness, entirely distinguishable from bodily disease, was treated as a fact of experience not merely by philosophers, but by the doctors themselves. For us, it only remains obscure how such divine mania was fitted into the regular working order of the religious life. The sensations and experiences themselves belonging to this condition are made intelligible enough by a whole host of analogies. In fact, if the truth were told, we should rather have to admit that it is easier for us to sympathize with such overflowing of sensation and all that goes with it than with the opposite pole of Greek religious life. The calm and measured composure with which man lifted up heart and eye to the gods, as the patterns of all life and the patrons of a serenity as brilliant and unmoved as that of the clear heavens themselves. But how came it that in the character of a single people, such extravagance of emotion was combined with a fast-bound and regulated equilibrium of temper and behavior? The answer is that these opposing features sprang from 256 different sources. They were not originally combined in Greece. The Homeric poems hardly give any hint of that overflowing of religious emotion which later Greek peoples knew and honored as a heaven-sent madness. It spread among the Greeks themselves in the train of a religious agitation, we might almost say revolution, of which Homer records, at most, only the first faint essays. It had its origin in the religion of Dionysos, and in company with this religion enters as something new and strange into Greek life. The Homeric poems do not recognize Dionysos as belonging to the gods of Olympos, but they are aware of his existence. It is true they nowhere plainly refer to him as the wine god honored in joyful festivals, but we read in the narrative of Glaucus' meeting with Diomedes of the frenzied Dionysos and his nurses who were attacked by the Thracian Lycurgos. The Maenas, the frenzied woman of the Dionysos cult, was such a well-known phenomenon, so familiar in men's minds, that the word could be used in a simile to explain the meaning of something else. In this form, the worship of the god first came to the notice of the Greeks. This was the origin of all the other festivals of Dionysos that later Greece developed in so many different directions. They learnt to know Dionysos Bakchios, who makes men frenzied, as he was worshipped in his own country. That the original home of Dionysos worship was in Thrace, that his cult, popular among many of the Thracian peoples, was particularly honored among the southernmost of the Thracian stocks, who were best known to the Greeks, and lived on the coast between the mouths of the rivers Hebrus and Axios, and in the mountainous country behind to all this the Greeks themselves bore frequent and manifold witness. The god whose name the Greeks knew in its Greek form, Dionysos, had, it appears, among the numerous and divided Thracian peoples various appellations of which those most familiar to the Greeks were Sabos and Sabazios. The Greeks must have known and remarked on the nature and worship of the god at an early period of their history. They may have met with him in Thrace itself. At all periods, they had an extensive and varied intercourse with this country, and must in the early days of their wanderings have passed through it on their way to their future home. They may have had further opportunities of knowing it from the Thracian races or tribes who, according to a few isolated legends, had dwelt in primitive times in certain localities of central Greece. The ethnographical material of these, 257, legends was regarded as founded on fact by the great historians of the 5th and 4th centuries. The cult of this Thracian divinity differed in every particular from anything that we know of from Homer as Greek worship of the gods. On the other hand, it was closely related to the cult paid by the Phrygians, a people almost identical with the Thracians, to their mountain mother Cybele. It was thoroughly orgiastic in character. The festival was held on the mountain tops in the darkness of night amid the flickering and uncertain light of torches. The loud and troubled sound of music was heard, the clash of bronze cymbals, the dull thunderous roar of kettle drums, and through them all penetrated the maddening unison of the deep-toned flute, whose sole Phrygian alertai had first waked to life. Excited by this wild music, the chorus of worshippers dance with shrill crying and jubilation. We hear nothing about singing. The violence of the dance left no breath for regular songs. These dances were something very different from the measured movement of the dance step, in which Homer's Greeks advanced and turned about in the paean. It was in frantic, whirling, headlong eddies and dance circles that these inspired companies danced over the mountain slopes. They were mostly women who whirled round in these circular dances till the point of exhaustion was reached. They were strangely dressed. They wore bassarai, long flowing garments, as it seems, stitched together out of foxskins. Over these were doeskins, and they even had horns fixed to their heads. Their hair was allowed to float in the wind. They carried snakes sacred to Sabazios in their hands and brandished daggers or else Thiosos wands, the spear points of which were concealed in ivy leaves. In this fashion they raged wildly until every sense was wrought to the highest pitch of excitement, and in the sacred frenzy, they fell upon the beast selected as their victim and tore their captured prey limb from limb. Then with their teeth they seized the bleeding flesh and devoured it raw. It is easy enough, by following poets' descriptions and plastic representations of such scenes, to elaborate still further the picture of this nocturnal festival of fanatic enthusiasm. But we must ask, what was the meaning of it all? We shall get nearest to the truth if we will exclude as far as possible all theories imported from unrelated provinces of thought and fix our attention solely on what, for the participants, was the result of it all, the result anticipated and consciously proposed by them, and therefore the recognized object, or, at least, 258 of the recognized objects of these strange proceedings. The participators in these dance festivals induced intentionally in themselves a sort of mania, an extraordinary exaltation of their being. A strange rapture came over them in which they seemed to themselves and others frenzied, possessed. This excessive stimulation of the senses, going even as far as hallucination, was brought about, in those who were susceptible to their influence, by the delirious whirl of the dance, the music and the darkness, and all the other circumstances of this tumultuous worship. This extreme pitch of excitement was the result intended. The violently induced exaltation of the senses had a religious purpose, in that such enlargement and extension of his being was man's only way, as it seemed, of entering into union and relationship with the God and his spiritual attendants. The God is invisibly present among his inspired worshippers. At any rate, he is close at hand, and the tumult of the festival is to bring him completely into their midst. There are various legends about the disappearance of the God into another world and his return thence to mankind. Every second year his return is celebrated, and it is just this appearance, this epiphany of the God, that gives the reason and the motive of the festival. The bull god, in the most ancient and primitive form of the belief, appeared in person among the dancers, or else the imitated roaring of a bull produced by hidden mimes of terror served to suggest the invisible presence. The worshippers, too, in furious exaltation and divine inspiration, strive after the God. They seek communion with him. They burst the physical barriers of their soul. A magic power takes hold of them. They feel themselves raised high above the level of their everyday existence. They seem to become those spiritual beings who wildly dance in the train of the God. Nay, more, they have a share in the life of the God himself. Nothing less can be the meaning of the fact that the enraptured servants of the God call themselves by the name of the God. The worshipper who in his exaltation has become one with the God is himself now called Sabos, Sabazios. The superhuman and the infrahuman are mingled in his person. Like the frenzied God, he throws himself upon the sacrificial animal to devour it raw. To make this transformation of their nature outwardly manifest, the participants in the dance festival wear strange dress. They resemble in their appearance the members of the wild Thiosos of the God. The horns they set on their heads recall the horned, bull-shaped God himself, etc. The whole might be called a religious drama, since 259, everything is carefully arranged so as to suggest to the imagination the actual presence of the mysterious figures from the spirit world. At the same time, it is something more than mere drama, for it can hardly be doubted that the players themselves were possessed by the illusion of living the life of a strange person. The awe-inspiring darkness of night, the music, especially that of the Phrygian flute, to which the Greeks attributed the power of making its hearers full of the God, the vertiginous whirl of the dancehall, these may very well, in suitably disposed natures, have really led to a state of visionary exaltation in which the inspired person saw all external objects in accordance with his fancy and imagination. Intoxicating drinks, to which the Thracians were addicted, may have increased the excitement. Perhaps they even used the fumes derived from certain seeds, with which the Scythians and Massagetae knew how to intoxicate themselves. We all know how even today in the East the smoke of hashish may make men visionaries and excite religious raptures in which the whole of nature is transformed for the enthralled dreamer. Only when thus possessed did the Bakshai drink milk and honey out of the rivers. Their power ceased when they came to themselves again, says Plato. For them the earth flowed with milk and honey, and the air was filled with the sweet odors of Syria. Hallucination was accompanied by a state of feeling in which pain itself was only an added stimulus to sensation, or in which the visionary became completely insensible to pain, as is not unusual in such states of exaltation. Every detail confirms the picture of a condition of wild excitement in which the limitations of ordinary life seem to be abolished. These extraordinary phenomena transcending all normal experience were explained by saying that the soul of a person thus possessed was no longer at home, but abroad, having left its body behind. This was the literal and primitive meaning understood by the Greek when he spoke of the ecstasies of the soul in such orgiastic conditions of excitement. This ecstasies is a brief madness, just as madness is a prolonged ecstasies. But the ecstasies, the temporary alienatio mentis of the Dionysiac cult, was not thought of as a vain, purposeless wandering in a region of pure delusion, but as a hieromania, a sacred madness in which the soul, leaving the body, winged its way to union with the god. It is now with and in the god, in the condition of enthusiasmos. Those who are possessed by this are e/entheai, they live and have their being in the god. While still retaining 260, the finite ego, they feel and enjoy to the full the infinite powers of all life. In ecstasies, the soul is liberated from the cramping prison of the body. It communes with the god and develops powers of which, in the ordinary life of every day, thwarted by the body, it knew nothing. Being now a spirit holding communion with spirits, it is able to free itself from time and see what only the spiritual eye beholds, things separated from it in time and space. The enthusiastic worship of the Thracian servants of Dionysos gave birth to the inspiration mantiquae, a form of prophecy which did not, like prophecy as it invariably appears in Homer, have to wait for accidental, ambiguous and external signs of the god's will, but on the contrary entered immediately into communion with the world of gods and spirits, and in this heightened spiritual condition beheld and proclaimed the future. This power belonged to men only in ecstasies, in religious madness, when the god enters into men. The Maenads are the official exponents of this mantiquae of inspiration. It is simple and intelligible enough that the Thracian cult of Dionysos, which was throughout a means of stimulating men to a condition of extreme exaltation that they might enter into direct communion with the spirit world, also encouraged the prophesying of inspired seers, who in their rapt exaltation and frenzy became clairvoyant. Among the Thracian satrae, there was a tribe called the Bes, who produced prophertae, and these were in charge of an oracle of Dionysos situated on the top of a high mountain. The prophetess of this temple was a woman who gave prophecies like the Pythia at Delphi, that is to say, in a state of rapt ecstasy. This, at least, is what Herodotus says, and we have many other accounts of Thracian mantiquae and its close connection with the orgiastic cult of Dionysos. Section 3. The Greek type of religion, perhaps from its very origin, certainly at the earliest period of its development, in which it becomes accessible to our observation, the period to which the Homeric poems belong, had no leaning to anything resembling an excited emotional worship like that practiced by the Thracians in their orgiastic cult of Dionysos. The whole movement, wherever it came to their notice, must have struck the Greeks of Homer as something strange and barbaric, attractive only through the interest ever attached to the unknown. And yet the fact is certain: the thrilling tones, 261 of this enthusiastic worship, awoke an answering chord deep in the hearts of many Greeks. In spite of all that was strange, they must have recognized a familiar accent in it, something that, however outlandishly expressed, could appeal to the common nature of mankind. This enthusiastic Thracian cult was in fact only a special expression, conforming to their peculiar national characteristics, of a religious impulse that is to be found all over the earth, and which breaks out in every stage of civilization. It must, indeed, answer to an instinctive need of human nature and be rooted in the physical and psychical constitution of man. In moments of supreme exaltation, man felt the presence above him and around him of mighty powers that seemed to express themselves even in his own personal life. These he was no longer to confront in pious and fearful awe, passively confined within the limits of his own separate personality. He was to break down every barrier and clasp them to his heart, making them his own in unconditional surrender. Mankind needed not to wait for that strange product of poetry and thought, pantheism, before it could experience this instinctive need to lose its own private existence, for a moment, in the divine. There are whole races of men, not otherwise among the most distinguished members of the human family, who have a special tendency and gift for such expansion of the human consciousness into the superpersonal. They have an urgent impulse to such rapt and visionary states, and they regard the enticing or horrifying visions that visit them in those states as actual experiences of another world into which their souls have for a brief while been transported. In every part of the world, there are peoples who regard such ecstatic exaltation as the only true religious act, the only way of intercourse with the spirit world available to man, and base their religious performances principally upon such ceremonial as experience has shown to be most capable of inducing the ecstasies and visions. The means most commonly adopted by such peoples to produce the desired intensity and stimulation of feeling is a violently excited dance prolonged to the point of exhaustion, in the darkness of night, to the accompaniment of tumultuous music. Sometimes whole companies of the people induce in themselves a state of religious excitement by wild and furious dancing. More often selected individuals, specially susceptible to such impressions, suffer their souls to be drawn out by music and dancing and every other sort of stimulating influence, and made to visit the world of spirits and gods. Such magicians and priests who can place 262 themselves in immediate contact of soul with the spirit world are to be found all over the globe. The shamans of Asia, the medicine men of North America, the angekok's of Greenland, the beautios of the Antilles, the piage of the Caribbees are merely special cases of a universal type, essentially the same in all its different manifestations. Africa, Australia, and the island world of the Pacific are equally familiar with them. Both their performances and the range of ideas that lie behind them belong to a type of religious experience that occurs with the regularity of a natural phenomenon, and must therefore not be regarded as abnormal. Even among Christian peoples of long standing, the smoldering fires of this primitive and emotional type of religion are ever ready to burst out again in renewed flames, and those who feel their warmth are kindled to a more than human sense of life and vigor. Conventionality and traditionalism, even the substitution of a cold and spurious mimicry for real feeling, are of course quite compatible with a form of religion which consists so much in the display of emotion. But even so, the most cautious observers have declared that by such violent stimulation of every sense, the magicians are thrown into a state of quite unfeigned exaltation. In accordance with the character and content of their normal modes of thought, the hallucinations to which the magicians are subject differ in different cases, but as a general rule, their frenzy opens to them a way of immediate intercourse, frequently of complete communion of being, with the gods. This is the only explanation which will account for the fact that, like the inspired Bacchantes of Thrace, the magicians and priests of so many peoples are called by the name of the divinity to whom their enthusiastic worship elevates them. The impulse to union with God, the extinction of the individual in the divine, these are what form the fundamental points of contact between the mysticism of the most highly cultivated and talented people and the emotional religion of primitive savages. Even the external machinery of excitement and stimulation are not always dispensed with by the mystics. They are always the same as those with which we are already familiar in the orgiastic religion of primitive people's music, the giddy whirl of the dance, narcotic stimulants. Thus, to take the most striking example out of many that might be given, the dervishes of the Orient whirl round in their violent dances to the rattle of drums, and the sound of flutes till the last stages of excitement and exhaustion are reached. The purpose of it all is vividly expressed by the 263 most fearless of all the mystics, Jalaluddin Rumi, in the words, "He that knows the power of the dance dwells in God, for he has learnt that love can slay." Allahu. Section 4. Wherever a cultus of this kind, making its aim an objectification of ecstatic raptures, has taken root whether in whole races of men or in religious communities there, we find in close alliance with it, whether as cause or effect or both, a peculiarly vital belief in the life and power of the soul of man after its separation from the body. Our comparative glance over the analogous phenomena of other lands has shown us that the exalted worship offered to Dionysos among the Thracians was only a single variety of a method, familiar to more than half the human race, of getting into touch with the divine by a religious enthusiasmos. We therefore expect to find among the Thracians a specially strong and well-developed belief in the life of the soul. And in fact, we find Herodotus telling us of a Thracian tribe, the Getae, whose belief made men immortal. They had only one god, Zalmoxis by name. To this god, who dwelt in a cavernous mountain, all the dead of their race, they believed, would one day be gathered and have immortal life. The same belief was held by other Thracian tribes, too. This creed seems to have had in view the transplantation of the dead to a blessed life in the hereafter. But it would seem this transplantation was not perhaps forever. We hear of the belief that the dead would return from the other world, and that this idea existed among the Getae is implied, though the narrator does not clearly understand this, by the absurd pragmatizing fable which Herodotus got from the Greek settlers on the Hellespont and the Pontos. In this story, as often in later accounts too, Zalmoxis is actually a slave and pupil of Pythagoras of Samos. Whoever invented this fairy tale was led to it by observing the close relationship between the Pythagorean doctrine of the soul and the Thracian belief. In the same way, later observers of the same fact reversed the positions and made Pythagoras the pupil of the Thracian. In any case, the fact cannot to be doubted that in Thrace people thought they had found again the special doctrine of Pythagoras as to the transmigration of souls. The belief in the return of the soul must be interpreted as meaning that the souls of the dead return to life in new bodies and resume their life on earth, to this extent being 264, immortal. Only so interpreted could it have been held for a moment without coming into conflict with obvious appearances. An allusion in Euripides seems to regard as Thracian such a belief in a recurrent incarnation of the soul. We should be justified in expecting to find an inner connection between this Thracian belief in immortality, which seems to have made such an impression on our Greek informants, and the religion and enthusiastic worship of the same people. Nor are traces lacking of a close association of the Thracian worship of Dionysos and Thracian cult of the souls. But if we ask why the religion of the Thracian Dionysos was attended by a belief in the independent, indestructible life of the soul, a life not confined to the period of its sojourn in the body which at present envelopes it, the answer must be sought not in the nature of the god to whom the cult was offered, that nature being, in fact, insufficiently known to us, but in the nature of the cult itself. The object of that cult, we might almost say its special task was to exalt its worshippers to a state of ecstasies, in which their souls should be forcibly delivered from the normal circle of their human and circumscribed being, and raised as pure spirits to communion with the God and his company of spirits. The true Bacchae, those who were really cast into a state of religious madness, found in the rapture of these orgies a new province of experience open before them. They experience things of which they could give no account in the fully conscious light of ordinary day. There can be no doubt that the experiences and visions that their ecstasies gave them were regarded by them as the plainest and most literally real of facts. The belief in the existence and life of a second self, distinct from the body and separable from it, was already encouraged by the experiences of the separate existence and independent behavior of that self in dreams and fainting fits. How much more strongly and vividly must this belief have been confirmed for those who in the intoxication of those delirious dances had experienced for themselves how the soul, freed from the body, could participate in the joys and terrors of the divine existence, not indeed the whole man, body and soul together, but the soul by itself, and in separation from the body the spiritual being invisibly living within the man. The sense of its own divinity, its eternity, which had been blindingly revealed to it in ecstasies, might be developed by the soul into a lasting persuasion that it was indeed of a divine nature, and called to a divine life which it would enjoy forever as soon as it was freed from the body. 265. Just as it had then enjoyed it for a moment. No mere intellectual arguments could give such powerful support to a spiritualism of this kind as the personal experience itself, which, even in this life, supplied a foretaste of what the individual was one day to enjoy as his own forever. In some such way as this, the persuasion of an independent, continued existence of the soul after the death of its body was developed into a belief in the divinity and immortality of the soul. In all such cases, it was almost inevitable that the naive distinction between body and soul, natural to simple-minded peoples and individuals, should harden into an opposition between the two. The descent from the heights where the ecstatic and emancipated soul enjoyed its thrilling delights was too sudden. The body could not but seem a burden and a hindrance, almost an enemy of the heaven-born soul. Disparagement of the ordinary existence of every day, a turning aside from this life, these are the natural results of such an advanced spiritualism, even though it may have no speculative basis, when it influences so profoundly the religious temperament of a people, as yet untroubled by the subtleties of a scientific culture. A trace of such a depreciation of the earthly life of mankind in comparison with the joys of a free-spirit existence is to be found in what Herodotus and other narrators tell of certain Thracian tribes who receive the newborn among their kinsfolk with mourning, and bury their dead with joyful acclamation, for the latter are now beyond the reach of all pain and are living in perfect happiness. The cheerfulness with which the Thracians faced death in battle was explained by the persuasion which they held that death was only an entrance into a higher life for the soul. They were even credited with a real desire for death, for to them, dying seemed so fair. Section 5. Further than this, the Thracians who never quite outgrew a sort of semi-animated torpor of the intellect could not go on the way marked out for them. The seed of a mystical form of religion that existed in the ecstatic dance orgies of Dionysos' worship never came to fruition. We never feel with them that we are being taken beyond the region of vague, unconscious emotion. It is but a passing illumination that, for a moment of wild excitement, reveals the near presence of overwhelming spirit forces. Not until the flames of such ecstatic worship were fed and nourished by a people of more independent and developed spiritual life could fitful suggestions be welded into deep and 266 enduring thought. Reflexion upon the nature of the world and of God, the changing and deceptive flow of appearance with the indestructible one reality behind it. The conception of a divinity that is one, a single light that, divided into 1,000 rays and reflected from everything that is, achieves its unity again in the soul of man. Such thoughts as these, allied to the dim, half-conscious impulse of an enthusiastic dance worship, might allow the pure waters of the stream of mysticism to run clear at last, freed from the turbid and unsatisfying enthusiasm of popular religious practices. Thus, for example, among the stern and rigid-minded peoples of Islam, with their stiff, uncompromising monotheism, there arose, no one knows whence, the inspired dance orgies of the dervishes, which then spread far and wide, carrying with them the mystical doctrine of the Sufis, that child of the profound mind of India. Man is God, God is all. Such was the pronouncement of the inspired poetry, the special contribution, in particular of Persia, to this religion of mystic *** ecstasy, now in the most transparent simplicity, now in the most gorgeous magnificence of imagery. In the ecstatic dance, which in this case remained in organic connection with the mystical doctrine, as the soil of the maternal earth with the flowers which she puts forth, new strength was ever being added to the spiritual superstructure. Mystical theory was invigorated by the practical experience, in heightened consciousness, of an internal and unquenchable source of undying power and might. The veil of the world was torn aside for the inspired worshipper. The All-One became sensible and intelligible for him. It poured into his own being. The deification of the mysti was realized in him. Who knows the power of the dance dwells in God. Many years before all this, a process of development was completed on Greek soil which has no closer parallel than the special phase of Oriental religion just referred to. Greek religion never indeed, so long at least as the independence of Greek life lasted, went to the extravagant lengths of Oriental mysticism. Even the sense of the infinite had to be expressed by the Greek imagination in plastic form. But for all that, on Greek soil, in the ecstatic cult of Dionysos, under the influence of Greek reflection upon God, the world, and mankind, the seeds which previously lay undeveloped in the womb of that cult were unfolded in a mystical doctrine, whose guiding principle was the divinity of the human soul and the infiniteness of its life in God. It was from this source that Greek philosophy found the courage to advance a doctrine of the immortality of the soul. Notes to Chapter 8. 282. Chapter 9. Dionysiac religion in Greece. Its amalgamation with Apolline religion, ecstatic prophecy, ritual purification and exorcism, asceticism. The Greeks received from the Thracians and assimilated to their own purposes the worship of Dionysos, just as, in all probability, they received the personality and worship of Ares and the Muses. Of this assimilation, we cannot give any further particulars. It took place in a period lying before the beginnings of historical tradition. In this period, a multiplicity of separate tendencies and conceptions, freely mingled with features borrowed from foreign creeds, were welded together to form the religion of Greece. Homer is already acquainted with the fanatical worship of Dionysos. The god is called by the name under which Greek worshippers made themselves familiar with the stranger. But in Homer, Dionysos appears only once or twice for a moment in the background. He is not the bountiful giver of wine. He does not belong to the round table of the great gods assembled on Olympos. Nowhere in the story told in either of the Homeric poems does he influence the life and destiny of human beings. There is no need to seek far for the reason of Dionysos' subordinate position in the Iliad and the Odyssey. Homer's silence makes it quite plain that at that time, the Thracian god had not yet emerged from a position of insignificance or merely local importance in the life and faith of Greece. Nor is this hard to understand. The cult of Dionysos only gradually won recognition in Greece. Many legends tell of the battles that had to be fought by the new worship and of the opposition that met the invader. We hear how the Dionysiac frenzy and the ecstasies of the Dionysiac dance festival took possession of the whole female population of many districts of central Greece and the Peloponnese. Sometimes, a few women would venture to join the wandering choruses of wild Bacchants who danced upon the mountain tops. Here and there the king of the land would oppose the progress of this tumultuous worship. Such stories are told of the daughters of Minyas in Orchomenos, of Proitos in Turins, of King Pentheus at Thebes, and Perseus at Argos. Their opposition to the Dionysiac form of worship, occurring in 283 reality at no precise date, assumed a deceptive distinctness in the artificial systems of the mythologists and developed the character of historical events. In reality, what we are told of these individuals how, the opponents of Dionysos themselves fell into even wilder frenzy, and in Bacchic delirium slew and tore in pieces their own children instead of the victim animal. Or, as in the case of Pentheus, became themselves the victim slain and torn in pieces by the raging womenal. This belongs to the class of etiological myth. They are legends in which special features of worship, for example, the existing or dimly remembered sacrifice of human beings at the feasts of Dionysos, are provided with a mythical prototype in the supposed historical past of mythology, and thus receive their justification. Still, there remains a substratum of historical fact underlying such stories. They all presuppose that the cult of Dionysos arrived from abroad and entered into Greece as something foreign. This presupposition notoriously corresponds to the actual facts of the case, and we are bound to assume that the account which they immediately proceed to give of the violent opposition which this cult, and only this cult, met with in many parts of Greece, is not pure fiction. We are obliged to recognize that such stories preserved a trace of real historical memory, expressed in the one form which was invariably assumed by the earliest Greek tradition, namely mythology, in which all the accidents and varieties of earthly experience were condensed into types of universal applicability. It was then not without opposition, it appears, that the worship of Dionysos, descending from the north into Boeotia, spread from thence to the Peloponnese and at an early period invaded even some of the islands as well. In truth, even if we had no evidence at all on the point, We should have expected the Greeks to feel a profound repugnance to this disorderly and tumultuous Thracian worship. A deep-seated instinct must in their case have resisted such extravagance of emotional excitement and refused to lose itself in the limitless abyss of mere feeling. This unchecked roaming over the mountain sides in nocturnal revelry might be suitable enough for Thracian womenfolk, but respectable Greek citizens could not give themselves up to such things without a struggle without, indeed, a break with all inherited propriety and decorum. It seems to have been the women who were the first to give in to the invading worship, carried away in a real frenzy of inspired enthusiasm, and the new cult may really have owed its first success chiefly to them. What we are told of the irresistible progress and widespread success of the 284 Bacchic dance worship, and its exaltation reminds us of the phenomena which have attended similar religious epidemics, such as have in more recent times occasionally burst out and overflowed whole countries. We may in particular recall to mind the accounts which we have of the violent and widespread dance madness which, soon after the severe mental and physical shock suffered by Europe in the Black Death of the 14th century, broke out on the Rhine and for centuries could not be entirely stamped out. Those who were attacked by the fever were driven by an irresistible impulse to dance. The bystanders, in convulsions of sympathetic and imitative fury, joined in the whirling dance themselves. Thus the malady was spread by contagion, and soon whole companies of men, women, and girls wandered dancing through the country. In spite of the insufficiency of the surviving records, the religious character of this dance enthusiasm is unmistakably apparent. The Church regarded it as a heresy. The dancers called upon the name of Saint John or of certain demons. Hallucinations and visions of a religious nature accompanied their ecstasies. Can it have been another such popular religious malady, which attacked Greece perhaps in the train of the disturbance of spiritual equilibrium, caused by the destructive migrations which take their name from the Dorians? The circumstances of the time must have predisposed men's minds in that direction, and made them ready to accept the Thracian Dionysos and his enthusiastic dance worship. In any case, this invasion did not, like its medieval counterpart, break down by coming into conflict with a well-established religion and an exclusive ecclesiastical organization of a very different temper from its own. In the deceptive twilight of myth, we can only dimly discern the arrival and progress of the Dionysiac religion in Greece. But so much at least is evident. The Bacchic cult, though it had to overcome many obstacles, at last established itself in Greece and triumphantly overran both mainland and islands, until in the course of time it obtained a profound and far-reaching importance in Greek life of which Homer could scarcely give a hint. Section 2. It was no longer simply the old Thracian Dionysos who now took his place beside the other great gods of the Greek Olympos as one of themselves. He had become Hellenized and humanized in the meantime. Cities and states celebrated him in yearly festivals as the giver of the vines inspiring fruit, as 285, the daimonic patron of vegetation, and the whole of nature's rich and flourishing growth. He was worshipped as the incarnation of all natural life and vigor in the fullest and widest sense, as the typical exponent of the most eager enjoyment of life. Even art, the highest expression of the courage and pride of life, drew much of its inspiration and its aspiration towards the infinite from the worship of Dionysos, and the drama, that supreme achievement of Greek poetry, arose out of the choruses of the Dionysiac festival. Now the art of the actor consists in entering into a strange personality, and in speaking and acting out of a character, not his own. At bottom, it retains a profound and ultimate connection with its most primitive source, that strange power of transfusing the self into another being which the really inspired participator in the Dionysiac revels achieved in his ecstasies. The essential features of the god as he first arrived in Greece from foreign lands, in spite of much alteration and transformation of the primitive type, were thus not entirely lost. There remained also, in addition to the cheerful festivity of the daylight worship of Dionysos, as it was celebrated more particularly in Athens, certain vestiges of the old ecstatic worship, which drove men and women over the mountains in nocturnal revelry. In many places there were still celebrated the triteric festivals in which at recurrent intervals the epiphany of Dionysos, his appearance in the world of men and ascent from the underworld, was *** solemnized by night. The primitive character of Dionysos the Lord of Spirits, and of the souls of the dead, a very different figure, indeed, from the tender and delicate wine god of later times, was still obscurely present in many features of the Dionysiac festivals, in those of Delphi especially, but even to some extent at Athens too. The ecstasy and the violence, even the dark savagery of the ancient cult, did not quite die out in the midst of all the refinements of Greek civilization. Recognizable traces of such things were preserved in the Noctilia and Agrionia, and in the various triteric festivals that were offered to the god in many different localities. In Greece, the awful god received the blood of human victims. Nor did the outward signs of delirious frenzy, such as the eating of raw flesh, the killing and tearing in pieces of snakes, entirely disappear. So little, indeed, did the Bacchic frenzy that could exalt and lift the worshipper to communion with the god and his train disappear before the gentler attractions of the gracious wine god and his festival, that the raving and possession which characterized the cult of Dionysos were 286, now actually regarded by foreign peoples as the essentially Hellenic form of the worship of the god. Thus, a sympathetic understanding of the orgiastic cult and its tremendous capabilities lived on. The Bacchantes of Euripides still preserves for us a breath of its magic, a trace of the enthusiasm and exaltation that overwhelmed the senses and enthralled the will and consciousness of those who gave themselves up to the powerful Dionysiac influence. Like an irresistible current that overwhelms a swimmer, or like the mysterious helplessness that frustrates the dreamer, the magic power emanating from the neighborhood of the god took complete possession of the worshipper and drove him whither it willed. Everything in the world was transformed for him. He himself was altered. Every character in the play falls under the spell as soon as he enters into the magic circle. Even the modern reader who turns over the pages of Euripides' poem feels something of that strange power to subdue the soul wielded by the Dionysiac mysteries and experiences in his own person, a faint reflection of these extraordinary states of mind. Probably as a result of this profound Dionysiac fever, which had once raged through Greece like an epidemic, and was liable to periodic returns in the nocturnal festivals of the god, there remained in the constitution of the Greek people a certain morbid weakness, a susceptibility to suddenly appearing and as suddenly disappearing crises in which the normal powers of perceiving and feeling were temporarily overthrown. A few stray accounts have come down to us in which we read how such brief attacks of passing insanity ran through whole cities like an infectious disease. The corybantic form of the malady, which was religious in character and took its name from the daimonic companions of the Phrygian mountain mother, was a phenomenon quite well known to doctors and psychologists. Those affected by such fevers saw strange figures that corresponded to no objective reality, and heard the sound of invisible flutes, until at last they were excited to the highest pitch of frenzy and were seized with a violent desire to dance. The initiation festivals of the Phrygian deities were specially directed to the discharge, and so eventually to the cure and purgation of such emotional states. The means employed being principally dance and music, more especially the music composed for the flute by the old Phrygian masters. Music that could fill the soul with inspiration in suitably disposed natures. By such methods, the ecstatic element was not simply suppressed or expelled. It was taken, 287, up as a special disciplinary process by the physician priesthood, who recognized in it a vital movement and added it to the regular worship of the god. In a similar fashion, Greece, in its most enlightened period, accepted and practiced the enthusiastic cult of Dionysos. Even the tumultuous night festivals of the Thracian god festivals closely related to those of Phrygia, from which they had borrowed, and to which they had given so many features, were made to serve the purgation of the ecstatically exalted soul. The worshipper in such festivals initiated his soul into the company of the god in holy purifications, while he raged over the mountains in Bacchic frenzy. The purification consisted in this case, too, of violent excitement in which the soul was stimulated to the highest pitch of religious ecstasy. Dionysos, as Bacchius, awoke the holy madness which he himself again, after it had reached its highest point of intensity, stilled and tranquilized as Lysios and Melitios. The old Thracian cult of ecstasy has here been modified in a fashion that belonged only to Greek soil and to Greek modes of thought. Legend, allegorizing the facts, threw back this final development of the Dionysiac worship into the remotest antiquity. Even Hesiotic poems related how the daughters of King Proitos of Turin wandered in the holy frenzy of Dionysos over the mountain of Peloponnesus, until at last they and all the asterisk multitude of women who had joined them were healed and purified by Melampus the seer of Pylos, famed in legend. The cure was effected through the intensification of the Dionysiac frenzy, with loud crying and inspired dancing, and further, by the use of certain special purificatory devices. Melampus did not put an end to the Dionysiac cult and its enthusiasm, he rather regulated and developed it. For this reason, Herodotus can even call him the founder of the Dionysiac cult in Greece. Legend, however, always recognized in this founder of the Dionysiac festival an adherent of the specifically Apolline form of religion. Apollo had favored him especially, and bestowed upon him the seership which became ancestral in his family. Legend used him as a type in which the reconciliation between the Apolline and the Dionysiac was figuratively expressed. The reconciliation is an historical fact, but it did not happen in the primitive past of legend. It is a fact, however, that Apollo did at last, doubtless after prolonged resistance, enter into the closest alliance with this remarkable divine brother of his, the Hellenized Dionysos. 288, the covenant must have been made at Delphi. There, at least on the heights of Parnassos, in the Corycian cave, the Triteric festival of Dionysos was held every second year in the close neighborhood of Apollo the Lord of Delphi. Nay, more, in Apollo's own temple the grave of Dionysos was shown, and at this grave, while the Thyiades of the god rushed over the mountain heights, the priests of Apollo celebrated a secret festival of their own. The festal year of Delphi was divided, though unequally it is true, between Apollo and Dionysos. To such an extent had Dionysos taken root at Delphi, so closely were the two gods related, that while the front pediment of the temple showed the form of Apollo, the back pediment represented Dionysos and the Dionysos of the nocturnal ecstatic revels. Apollo, too, shared in the Triteric festival of Dionysos, while Dionysos in later times at the Pentateric festival of the Pythia received, as well as Apollo, his share of sacrifice and the contests of cyclic choruses. The two divinities have many of their titles and attributes in common. In the end, the distinction between them seems to disappear entirely. Antiquity never forgot that at Delphi, the radiating center of his cult, Apollo was an intruder. Among the older deities whom he supplanted there, the name of Dionysos also occurred. But the Delphic priesthood thought it wise to tolerate the Thracian god and his ecstatic cult that at first seemed so opposed to that of their own deity. Dionysos may have been too vigorous a spirit to allow his worship to be suppressed like that of the earth divinity who sent the prophetic dreams. Apollo is the Lord of Delphi, but the priesthood of the Delphic Apollo, following in this the tendency to religious syncretism which is so recognizable in them, took the worship of Dionysos under their protection. The Delphic oracle, in fact, introduced Dionysos into localities where he had hitherto been a stranger, and nowhere so successfully or with such momentous consequences as at Athens. It was this promoting of the Dionysiac form of religion by the great corporation, which had the leadership in Greece in all matters of religion, that did more than anything else to secure for the god and his worship that profound, wide-reaching influence on Greek religion that Homer, who knows little even of the Delphic oracle, completely ignores. But it was a gentler and more civilized Dionysos whom Delphi popularized and even helped to reshape. The extravagance of his ecstatic abandonment was pruned and moderated 289 to suit the more sober temper of ordinary city life, and the brighter, daylight festivals of urban and countryside worship. Hardly a trace of the old Thracian worship of ecstasy and exaltation is discoverable in the Dionysiac worship of Athens. In other places, and especially in the districts ruled over by the Delphic Apollo himself, Dionysiac worship preserved more of its primitive nocturnal wildness. Even Athens, in obedience to an oracular command, sent a religious embassy of elected women to the Delphic Triteria. It is plain enough, however, that in all this there was nothing but a dim counterpart of the former tumultuous mountain worship of the god, and its profound soul-stirring ceremonies. The worship of Athens and Delphi had reduced all that to a vague ritual traditionalism. Section 3. But in spite of all attempts to moderate and civilize it outwardly, the cult of Dionysos retained as its most enduring feature a tendency to the ecstatic and the extravagant that was continually breaking out in threatening or alluring guise. So strong indeed was the ecstatic element in Dionysiac worship, that when the Apolline and Dionysiac forms of religion became united, as at Delphi, it was the Apolline worship once so hostile to anything in the nature of ecstasy that had to accept this entirely novel feature. The prophecy of inspiration, deriving its knowledge of the unseen from an elevation of the human soul to the divine, was not always a part of Greek religion. Homer, of course, knows of the prophetic art in which specially instructed seers explained such signs of the gods will as occurred accidentally or were purposely sought out by men, and by this means claimed to discover the will of heaven both at the moment and for the future. This is, in fact, the sort of prophecy that Apollo bestowed upon his seers. But the prophecy of which there was no art, and which no man could be taught, for it came in a moment by inspiration, of this Homer shows no trace. In addition to professional and independently working prophets, the Odyssey, and even the Iliad, too, are aware of the enclosed oracular institutions belonging to the temple of Zeus at Dodona and that of Apollo at Pytho. Both these used the names of the gods with whose service they were concerned to increase the effect and the credit of their utterances. In the Odyssey, but not the Iliad, there is a reference to the influence wielded by the oracle of Apollo in the more important circumstances of a people's 290 life. But whether at that time it was an inspired prophetess who gave replies at Delphi, we cannot be sure from the poet's words. There must have been oracles of sortilege at that place from an early period under the protection of the god, and it is these we should naturally expect a poet to mean who nowhere shows any knowledge of the striking phenomena of ecstatic manticare. In any case, this new manticare of inspired prophets, which subsequently enjoyed such enormous development and gave the Delphic oracle such peculiar power, was a late-coming innovation in the Apolline cult. Over the chasm in the rock at Pytho, out of which arose a strange and potent vapor from the depths of the earth, there had once existed an oracle of Gaia, at which perhaps inquirers had received their instruction through the means of premonitory dreams by night. The earth goddess was displaced by Apollo here as at many other oracular sites. The accuracy of this tradition is confirmed by the Delphic temple legend, which speaks of the overthrow of the oracular earth spirit Python by Apollo. The change may have been gradually brought about. In any case, where once the earth divinity had spoken directly in dreams to the souls of men, their Apollo now prophesied no longer indirectly through the intervening medium of signs and omens, but directly answering those who, in open-eyed wakefulness, inquired of him, and speaking to them out of the mouth of his ecstatically inspired prophetess. This Delphic prophecy of inspiration is as far removed from the old Apolline art of interpreting omens as it is closely allied to the manticare, which we found attached from the earliest times to the Thracian cult of Dionysos. It appears that in Greece Dionysos but rarely obtained an official priesthood that could have organized or maintained a permanent oracular institute attached to a particular place or temple. In the one Dionysiac oracle in Greece, however, of which we have certain knowledge, a priest gave prophecies in a state of enthusiasm and possession by the god. Enthusiasm and ecstasy are invariably the means of the Dionysiac prophecy, just as they were the means of all Dionysiac religious experience. When we find Apollo in Delphi itself the place where he most closely allied himself with Dionysos deserting his old omen interpretation and turning to the prophecy of ecstasies, we cannot have much doubt as to whence Apollo got this new thing. With the mantic ecstasies, Apollo received a Dionysiac element into his own religion. Henceforward he, the cold, 291 aloof, sober deity of former times, can be addressed by titles that imply Bacchic excitement and self-abandonment. He is now the enthusiastic, the Bacchic god. Aeschylus strikingly calls him ivy-crowned Apollo, the Bacchic frenzied prophet, Fr. 341. It is now Apollo, who more than any other god, calls forth in men's souls the madness that makes them clairvoyant and enables them to know hidden things. At not a few places, there are founded oracular sites at which priests or priestesses in frenzied ecstasy utter what Apollo puts into their mouths. But the Pythian oracle remained the pattern of them all. There, prophecy was uttered by the Pythia, the youthful priestess who sat upon the tripod over the earth chasm and was inspired by the intoxicating vapor that arose from it, until she was filled with the god and with his spirit. The god, so ran the belief, entered into the earthly body, or else the soul of the priestess, released from her body, received the heavenly revelation with spiritual sense. What she then, with frenzied mouth, proclaimed that the god spoke out of her, when she said, Apollo was speaking of himself and of what concerned him. It is the god who lives, thinks, and speaks in her so long as the madness lasts. Section 4. A profound and compelling tendency of the human mind must have been the source of the great religious movement that could succeed in establishing, with the ecstatic prophecy of the Delphic priestess, a seed of mysticism in the very heart of Greek religion. The introduction of ecstasies into the ordered stability of the Delphic mode of religion was only a symptom of that religious movement and not its cause. But now, confirmed by the god himself, and by the experience which the mantic practice seemed to make so evident, the new belief, so long familiar to Dionysiac religion and worship, must have at last invaded the older and original type of Greek religion, and taken hold of it in spite of that religion's natural antipathy to anything of the kind. And this belief was that a highly exalted state of feeling could raise man above the normal level of his limited, everyday consciousness, and could elevate him to heights of vision and knowledge unlimited, that, further, to the human soul it was not denied, in very truth and not in vain fancy, to live for a moment the life of divinity. This belief is the fountainhead of all mysticism, and tradition still records a few traces of the way in which it grew and spread at that time. 292. It is true that the formal and official worship of the gods in Greece, where their cults were not obviously affected by foreign influence, remained as fast-bound as ever within the confines of order and lucidity. We hear very little of the entrance of ecstatic exultation into the constitution of the older cults. The irresistible religious impulse to such things found an outlet through other channels. Men and women began to appear who, on their own initiative, began to act as intermediaries between the gods and the needs of individual men. They were natures, we must suppose, of unusual susceptibility to enthusiastic exaltation, having a strange capacity for projecting themselves into the infinite. Nothing in the organization of Greek religion prevented such men and women, if they could not obtain authority from any religious community of the state itself, from acquiring a real influence in religious matters simply from their own experience of divine favor, their own inward communion with divine powers. In the darkness and ferment of this period of growth, from the 8th to the 6th centuries, we can vaguely discern many such shadowy figures. They look uncommonly like those strange products of the earliest infancy of Christianity, when prophets, ascetics, and exorcists wandered from land to land, called to their work by nothing but the immediate grace of God, cha/rhisma, and not attached to any permanent religious community. It is true that what we hear of sibyls and Bacchides men and women who wandered from land to land prophesying the future, independently of and uncommissioned by any particular oracular institute, is mostly legend. But these are the sort of legends that preserve real historical tradition condensed into single types and pictures. The nomenclature itself tells us much. Sibyls and Bacchides are not individual names, but titles belonging to various types of ecstatic prophet, and we are entitled to suppose that the types so named once existed. The appearance in many places of Greek Asia Minor and the old mainland of Greece of such divinely inspired prophets is among the distinguishing marks of a clearly defined period in Greek history, the age of promise that came immediately before the philosophic period of Greece. The later age, entirely given up as it was to the pursuit of philosophical enlightenment, made so little claim to the inheritance in their own time of the divine favor that had once enabled the Sibyls and Bacchides to see their visions and utter their wisdom, that there actually began to appear in large numbers prophets at second hand, who were satisfied, 293, with preserving the traditional wisdom of the inspired prophets of the past, and with the judicious interpretation of their treasures. The age of enthusiastic prophets was evidently a thing of the past. The very literature of Sibylline and Bacchic oracles, which began to appear just at that time and showed itself capable of an almost indefinite extension, was itself largely responsible for the veil of myth and legend, which completely enveloped the original bearers of the prophetic title. Earlier and earlier became the historic events of the past which they had foretold. Further and further into the mythical past, before the time of the events prophesied, receded the imaginary period of the great prophets. In spite of which, the scientific chronologists of antiquity, who were far from being imposed upon by the delusive anticipations of prophetic poems, found reason for fixing the date of particular sibyls, which means, for our purpose, the whole prophetic age of Grecian, the fully historical period of the 8th and 7th centuries. We may recognize, in what we hear of these prophets, the shadowy representatives of a once real and living past. They are reminiscences of a striking, and therefore never quite forgotten phase of Greek religious life. The Bacchids and Sibyls were independent agents, though, not entirely without connection with the regular worship of the gods. They were not attached to any particular temple who wandered from land to land according to the needs of those who sought their counsel. In this respect, at least, they resembled the Homeric omen interpreters and continued their work, but they differed from them profoundly in the mode of their prophesying. They were seized by the god, and in ecstatic clairvoyance saw and proclaimed unseen things. It was no academic skill that they possessed, enabling them to interpret the meaning of signs and omens that anyone could see. They saw what was visible only to God and to the soul of man filled with God. In hoarse tones and wild words, the Sibyl gave utterance to what the divine impelling power within her, and not her own arbitrary fancy, suggested. Possessed by the god, she spoke in a divine distraction. An echo of such daimonic possession, and of the horrible reality and terror that it had for the possessed, can still be heard in the cries and convulsions which Aeschylus in the Agamemnon gives to his Cassandra, a true picture of the primitive Sibyl, and a type that the poets of that prophetic generation had reflected backwards into the earlier past of legend. 294. Section 5. The activity of the seer was not confined to foreseeing and foretelling the future. We hear of a Bacchis who purified and delivered the women of Sparta from an attack of madness that had spread like an epidemic among them. The prophetic age of Greece must have seen the origin of what later became part of the regular duties of the seer. The cure of diseases, especially those of the mind, the averting of evil of every kind by various strange means, and particularly the supply of help and counsel by purifications of a religious nature. The gift or art of prophecy, the purification of the unclean, the healing of disease, all seem to be derived from one source. Nor can we be long in doubt as to what the single source of this threefold capacity must have been. The world of invisible spirits surrounding man, which ordinary folk know only by its effects, is familiar and accessible to the ecstatic prophet, the mantis, the spirit seer. As exorcist, he undertakes to heal disease. The cathartic process is also essentially and originally an exorcism of the baleful influences of the spirit world. The wide popularity and elaboration given to the notion hardly hinted at as yet in Homer of the universally present menace of pollution, which is only to be averted or got rid of by means of a religious process of purification. This is one of the chief distinguishing features of the over-anxious piety that marked the post-Homeric age, when men could no longer be content with the means of salvation handed down to them by their fathers. If we confined our attention to the fact that now we find purification required for such actions as murder and the spilling of blood, which seem to imply a moral stain to the doer of them, we might be tempted to see in the development of cathartic practices a fresh step in the history of Greek ethics, and to suppose that the new practices arose out of a refinement and deepening of the conscience, which now desired to be free from the taint of sin by the help of religion. But such an interpretation of catharsis, favorite as it is disposed of by a consideration of the real essence and meaning of the thing. In later times, the methods of catharsis were nearly always in competition and conflict, rarely in friendly alliance, with conscience, with the independently developed ethical thought that based itself upon the unchanging requirements of a moral law transcending all personal will and feeling, and even the will of daemonic powers. In its origin and essence, catharsis, 295, had nothing whatever to do with morality or with what we should call the voice of conscience. On the contrary, it usurped the place which in a more advanced and morally developed people would have belonged to a true morality based on an inner feeling for what is right. Nor did it fail to hinder the free and unfettered development of such a morality. Cathartic practices required and implied no feeling of offense, of personal guilt, of personal responsibility. All that we know of these practices serves to bring this out and set the matter in a clearer light. Ceremonies of purification accompany every step of a man's life from the cradle to the grave. The woman with child is unclean, and so is anyone who touches her. The newborn child is unclean, marriage is fenced about with a series of purificatory rites. The dead, and everything that approaches them, are unclean. Now, in these instances of the common and almost daily occurrence of purification ceremonies, there can be no moral stain involved that requires to be washed off, not even a symbolical one. Equally little can there be any when ritual purifications are employed after a bad dream, the occurrence of a prodigy, recovery from illness, or when a person has touched an offering made to deities of the lower world or the graves of the dead, or when it is found necessary to purify house and hearth, and even fire and water for sacred or profane purposes. The purification of those who have shed blood stands on exactly the same footing. It was necessary even for those who had killed a man with just cause, or had committed homicide unknowingly or unwillingly. The moral aspect of such cases, the guilt or innocence of the doer, is ignored or unperceived. Even in the case of premeditated murder, the remorse of the criminal or his will to amend is quite superfluous to the efficacy of purification. It could not be otherwise. The stain, which is wiped out by these mysterious and religious means, is not within the heart of man. It clings to a man as something hostile, and from without, and that can be spread from him to others like an infectious disease. Hence, the purification is effected by religious processes directed to the external removal of the evil thing. It may be washed off, as by water from a running spring or from the sea. It may be violently effaced and obliterated, as by fire or even smoke alone. It may be absorbed by wool, fleece of animals, eggs, etc. It must be something hostile and dangerous to men that is thus removed. Since this something can only be attacked by 296 religious means, it must belong to the daimonic world to which alone religion and its means of salvation have reference. There exists a population of spirits whose neighborhood or contact with men renders them unclean, for it gives them over to the power of the unholy. Anyone who touches their places of abode or the offerings made to them falls under their spell. They may send him sickness, insanity, evils of every kind. The priest with his purifications is an exorcist who sets free those who have fallen victims to the surrounding powers of darkness. He certainly fulfills this function when he disperses diseases, i.e., the spirits who send the diseases, by his ministrations. When he employs in his purificatory ritual hymns and incantatory formulae, which regularly imply an invisibly listening being to whom they are addressed. When he uses the clang of bronze instruments whose well-known property it is to drive away ghosts. Where human blood has been shed and requires purification, the cathartic priest accomplishes this by driving out murder with murder, i.e., he lets the blood of a sacrificed animal fall over the hands of the polluted person. Here, the purification is plainly in the nature of a substitution sacrifice, the animal being offered instead of the murderer. In this way, the anger of the dead is washed away, for this anger is itself the pollution that is to be removed. The famous scapegoats were nothing but sacrifices offered to appease the anger of the unseen, and thereby release a whole city from pollution. At the Thargelia, or on extraordinary occasions of need in Ionic cities, and even in Athens, unfortunate men were in ancient times slain or stoned to death or burnt for the purification of the city. Even the materials of purification that in private life served to free the individual and his house from the claims of invisible powers were thought of as offerings to these powers. This is proved clearly enough by the custom of removing such materials, when they had served their purpose as purifications, to the crossroads, and of making them over to the unearthly spirits who have their being there. The materials of purification so treated are in fact identical with offerings to the dead or even with Hecate's banquets. In this case, we can see most clearly what the forces are which cathartic processes essentially aim at averting. In them, no attempt was made to satisfy a heartfelt consciousness of sin or a moral sense that has become delicate. They were much rather the result of a superstitious fear of uncanny forces surrounding men and stretching out after them with 1,000 threatening hands in the darkness. 297. It was the monstrous fantasies of their own imagination that made men call upon the priests of purification and expiation for much-needed aid and protection. Section 6. It is simply the invasion of human life by the sinister creatures of the daimonic world that the clairvoyant mantis is supposed to avert with his purifications. Among these sinister influences, Hecate and her crew are particularly noticeable. This is without doubt an ancient product of religious fantasy, though it is not mentioned by Homer, which did not till a late period emerge from the obscurity of local observance and obtain general popularity. Even then, it only here and there ceased to be a private and domestic cult and reached the dignity of public city worship. The cult of Hecate fled the light of day, as did the wild farrago of weird and sinister phantoms that surrounded her. She is chthonic, a goddess of the lower world where she is at home, but more easily than other lower world creatures, she finds her way to the living world of men. Wherever a soul is entering into partnership with a body at birth or in childbed, she is at hand. Where a soul is separating from a body in burials of the dead, she is there. Amidst the dwelling places of the departed, the monuments of the dead and the gloomy ritual of their worship, she is in her element. She is the queen of the souls who are still fast bound to the upper world. It shows her deep-seated connection with the primeval worship of the dead at the household hearth, when we hear of Hecate as dwelling in the depth of the hearth, and being honored together with the underworld Hermes, her masculine counterpart, among the domestic gods who were left to us by our forefathers. This domestic cult may be a legacy from times when in familiar intercourse with the lower world men did not yet fear pollution therefrom. To later ages, Hecate was the principal source and originator of all that was ghostly and uncanny. Men came upon her suddenly and to their hurt by night, or in the dreamy solitudes of midday's blinding heat. They see her in monstrous shapes that, like the figures in a dream, are continually changing. The names of many female deities of the underworld of whom the common people had much to say: Gorgyra, Gorgo, Mormo, Lamia, Jello, or Impausa. The ghost of midday denote in reality so many different personifications and variations of Hecate. 298. She appeared most frequently by night, under the half-light of the moon, at the crossroads. She is not alone but is accompanied by her crew, the handmaidens who follow in her train. These are the souls of those who have not had their share of burial and the holy rites that accompany it, who have been violently done to death, or who have died before their time. Such souls find no rest after death. They travel on the wind now, in the company of Hecate and her daemonic pack of hounds. It is not without reason that we are reminded of the legends of wild hunters and the furious host, so familiar in modern times in many countries. Similar beliefs produced similar results in each case. Perhaps there is even some historical connection between them. These night-wandering spirits and souls of the dead bring pollution and disaster upon all who meet them or fall into their hands. They send evil dreams, nightmares, nocturnal apparitions, madness, and epilepsy. It is for them, the unquiet souls of the dead and Hecate their queen, that men set out the banquets of Hecate at the crossroads. To them men consign with averted faces the remains of the purificatory sacrifices that they may not come too close to human dwelling places. Puppies, too, were sacrificed to Hecate for purifications, i.e. apotropaic sacrifices. Gruesome inventions of all kinds were easily attached to this province of supernaturalism. It is one of the sources which, with help from other Greek conceptions and many foreign creations of fancy, let loose a stream of anxious and gloomy superstitiousness that spread through the whole of later antiquity and even reached through the Middle Ages to our own day. Protection and riddance from such things were sought at the hands of seers and cathartic priests, who, in addition to ceremonies of purification and exorcism, had other ways of giving help, prescriptions and recipes of many strange sorts, which were originally clear and natural enough to the fantastic logic of superstition, and were still credited and handed down as magic and inexplicable formulae after their real meaning had been entirely forgotten. Others, again, were driven by a fearful curiosity to attempt to bring the world of surrounding spirits of whose doings such strange stories were told in legend even closer to themselves. By magic arts and incantations, they compelled the wandering ghosts and even Hecate herself to appear before them. The magic power forces them to do the will of the spirit raiser or to harm his enemies. It was these creatures of the spirit world that 299 magicians and exorcists claimed to banish or compel. Popular belief was on their side in this, but it is hardly possible that they never resorted to deceit and imposture in making good their claims. Section 7. The mantic and cathartic practices, together with what arose out of them, are known to us almost exclusively as they were in the time of their decay. Even in the brief sketch just attempted of this notable by way of Greek religion, many details have had to be taken from the accounts left to us by later ages that had quite outgrown the whole idea of mantic and cathartic procedure. Compared on the one hand with science, seriously engaged in studying the real and inward sources of being and becoming throughout the world, together with the limitations of man's estate, and on the other hand with the practical and cautious medical study of the physical conditions of human life in health and sickness, the mantic and cathartic practices and all the myriad superstitions arising from them seemed like a legacy from a forgotten and discredited past. But such things persisted in many circles of old-fashioned and primitive-minded people, though by the emancipated and cultured they were despised as the silly and dangerous quackery of mendicant priests and wizards. But this product of the religious instinct cannot always have appeared in such a light. It certainly was not so regarded when it first came into prominence. A movement that was zealously taken up by the Delphic oracle, which influenced many Greek states in the organization of their religious cults, must have had a period when its right to exist was incontestable. It must have answered to the needs of a time when the dawning sense of the profound unity and interconnection of all being and becoming in the world still contented itself with a religious explanation of what seemed mysterious, and when a few chosen natures were seriously credited with the power to communicate with the all-embracing spirit world. Every age has its own ideal of wisdom, and there came a time when the ideal of the wise man, who by his own innate powers has achieved a commanding spiritual position and insight, became embodied in the persons of certain great men who seemed to fulfill the highest conceptions of wisdom and power that were attributed to the ecstatic seer and priest of purification. The half-mythical stories in which later ages preserved the memory of the times lying just before the 300 age of the philosophically exploration of nature tell us of certain great masters of a mysterious and occult wisdom. It is true that they are credited with powers over nature of a magical kind, rather than with a purely intellectual insight into the laws of nature. But even in the scanty accounts of them, which have come down to us, there are clear indications that their work already included the first attempts at a mode of study based on theory. We cannot call them philosophers, not even the forerunners of Greek philosophy. More often their point of view was one which the real philosophic impulse towards self-determination and the freedom of the soul consciously and decisively rejected, and continued to reject, though not indeed without occasional wavering and backsliding. These men must be counted among the magicians and exorcists who so often appear in the earliest dawn of the spiritual history of civilized nations, and, as primitive and marvelous types of the spirit of inquiry, precede the philosophers. They all belong to the class of ecstatic seers and cathartic priests. Legend related how, out of the country of the Hyperboreans, that distant wonderland where Apollo hid himself in winter, there came to Greece one Abaris, sent by the god himself. He was a saint and needed no earthly food. Carrying in his hand the golden arrow, the proof of his Apolline origin and mission, he passed through many lands dispelling sickness and pestilence by sacrifices of a magic kind, giving warning of earthquakes and other disasters. Even in later times, prophecies and purifications, going under his name, were still to be read this man, and also another like him called Aristeas were already mentioned by Pindar, Fr. 271. Aristeas, a man of high rank in his native city of Prokonnesos, had the magic gift of prolonged ecstasies. When his soul left his body behind, being seized by Phoebos, it, as his second self made visible, was seen in distant places. As Apollo's attendant, he also appeared together with the god in Metapontum. A bronze statue in the marketplace of that city remained to testify to his presence there and to the astonishment awakened by his inspired utterances. But among all these examples of the type, Hermotimos of Clazomni is the most striking. His soul could desert his body for many years, and on its return from its ecstatic voyages, brought with it much mantic lore and knowledge of the future. At last, enemies set fire to the tenantless body of Hermotimos when his soul was away, and the latter returned no more. The greatest master of all these magically gifted men was, 301, according to tradition, Epimenides. His home was in Crete, an ancient center of cathartic wisdom, where Epimenides was instructed in this lore as an adherent of the cult of the underworld Zeus. Through a mist of legend and fable, we hear of his prolonged stay in the mysterious cave of Zeus on Mt. Ida, his intercourse with the spirits of the darkness, his severe fasting, the long ecstasy of his soul, and his final return from solitude to the light of day, much experienced and far-traveled in enthusiastic wisdom. Next he journeyed through many lands, bringing his health-giving arts with him, prophesying the future as an ecstatic seer, interpreting the hidden meaning of past occurrences, and as cathartic priest expelling the daimonic evils that arose from specially foul misdeeds of the past. The cathartic activity of Epimenides in Delos and other Greek cities was famous. It was in particular never forgotten how in Athens at the end of the 7th century, he brought to a satisfactory close the expiation of the godless murder of the followers of Chilon. With potent ceremonies of which his wisdom alone knew the secret, with sacrifice of animals and men, he appeased the anger of the offended spirits of the depth who in their rage were polluting and harming the city. It was not without reason that later tradition, undeterred by questions of chronological possibility, brought all the names just mentioned into connection with Pythagoras or his adherents, and was even accustomed to refer to Pherecydes of Syros, the latest of the band, as the teacher of Pythagoras. The practice, if not the philosophy, of the Pythagorean sect grew up among the ideas and what may be called the teaching of these men, and belongs to the epoch which honored them as wise men. We still possess a few scraps of evidence to show that the conceptions guiding their life and work tended to reach some sort of unification in the minds of these visionaries, who were yet something more than the mere practitioners of a magical species of religion. We cannot, indeed, tell how far the fanciful pictures of the origin of the world of men, which Epimenides and Pherecydes drew, were connected with the business and professional activity of these men. But when it is related of Hermotimos that he, like his countryman Anaxagoras, attempted a distinction between pure mind and matter, we can see very clearly how this theory might arise out of his special experiences. The ecstasies of the soul of which Hermotimos himself and this whole generation had such ample experience seem to point to the separability of the soul from the body and, indeed, to the superiority of 302, the soul's essence in its separate state, over that of the body as, to a fact of the most firmly established authenticity. In contrast with the soul, the body could hardly help appearing as an encumbrance, an obstacle to be got rid of. The conception of an ever-threatening pollution and uncleanness, which was nourished by the teaching and activities of those innumerable purification priests of whom Epimenides is known to us as the supreme master, had gradually so penetrated the whole of the official religion itself with purification ceremonies that it might very well have seemed as though, in the midst of this renovation and development of a type of religious thought that had been more than half forgotten in the Homeric period, Greek religion was fast approaching the condition of Brahmanism or Zoroastrianism and becoming essentially a religion of purification. Those who had become familiar with the contrast between body and soul, especially if they lived in the atmosphere of cathartic ideas and their practical exercise, were almost bound to proceed to the idea that even the soul required to be purified from the polluting embarrassment of the body. That such ideas were almost a commonplace is shown by many stories and turns of phrase, which represent the destruction of the body by fire as a purification of the man himself. Wherever these ideas the precise opposite and contrary of the Homeric conception of the relation between body and soul image had penetrated more deeply, they must have led to the idea that even in the lifetime of the body, the purification of the soul should be prepared by the denial and inhibition of the body and its impulses. The first step was thus taken towards a purely negative system of morality, not attempting the inner reformation of the will, but aiming simply at averting from the soul of man a polluting evil threatening it from without in fact to a morality of religious asceticism, such as later became such an important and decisive spiritual movement in Greece. In spite of all the inadequacy of our information about these wise men of the early pre-philosophic period, we can still dimly make out the fact that their natural bent lay in this ascetic direction. The abstention from food practiced by Abaris and Epimenides are distinct cases of it. How far, exactly, they went in this direction is indeed more than we can say. Thus, the ascetic ideal was not absent even from Greece. It remained, however, in spite of the influence it had in some quarters, always a foreign thing in Greece, having its obscure home among sects of spiritualistic enthusiasts, and regarded in contrast with the normal and ruling view of life as a paradox. 303, almost a heresy. The official religion itself is not entirely without the seeds of an ascetic system of morality, but the ascetic ideal, fully developed and distinguished from the simple and normal religious attitude, was in Greece found only among minorities who cut themselves off in closed and exclusive conventicles of a theological or philosophical temper. The wise men, as idealized in the legends of Abaris, Epimenides, etc., were as individuals not far removed from the ideal of asceticism. Nor was it long before the attempt was made to use these ideals as the basis on which to found a society. 335. Chapter 10. The Orphics. The earliest authority who mentions Orphic sects and their practices is Herodotus, Roman 2, 81, who calls attention to the correspondence between certain sacerdotal and ascetic ordinances of the Egyptian priesthood and the Orphic and Bacchic mysteries. The latter, he says, are really Egyptian and Pythagorean, or in other words, they were founded by Pythagoras or Pythagoreans upon Egyptian models, and thus, in the opinion of the historian, they cannot have come into existence before the last decade of the 6th century. Herodotus, then, either in Athens or elsewhere, had heard during his journeys of certain private societies who, by calling themselves after the name of Orpheus, the prototype of Thracian song so well known to legend, recognized the origin of their peculiar cult and creed in the mountains of Thrace, and did honor to Bacchus, the Thracian god. The fact that the Greek Orphics did indeed worship Dionysos, the lord of life and death, before all other gods, is clearly shown by the remains of the theological poems that originated in their midst. Orpheus himself, as founder of the Orphic sect, is actually said to have been the founder also of the Dionysiac initiation mysteries. This gathering, together in the name of Orpheus for the purpose of offering a special worship to Dionysos, was, then, the work of sects who, in private association, practiced a cult which the public and official worship of the state either did not know of or disdained. There were many such associations, and of very varied character, which kept themselves aloof from the organized religion of the community and were tolerated by the state. As a rule, they were foreign gods who were thus worshipped, and generally by foreigners who thus kept up the special worship of their own homes, though they did not always exclude natives of their adopted country. Now, Dionysos, the god of the Orphic sects, had for a long time ceased to be a foreigner in Greek countries. Since his arrival from Thrace, he had been refined and matured under the humanizing sun of Greece, until he had become a Greek god and a worthy associate of the Greek Olympos. It is possible, however, that in this process, the old Thracian god may have seemed to his original worshippers to have lost his real, 336, character, and they may on that account have joined together to offer, in separation from the official worship, a special cult in which all the old ideas of the national religion should be preserved unaltered. A secondary wave of influence thus broke upon the long-since Hellenized god, the Thracian Dionysos in Greece, and this wave the official worship either had not the power or lacked the will to assimilate. It was therefore left to special sects who honored the god after their own private laws. whether indeed they were Thracians, who, as in the similar case of the unmodified worship of Bendis or Catido, thus reinstituted their ancient and national worship of Dionysos in Greek countries, we cannot with certainty tell. But this special cult would certainly not have achieved the importance it did in Greek life if it had not been joined by Greek adherents brought up in the native conceptions of Greek piety, who under the name of Orphics once more adapted the Thracian god to Greek modes of thought. Though this new adaptation differed from the previous assimilation of the god by the official worship of the state. We have no reason for believing that Orphic sects were formed in Greek states before the second half of the 6th century, that critical age of transition when in so many places primitive and mythological modes of thought were developing into a theosophy, which in its turn was making an effort to become a philosophy. The Orphic religious poetry is itself clearly marked by this effort, for in Orphism, it never became more than an effort and never succeeded in reaching its goal. The exact point of origin of this combined movement of religion and theosophy, the various steps and manner of its development remain hidden from us. Athens was a center of Orphism. It does not therefore follow that Orphism had its origin there, any more than had the multifarious tendencies and activities in art, poetry, and science that at about the same period flowed together, and as though driven by an unseen intellectual current, found their meeting place at Athens. Onomachritos, we are told, the giver of oracles in the court of Pisistratos, founded the secret worship of Dionysos. This appears to refer to the first founding of an Orphic sect at Athens, and we meet with the name of Onomachritos among the authors of Orphic poems. But the real authorship of these poems is far more often ascribed to certain men of southern Italy and Sicily, who can be more or less clearly connected with the Pythagorean societies which were flourishing in those districts about the last decades of the 6th and the first of the 5th centuries. 337. It seems certain that in southern Italy at that time, Orphic societies were already in existence, for whom else can these writers have intended their Orphic poems? In any case, we must take it as certain that the correspondence of Orphic and Pythagorean doctrine on the subject of the soul is not purely accidental. Did Pythagoras, when he came to Italy, about 532, find Orphic societies already settled in Croton and Metapontum, and did he associate himself with their ideas? Or did the Orphic sectaries, as Herodotus imagined, owe their inspiration to Pythagoras and his disciples? The various cross-currents of reciprocal influence can no longer be disentangled by us, but if the Pythagoreans were the sole creditors in the bargain, we should undoubtedly find the whole body of Orphic doctrine thoroughly permeated with conceptions that belong exclusively to the Pythagorean school. In the wreckage of the Orphic poems, however, except for a few negligible traces of the Pythagorean mystic theory of numbers, we find nothing that must necessarily have been derived by the Orphics from Pythagorean sources. Least of all did they need to derive the doctrine of the migration of souls and its application from this source. It is possible, therefore, that it was the independently developed Orphic doctrine which exerted an influence upon Pythagoras and his adherents in southern Italy, just as it was a ready-made Orphic teaching, and that, too, perhaps, brought from southern Italy, with which Onomachritos, the founder of the Orphic sects at Athens, associated himself about the same time as Pythagoras' similar action in Croton. It is hardly possible to interpret in any other way the various relations of the Orphics with each other, when we learn that at the court of the Pisistratids, in addition to Onomachritos, 2 other men who had arrived from southern Italy were active, and were counted among the earliest writers of Orphic poems. Section 2. The Orphics, wherever we meet with them in Greek countries, always appear as members of a private cult society who are held together by a specially organized and individual mode of worship. The old Thracian worship of Dionysos, in its straining after the infinite, conducted its revels under the open sky of night, seeking out deserted mountainsides and forests where it was farthest from civilization and closest to unspoiled and untrammeled nature. How this cult may have accommodated itself to the narrow limitations of ordinary, 338, city life, it is hard to imagine, though it is natural to suppose that much of the extravagance that was literal and actual enough in the old northern festival of night was represented in the milder worship of Greece by mere symbol. we have less difficulty in discovering the side of their religious activity, which the Orphics, apart from the private worship of the conventicle, revealed to the outer world of the profane. Orpheus himself in the tradition had been not merely the inspired singer but the seer, the magically endowed physician and purification priest as well, and the Orphics, as his followers, were active, too, in all these directions. In the composition of Greek Orphism, the cathartic ideas which had been evolved on Greek soil were combined in a not unnatural alliance with the old Thracian worship of Dionysos. The Orphic priests of purification were preferred to others of their kind by many religious people. But among the inner circles of Orphism, the sacerdotal activities of purification and the removal of daimonic hindrances, which were by no means given up, tended rather to produce deeper and broader ideas of purity and of release from the earthly and the transitory. In some such way was evolved that asceticism which, in close combination with the Thracian worship of Dionysos, gave the peculiar tone to the faith and temperament of the sectaries and gave to their lives their special direction. The Orphic sect had a fixed and definite set of doctrines. This alone sufficed to distinguish it both from the official worships of the state and from all other cult associations of the time. The reduction of belief to distinct doctrinal formulae may have done more than anything else to make Orphism a society of believers. None of the other theology of the time, Epimenides, Pharichides, etc., accomplished as much. Without its fundamental religious doctrine, Orphism in Greece is inconceivable. According to Aristotle, the doctrines of Orpheus were put into poetical form by the founder of the Orphic sect in Athens, Onomokritos. The uncertain accounts given us by the later authorities do not allow us to make out quite clearly what was the extent of Onomokritos' work in the formation or collection of Orphic doctrinal poetry. What is important is the fact that he is distinctly named as the author of the poem called Initiations. This poem must have been one of the basic, and in the strictest sense, religious, writings of the sect. A poem of this character may very well have had for its central incident the dismemberment of the god at the hands of the Titans, a story which Onomokritos is said to have put into verse. 339. The religious beliefs and worship of the sect were founded upon the detailed instructions of certain very numerous writings dealing with matters of ritual and theology. These claimed the authority of religious inspiration and were as a whole supposed to be the work of the primitive Thracian bard, Orpheus, himself. The anonymity which concealed the identity of the real authors of these poems was not, however, very thoroughly preserved. Even towards the end of the 4th century, there were those who claimed to be able to give with certainty the names of the original authors of the various poems. Strictly canonical authority, such as would at once have reduced to silence every conflicting view or statement, never seems to have belonged to any of these writings. In particular, there were several Theogonies poems which attempted to give expression to the fundamental ideas of Orphic speculation on religious subjects and, in spite of much harmony in general effect, they differed considerably from each other in particular mode of expression. They represented ever-renewed and increasingly elaborate attempts to construct a connected doctrinal system for Orphism, with unmistakable allusion to the oldest Greek theological system that, which had been committed to writing in the Hesiotic poem. These Orphic Theogonies described the origin and development of the world, from obscure primordial impulses to the clear and distinct variety and unity of the organized cosmos. And it described it as the history of a long series of divine powers and figures which issue from each other, each new one overcoming the last, and succeed each other in the task of building and organizing the world until they have absorbed the whole universe into themselves in order to bring it forth anew, animated with one spirit, and with all its infinite variety, a unity. These gods are certainly no longer deities of the familiar Greek type. Not merely the new gods evolved by the creative fancy of Orphism creatures, which had almost entirely lost all distinct and sensible outline under the accumulation of symbolical meaning, but even the figures actually borrowed from the Greek world of divinities are turned into little more than mere personified abstractions. Who would recognize the Zeus of Homer in the Orphic Zeus, who after he has devoured the world god and taken unto himself the power of Erikapios, has become himself the universe and the whole? Zeus the beginning, Zeus the middle, in Zeus all things are completed. The concept here so stretches the personality that it threatens to break it down altogether. The outlines of the individual figures are 340, lost, and are merged into an intentional confusion of deities. Still, the mythical envelope was never quite given up. These poets could not do without it altogether. Their gods did indeed strive to become pure abstractions, but they were never quite successful in throwing off all traces of individuality and the limitations of form and matter. The concept never quite broke through the veil of mythology. The poets of the Orphic theogonies vied with one another in their attempts to make the half-seen and half-conceived accessible, alike to the imagination and the reason, and in succession gave varying expression to the same fundamental conceptions, until finality was reached, as it seems in a poem whose contents are better known to us than the others from quotations made from it by Neoplatonic writers, the theogonical poem of the 420 Rhapsodies. Into this poem was poured all the traditional material of mythological and symbolical doctrine, and in it, such doctrine achieved its final expression. Section 3. This combination of religion and quasi-philosophical speculation was a distinguishing feature of the Orphics and of Orphic literature. Religion only entered into their theogonical poetry insofar as the ethical personalities of the divinities therein described had not entirely faded away into transparent allegories. It was abstract speculation alone which really prevailed there, little respect being paid to religion, and as a result, a much greater license was given to speculative construction. This abstract speculation, however, reached its climax in a religious narrative of the first importance for the beliefs and cult of the sect. At the end of the series of genealogically connected deities came the son of Zeus and Persephone, Dionysos, who was also given the name of the underworld deity Zagreus. To him, even in infancy, was entrusted the rule of the world by Zeus. But the wicked Titans, urged on by Hera, approached him by a stratagem. They were the enemies of Zeus and had already been overthrown by Ouranos, but had, it seems, been let loose again by Zeus from Tartaros. They made Dionysos trust them by giving him presents, and while he was looking at his own image in a mirror that they had given him, they fell upon him. He tried to escape them by repeated transformations of shape. Finally, in the form of a bull, he was at last overcome, and his body torn to pieces which his savage foes thereupon devoured. The heart alone, 341, was rescued by Athene, and she brought it to Zeus, who swallowed it. From Zeus there sprang the new Dionysos, the son of Zeus and Semele, in whom Zagreus came to life again. The myth of the dismemberment of Zagreus by the Titans was already put into verse by Onomacretos. It continued to be the culminating point of the doctrinal poetry of the Orphics. It occurred not only in the Rhapsodies, but in other versions of the Orphic legend composed in complete independence of these. It is a religious myth in the stricter sense. Its etiological character is most marked. Its purpose is to explain the religious implication of the ritual dismemberment of the bull god at the Bacchic nocturnal festivals, and to derive that feature from the legendary sufferings of Dionysos Zagreus. But though the legend thus has its roots in the primitive sacrificial ritual of ancient Thrace, in its extended form it belongs entirely to the region of Hellenic thought, and in this combination of the two elements it becomes truly Orphic. The wicked Titans belong entirely to strictly Greek mythology. In this case, as the murderers of the god, they represent the primeval power of evil. They dismember the one into many parts. By their impiety, the one divine being is dispersed into the multiplicity of the things of this world. It is reborn as one in the new Dionysos sprung from Zeus. The Titans, so the legend goes on to relate, who had devoured the limbs of the god were destroyed by Zeus with his lightning flash. From their ashes sprang the race of men in whom, in conformity with their origin, the good derived from Dionysos Zagreus is mixed with a wicked titanic element. With the rule of the newborn Dionysos and the origin of mankind, the series of mythological events in the Orphic poetry came to an end. With the entry of mankind into creation, the existing period of the world begins. The period of world revolutions is over. The poems now turn to the subject of man and the revelation of his fate, his duty, and his purpose in the world. Section 4. The mixture of the elements that make up the totality of his being in itself prescribes for man the direction that his effort shall take. He must free himself from the titanic element and, thus purified, return to the God, a fragment of whom is living in him. The distinction between the Titanic and Dionysiac elements in man is an allegorical expression of the popular 342 distinction between body and soul. It also corresponds to a profoundly felt estimate of the relative value of these two sides of man's being. According to Orphic doctrine, man's duty is to free himself from the chains of the body, in which the soul lies fast bound like the prisoner in his cell. The soul has a long way, however, to go before it can find its freedom. It may not by an act of violence tear its bonds asunder for itself. The death of the body only frees it for a short while, for the soul must once more suffer imprisonment in a body. After leaving its old body, it flutters free in the wind, but a breath of air sends it into a new body again. So it continues its journey, perpetually alternating between an unfettered separate existence and an ever-renewed incarnation traversing the great circle of necessity, in which it becomes the life companion of many bodies, both of men and beasts. Thus, the wheel of birth seems to return ever upon itself in hopeless repetition. In Orphic poetry, and there perhaps for the first time, occurs the despairing thought of the exact repetition of the past. Events which have already been lived through once returning again with the convergence of the same attendant circumstances. Thus, nature, ever reverting to its own beginnings, draws men with it in its senseless revolution round itself. But the soul has a way open for escape from this perpetual recurrence of all things that threatens to close in upon it. It may hope to escape from the circle and have a respite from misery. It is formed for blessed freedom, and can at last detach itself from the condition of being it has to endure upon earth, a condition unworthy of it. A release is possible, but man in his blindness and thoughtlessness cannot help himself, cannot even, when salvation is at hand, turn himself towards it. Salvation comes from Orpheus and his Bacchic mysteries. Dionysos himself will loose his worshipper from evil and the unending way of misery. Not his own power, but the grace of the releasing gods, is to be the cause of man's liberation. The self-reliance of the older Greece is breaking down. In humility of heart, the pious man looks elsewhere for help. He needs the revelation and mediation of Orpheus the ruler in order to find the way of salvation. He must follow his ordinances of salvation with perfect obedience if he is to continue in that way. It is not only the sacred mysteries themselves, in the form in which Orpheus has ordained them, which prepare for the release. A complete Orphic life must be developed out 343 of them. Asceticism is the prime condition of the pious life. This does not mean the practice of the respectable bourgeois virtues, nor the discipline and moral reformation of a man's character. The height of morality is in this case the turning again towards God, and the turning away not merely from the weaknesses and errors of earthly being, but from the whole of earthly life itself. Renunciation of all that ties man to mortality and the life of the body. The fierce determination with which the Indian penitent tears away his will from life, to which every organ in his body clings desperately for this, indeed, there was no place among the Greeks, the lovers of life, not even among the world-denying ascetics. Abstention from the eating of flesh was the strongest and most striking species of self-denial practiced by the Orphic ascetics. Apart from this, they kept themselves in all essentials uncontaminated by certain things and situations, which rather suggested to a religious symbolism than actually indicated in themselves attachment to the world of death and transitoriness. The long-standing ordinances of the priestly ritual of purification were taken up and added to, but they were also raised to a higher plane. They are no longer intended to free men from the effects of daimonic contacts. The soul itself is made pure by them, pure from the body and its polluting association, pure from death and its loathsome mastery. In expiation of guilt, the soul is confined within the body. The wages of sin is in this case that life upon earth which for the soul is death. The whole multiplicity of the universe, emptied of its innocent and natural sequence of cause and effect, appears to these zealots under the uniform aspect of a correlation between crime and punishment, between pollution and purification. Thus, mysticism enters into the closest alliance with cathartic practices. The soul which comes from the divine and strives to return thither has no other purpose to fulfill upon earth, and therefore no other moral law to obey. It must be free from life itself and be pure from all that is earthly. The Orphics, moreover, were the only people who could venture among themselves or before strangers to greet each other with the special name of the pure. The first reward of his piety was received by the initiate of the Orphic mysteries in that intermediate region whither men must go after their earthly death. When a man dies, Hermes leads the deathless soul into the underworld. Special poems of the Orphic community announce the terrors and delights of the underworld kingdom. What the Orphic 344 mystery priests vouchsafe to their public upon these hidden matters outdoing the promises made in the Eleusinian mysteries in course appeal to the senses may have been the most popular, but was certainly not the most original feature of Orphic teaching. In Hades, a judgment awaited the soulate was no instinctive fancy of the people, but the sacred doctrine of these sectaries, which first introduced and elaborated the idea of compensatory justice in the world of the dead. The impious suffer punishment and purgation in the depths of Tartaros. Those who have not been made pure by the Orphic mysteries lie in the miry pool. Dreadful things await the disdainer of the sacred worship. By a conception that is quite unique in ancient religion, participation in the Orphic ceremonial enables the descendant to obtain from the gods pardon and purification for his departed ancestors, who may be paying the penalty in the next world for the misdeeds of the past. But for the initiate of the Orphic mysteries himself, who has not merely borne the narthex but has been a true backshos, his reward is that he shall obtain a milder fate in the kingdom of the underworld deities whom he has revered on earth, and dwell in the fair meadows of deep-running Acron. The blessed home of refuge no longer lies like the Homeric Elysium upon earth, but below in the world of the souls, for only the released soul reaches there. There, the initiated and purified will live in communion with the gods of the nether world. We feel that we are listening to Thracian and not Greek conceptions of the ideal when we hear of the banquet of the pure, and the uninterrupted intoxication which they enjoy there. But the depths restore the soul at last to the light, for its lasting habitation is not below. It stays there only for the interval which separates death from its next rebirth. For the reprobate, this is a time of punishment and purgation. The Orphics could not distress their hearers with the awful and intolerable idea of the perpetual punishment of the damned in hell. Many times over the soul rises again to the light, and in continually renewed bodies fulfills the cycle of births. For the deeds of its past life it is recompensed in the next life that it lives, and each man must now suffer exactly what he has done to another. So he pays the penalty for ancient guilt. The thrice ancient law, what thou hast done thou shalt suffer, is thus fulfilled for him in far livelier fashion than it could be in any torments of the shadow world. So surely also shall the pure be rewarded in future lives by ever-increasing happiness. How exactly the Orphic fancy filled out the 345 individual gradations in the scale of happiness is beyond our knowledge. But the soul is immortal, and even sinners and the unredeemed cannot perish entirely. Hades and the life on earth holds them in their perpetual round, and this is their punishment. For the soul of the blessed, however, neither Hades nor earthly life can offer the highest crown of happiness. If it has been made pure and spotless in the Orphic mysteries and the Orphic manner of life, it is freed from the necessity of rebirth and withdrawn from the cycle of becoming and perishing. The purification ends in a final redemption. The soul mounts upwards from the base level of earthly life, not to become nothing in a final death, for it is now that it first truly begins to live. Hitherto it has lain imprisoned in the body like the corpse in the grave. It was death for the soul when it entered into life. Now it is free and will no more suffer death. It lives forever like God, for it comes from God and is itself divine. We do not know whether these theosophists went so far as to lose themselves in detailed picturing and contemplation of the blissful heights of the divine life. In the remains of their poems, we read of stars and the moon as other worlds, perhaps as the dwelling place of illuminated spirits. But perhaps also the poet allowed the soul to flee from its last contact with mortality without himself desiring to follow it into the unbroken radiance of divinity that no earthly eye can abide. Section 5. This, then, is the keystone that completes the arch of Orphic religion: the belief in the divine, immortal, and abiding life of the soul, for whom union with the body and its desires is a thwarting hindrance and repression, a punishment from which its one desire. as soon as it is awakened to a full knowledge of itself, is to escape in order that it may belong entirely to itself in full enjoyment of its powers. The contrast between these ideas and those of the Homeric world is complete. There, the soul released from the body was credited only with a poor, shadowy, half-conscious existence, so that an eternity of godlike being in the full enjoyment of life and its powers was only thinkable if the body and the soul, the twofold self of man, were translated in undissolved communion out of the world of mortality. The Orphic legends about the origin of the human race do not tell us the real source and derivation of the very different beliefs about the soul held by the Orphics. Those legends only give expression to the 346 way and only one of many ways in which the already established confidence in the divinity of the soul was deducible from what might be considered the oldest historical story of mankind, and how it might be brought into connection with the Orphic legend of the gods. This persuasion, the belief that a god was living in man, and a god that could not be free until he had broken through the prison of the body, was deeply rooted in the worship of Dionysos and the ecstasies belonging to that worship. We cannot be in much doubt that it was taken over ready-made, together with the enthusiastic cult of the divinity, and further developed by the Orphic believers. We have already met with traces of this belief even in the Thracian home of the Dionysiac cult. And in what we know of the Thracian form of the religion, traces are not absolutely wanting of an ascetic tendency of living that would easily and naturally arise from such a belief. Even in those northern countries, we found the belief in the transmigration of souls bound up with the religion of Dionysos, and that belief, when it is naively held, has as its essential presupposition the idea that the soul, in order to have a complete life, and one that can survive bodily death, must of necessity be united to another body. Even this idea is, however, quite foreign to Orphism. The Orphics retained, in spite of everything, the doctrine of transmigration, and combined it in a strange alliance with their own belief in the divinity of the soul and its vocation to a life of perfect liberty. It is evidently improbable that they invented that doctrine entirely on their own account. The first principles of their creed by no means led necessarily to it. Herodotus asserts distinctly that the doctrine of transmigration came to the Greeks from Egypt, and as a consequence, that it was from Egyptian tradition that the Orphics received it. This assertion has no more to recommend it than any other of Herodotus' many pronouncements as to the Egyptian origin of Greek opinions and legends, and it is even less likely to mislead us in view of the fact that it is by no means certain, and not even probable, that a belief in transmigration ever really existed in Egypt. This belief has arisen independently in many places on the surface of the earth, without the need of transmission from one place to another. It might easily arise in a country where the belief prevailed that there existed only a limited number of souls of which each one in order that no earthly body might be without its spiritual guest must inhabit many perishable life tenements, and not be bound to any one of them by a real inner necessity. This 347, however, is a conception common to popular psychology all over the world. If it is still considered more probable that the idea of a migration of the soul through many temporary bodies was not spontaneously evolved by the Orphics, but was received by them from the hands of others, there is yet no reason to reject the most natural assumption, namely, that this also was one of the beliefs that the Orphics took over with the cult of Dionysos from Thrace. Like other mystics, the Orphics took over the belief in transmigration from popular tradition and turned it into a serviceable member of their own body of doctrine. It served them by giving a striking and physical expression to their own conception of the inevitable connection between guilt and penance, pollution and the refining power of punishment, piety and future blessedness, upon which all their religious ethic depended. It was with an exactly similar purpose that they also retained and developed the old Greek idea of a place of the souls in the depths below the earth. But if they believed in the transmigration of souls, that belief did not with them hold the highest place. There is a realm where the ever-free and divine souls have their being, a realm to which the series of lives in earthly bodies is only transitional, and the way to it was pointed out by the saving doctrine of the Orphic mysteries, by the purification and salvation afforded by Orphic asceticism. Notes to Chapter 10. 362. Chapter 11. The Philosophers. The Orphic teaching, in which a protracted movement of religion in Greece reached comprehensive expression, might seem almost an anachronism, appearing as it did in an age when a religious interpretation of the world and of mankind was hardly any longer admissible. Eastwards, on the coasts of Ionia, a new view of the world had arisen which, like a youth that has come of age, demanded the right to pursue its course without any guidance from traditional beliefs. The Ionic maritime cities were the meeting place of all the collected wisdom and experience of mankind, and their all the more serious knowledge and study both indigenous and of foreign origin of nature, the earth, and the heavenly bodies was gathered together in the intelligence of those ever-memorable spirits who at that time were laying the foundations of natural science, and of all science in general. This knowledge was now attempting to turn itself into an organized and all-embracing whole. Observation and constructive study combined with an imaginative vision to hazard a picture of the world and reality as a whole. Because it was impossible anywhere in this world to find anything completely and forever fixed and dead, speculation inevitably pressed forward to the discovery of the undying source of life that perpetually fills, moves, and rebuilds this whole, and of the laws according to which it works and necessarily must work. This was the direction pursued by these earliest pioneers of philosophy, and they pursued it unhampered by any subservience to mythical or religious modes of thought. Where mythology and the theology founded upon it saw a complete history of cosmic events, each one of which was the result of the separate and unique action of divine personalities endowed with consciousness and the power of arbitrary choice there, the philosopher saw the play of everlasting forces which could not be completely resolved into the single events of any historical process. For, without beginning or end, they had been ever in action, tirelessly fulfilling themselves in accordance with unchanging laws. In such a universe, there seemed, 363, to be little room left for divine figures created by man after his own image, and worshipped by him as the guiding and supreme powers of the world. And in fact, the foundations were now laid of that tremendous structure of free inquiry, which finally succeeded in weaving out of its treasure new worlds of thought, where even those who had quarreled or were dissatisfied with the old religion, now inwardly falling into decay for all its outward appearance of being at the most brilliant zenith of its powers, might yet find a refuge if they would not fall back upon sheer nothingness. And yet Greece never saw a thoroughgoing opposition and conscious quarrel between science and religion. In a few special cases, the religion of the state was forced to recognize its incompatibility with the openly expressed opinions of individual philosophers, and took steps to make its claims to universal supremacy respected. But for the most part, the two streams of influence flowed on side by side for centuries without ever coming into hostile contact. The propagandist temper was completely absent from philosophy from the very beginning. Even when it appeared later, as among the cynics, it produced very little effect on the supremacy of the state religion. Religion, on its side, was not represented by any priestly caste which might have been led to take up arms for religion and for what it believed to be its own interest alike. Theoretic contradictions might the more easily remain unobserved when religion depended so little upon fixed dogma or upon a world-embracing whole of opinions and doctrines, while theology, wherever it accompanied the worship of the gods, use/bea, which was the real core of religion, was, just as much as philosophy, the business of individuals and their adherents gathered together outside the limits of the official religion of the state. Philosophy, except in a few special and unrepresentative cases, never sought open war with religion, not even with the weakened and deluded religion of the masses. In fact, the juxtaposition of philosophy and religion, with theology itself by their side, sometimes went beyond the external conditions of the time and affected the private intellectual life of certain thinkers. It might seem as if religion and philosophy were not merely different, but dealt with different provinces of reality, and thus even strict and philosophically minded thinkers could honestly and without imagining disloyalty to philosophy, adopt particular and even fundamental conceptions from the creed of their fathers, and allow them to grow up side by side and at peace with their own purely philosophical ideas. 364. Section 2. what the Ionic philosophers, in connection with the rest of their cosmology, had to say about the soul of man did not, for all its striking novelty, bring them into direct conflict with religious opinion. Philosophy and religion use the same words to denote totally different things. It could surprise no one if different things were said about quite different objects. According to the popular view, which finds expression in Homer, and with which, in spite of their very different estimate of the relative values of body and soul, the religious theory of the Orphics and other theologi also agreed. According to this view, the psyche was regarded as a unique creature of combined spiritual and material nature that, wherever it may have come from, now dwells within man and there, as his second self, carries on its separate existence, making itself felt when the visible self loses consciousness in dream, swoon, or ecstasy. See above, pp. 6f. In the same way, the moon and the stars become visible when no longer obscured by the brighter light of the sun. It was already implied in the conception itself that this double of mankind, which could be detached from him temporarily, had a separate existence of its own. It was no very great step from this to the idea that in death, which is simply the permanent separation of the visible man from the invisible, the latter did not perish, but only then became free and able to live by and for itself. This spiritual being and the obscure manifestations of its existence in the living man did not attract the observation of the Ionian philosophers. Their thoughts were all for the universe as a whole. They looked for the origins, archæ/ of all that is and becomes, for the simple elements of multifarious appearance, and for the force which turns the simple into the multifarious while controlling, moving, and giving life to primeval matter. The power of life, the force which can set in motion both itself and all else that without it would be fixed and motionless, this force penetrates all being. Where it manifests itself most strikingly in separate individual beings, there it is what these philosophers call the psyche. Thought of in this way, the psyche is something quite different from the old psyche of popular belief, idly observing the life and activities of its body, as of some stranger, concentrated in itself, and pursuing its own secret, hidden life. And yet the name given to these very different concepts remain the same. The application of the word psyche, 365, to the power which gives life and movement to the visible body man's power of life might have been suggested to the philosophers by a manner of expression which, though in the strict sense of the words conflicting with Homeric conceptions, is occasionally observable in the Homeric poems, and seems to have become more and more frequent in late times. In more exact language, the psyche of these philosophers is a collective expression for all the powers of thought, desire, and will no os, me/nos, mer equals tis, boulaire/, and especially for the functions denoted by the untranslatable word thumo/s powers, which according to the Homeric and popular partition all belong entirely to the side of the visible man and his body. According to that view, they are all expressions of the body's natural powers of life, though they cannot indeed be awakened to real life before the arrival of the psyche, and in Homeric usage are almost the exact opposite of the psyche, for they perish at death, while the psyche leaves them behind to wander about in its separate shadow life. But the soul, according to the view of the physiologists, has quite a different relation to the totality of life and living, and differs in this respect both from the Homeric psyche and the Homeric thumo/s. The same force which manifests itself so strongly, as though specially concentrated there, in the psyche of man, works and rules in all matter as the general source of life that creates and preserves the world. Thus, the psyche loses the special singularity that distinguished it from all the other things and substances in the world, and made it incomparable and unique. Later reporters are wrong in attributing to these Ionic thinkers, for whom vital power and material substance seemed immediately and indissolubly united, the conception of a separate, independent world soul. Not as emanations from a single soul of the world did they conceive the separate souls of men, but neither did they conceive them as simply independent, unique, and entirely incomparable essences. They are expressions of that force which everywhere in all the phenomena of the world produces life and is itself life. Attributing spiritual qualities to the primeval source of things, the physiology of the Hylozoists naturally could not assume any profound distinction between that source and the soul. Deprived in this way of its separateness, the soul acquired a new importance in exchange. In another sense from that of the mystics and theologians, it could still be thought of as something divine, for it was a participator in the one force which builds and rules the world. It is not the abode of a single daimonic, 366, nature, but instead, the very nature of God is alive within it. The closer its inward connection with the universal whole, the less, of course, will the soul be able to preserve its individual existence, which was only lent to it while it gave life and movement to the body, when that body, the sign and support of its separateness, is overtaken by death. These earliest philosophers, whose view was almost entirely concentrated on the broad outlines of the life of nature as a whole, would hardly have regarded it as part of their task to formulate a deliberate opinion about the fate of the puny individual soul after the death of its body. In no case could they have spoken of an immortality of the soul in the same sense as did the mystics, who regarded the soul of which they spoke as something which has entered from without into material existence, and as a spiritual essence quite distinct from everything material. The latter were thus able to attribute to the psyche a capacity for separate and continued existence, which was inadmissible in the case of a force of movement and sensation completely inhering in matter and in the shaping of matter. And it was such a force which the physiologists called the soul. Ancient tradition, nevertheless, asserts that Thales of Miletos, whose genius first began the philosophically study of nature, was the first to call the soul of man immortal. But Thales, who recognized a soul also in magnets and plants, and thought of the material stuff and the motive force of the soul as inseparable, can only have spoken of the immortality of the human soul in the same sense as he might have spoken of the immortality of all soul forces in nature. Like the primal matter which works and creates by reason of its own natural powers of life, so, too, the universal force which permeates it is imperishable and indestructible as it is uncreated. It is entirely and essentially alive and can never be dead. Anaximander said of the unlimited, from which all things have been developed by separation, and by which all things are enveloped and directed, that it never grows old, but is immortal and imperishable. This cannot be intended to apply to the human soul as a separate existence, for like all separate creations out of the unlimited, it must, in the order of the time, pay the penalty for the offense of its separate existence, and lose itself again in the one primordial matter. Nor could the third in this series Anaximenes of Miletos have differed seriously from Thales in the sense in which, 367, he spoke of the soul as immortal. For him, it was of the same nature as the one divine primal element of air that is eternally in movement and produces all things out of itself. Section 3. In the teaching of Heracleitos of Ephesos, the living power of the primal essence, the one and universal, out of which arises through change the many and the particular, which manifests itself in the union, regarded as indissoluble, of matter and motive force received even greater prominence than with the older Ionians. By them, matter itself described as either limited or not limited in reference to one particular quality is regarded as self-evidently in motion. For Heracleitos, the origin of all multiplicity lies rather in the creative energy of absolute life itself, which is at the same time a definite material substance or analogous to one of the known substances. The idea of life, and that form of it which makes its appearance in man, must have been more important for him than for any of his predecessors. This never-resting force and activity of becoming that has neither beginning nor end is represented by the hot and dry, and called by the name of that elementary condition which cannot be thought of as ceasing to move, namely, fire. The ever-living E/Zune fire, which periodically kindles itself and periodically goes out, Bywater Fr. 20, is formed entirely of movement and livingness. Living belongs to everything, but living is becoming, changing, becoming something different without cessation. Every appearance brings forth from itself, at the moment of its appearance, the opposite of itself. Birth, life, and death and fresh birth clash together in a single burning moment, like the lightning, Fr. 28. That which thus moves itself in unceasing vitality and has all its being in becoming, which perpetually changes and in backward straining effort finds itself again, this is something endowed with reason, creative in accordance with reason and art, is reason logos itself. In creating the world, it loses itself in the elements. It suffers its death, FRR. 66, 67, when in the way downwards it becomes water and earth, FR. 21. There are degrees of value in the elements decided by the relation which they hold towards the moving and self-vivifying fire. But that which in the multiplicity of the phenomena in the world yet preserves its godlike fiery nature, this is for Heracleitos Psyche. Psyche is fire. Fire and psyche are interchangeable terms. And so, too, the psyche of man is fire, a part of the universal fiery, 368, energy that surrounds it and upholds it, through the inhalation of which it maintains itself alive, a portion of the world reason by participation in which it is itself rational. In men, God is living. But God does not descend into man, as in the teaching of the theologians, entering as a finite individuality into the vessel of the individual human life. As a united whole, he surrounds men with his flood and reaches after and into them, as though with fiery tongues. A portion of his universal wisdom is living in the soul of man. The drier, more fiery, nearer to the universal fire, and further from the less living elements he is, the wiser will he be, FRR. 74, 75, 76. If he sundered himself from the universal wisdom, man would become nothing. It is his business in thinking, as in acting and in moral behavior, to surrender himself to the one living essence that nourishes him and is the mind and law of the world, FRR. 91, 92, 100, 103. But the soul itself is also a portion of the universal fire that in the perpetual variation of its form of being has been encompassed by the body and become entangled in corporeality. Here we no longer have the rigid, unmediated contrast between body and soul, such as it appeared from the standpoint of the theologian. The elements of the body, water and earth, have themselves arisen and perpetually arise out of the fire which changes into all other things, and into which everything else changes, FR. 22. So it is the soul itself, the creative fire, which creates the body. Soul, i.e. fire, unceasingly turns itself into the lower elements. There is no contrast between them, and it is but a continual flux of transition. While it is enclosed in the body, the soul is still affected by unceasing change. In this, it is like everything else. Nothing in the world can for a single moment preserve the parts which compose it unaltered. The perpetual movement and alteration of its being constitute its life. The sun itself, the greatest fire body, becomes another sun every day, FR. 32. So, too, the soul, though distinct from the body and a self-existing substance, yet is a substance that never remains like itself. In unceasing alteration of its material substance, its contents are perpetually being transposed. It loses its fire of life in the lower elements. It absorbs fresh fire from the living fire of the universe that surrounds it. There can be no question of the permanent identity of the soul, of the spiritual personality, with itself. What in the unbroken process of upward and downward straining seems to maintain itself as a single person, is in reality a series of souls and 369 personalities, one taking the place of another and ousting, and being ousted in turn. Thus, even while it is in life, the soul is perpetually dying but to live again, ever supplementing the departing soul life or supplying its place with another. So long as it can recruit itself from the surrounding world fire, so long the individual lives. Separation from the source of all life, the living and universal fire of the world, would be death for it. The soul may temporarily lose its life-giving contact with the common world. This happens in sleep and dreaming, which enclose it in their own world, FRR, 94, 95, and this is already a partial death to it. Sometimes, too, the soul has a tendency to transform itself to a humidity not always made good by fresh fire. The drunkard has a moist soul, FR, 73. Finally, there comes the moment when the soul of man cannot any longer repair the loss of the living fire, which is taken from it in the perpetual alteration of its matter. Then it dies. Death carries off the last of the series of living fires, which in their continuity made up the human soul. But in Heracleitos' world, there is no such thing as death in the absolute sense, an end followed by no beginning, an unconditional cessation of becoming. Death is for him only a point where one condition of things gives way to another, a relative not being, involving death for one but simultaneously bringing birth and life for another, FRR. 25, 66, 67. Death, just as much as life, is for him a positive thing. Fire lives the death of earth, and air lives the death of fire. Water lives the death of air, and earth the death of water. Fr. 25. The one that is in all things is at once dead and alive. Fr. 78. Immortal and mortal. Fr. 67. A perpetual death and becoming agitates it. So, too, the death of man must be the exit from one positive state of things, and the entry into another, also positive, condition. Death occurs for man when the soul is no longer within him. Only the body is then left, alone, and by itself it is no better than dung. Fr. 85. But the soul, what becomes of that? It must have altered. It was fire, but now it has descended on the way downwards, and become water to become earth after that. So it must happen to all fire. In death the fire in man goes out. Fr. 77. It is death for the souls to become water, says Heracleitos clearly enough. Fr. 68. The soul must tread this path at last, and treads it willingly. Change is for the soul its delight and refreshment. Fr. 83. The soul has then changed itself into the elements of the body, has lost itself in the body. 370. But it cannot rest permanently in this transformation. For the souls it is death to become water, for the water it is death to become earth. And yet from earth comes water, and from water soul. Fr. 68. Thus, in the restless up and down of becoming, in the way upwards, the soul reconstitutes itself out of the lower elements. But not that soul which had formerly animated the particular individual, and of whose complete self-identity in the midst of the influx of the fire spirit, there could be no question even during the life of the body. The inquiry after an individual immortality, or even a continued existence of the separate soul, could hardly have had any meaning at all for Heracleitos. Nor can he have admitted it under the form of the transmigration of the soul. It is quite certain that Heracleitos can never have distinctly asserted the changeless persistence of the individual human soul in the midst of the unbroken stream of becoming in which all fixity is nothing but an illusion of the senses. But it is also incredible that, in despite of his own fundamental principles, he even admitted the possibility of this popular view with an indulgence quite foreign to his nature. What could have tempted him to do so? We are told that it was from the mysteries that he adopted this opinion, which was one of their most important doctrines. Heracleitos, however, only casts an occasional glance at the mysteries and what might be called their doctrine, just as he glanced at other prominent manifestations of the excited religious life of his time. And he does so in order to harmonize their teaching with his own result, which he achieves rather by imposing an interpretation than by patiently eliciting one. He demonstrates that the mysteries might be harmonized with his own doctrine, which seemed to him able to explain all the phenomena of the world. That contrariwise, he ever sought to set his own teaching in harmony with that of the mysteries, or that the latter had shown him the way to his thought, or could ever have tempted him to set foot outside his own self-chosen path of this, there is not a scrap of evidence to be had. The individual in its isolation has, for Heracleitos, neither value nor importance. To persist in this isolation, if it had been possible, would have seemed to him a crime. The fire is for him indestructible and immortal as a totality, not as divided into individual particles, but only as the one universal mind that transforms itself into all things and draws all things back again into itself. The soul of man has a claim to immortality as an emanation of this universal reason, 371, and shares the immortality which belongs to it. So too, the soul, even when it has lost itself in the elements, finds itself again. Between want and satisfaction, FRR 2436, this process of becoming has its perpetual being. A day will come when the fire will overtake everything. FR 26. God will then be utterly by himself all in all. But that is not the purpose of this world. Here change, becoming, and passing away will never end. Nor should they end, the strife. FR 43, which has created the world and ever fashions it anew, is the most inward nature of the all-living, which it perpetually stirs to insatiable desire of becoming. For the desire and refreshment of all things is change. FRR 72, 83, the coming and going in the interplay of becoming. It is the precise opposite of a quietistic mood that speaks from the whole teaching of Heracleitos. His voice is a trumpet call that grows louder and louder as his lofty and majestic spirit with ever-increasing intensity proclaims prophet-like the last word of wisdom. He knows well that it is only labor that can give meaning to rest, and hunger to satisfaction. Only sickness can call forth the desire of health, fr. 104. That is the law of the world which binds together the opposing contraries, each of which is engendered from the last, with an inward and complete necessity. He bows before it and assents to it. For him, the fixity of the soul in a blessedness that was without activity, and without change even if such were thinkable, would not have seemed a possible goal of desire. Section 4. Even before the days of Heracleitos, the torch of philosophically inquiry had been borne from the coasts of Ionia to the west, by Xenophanes of Colophon, who in a life of adventure had wandered as far as southern Italy and Sicily. For his fiery temperament, the most subtle reflection was turned into life and experience, and the one enduring source of being to which he ever directed his gaze became the universal divinity that is all perception and thought, that tirelessly embraces all things in its thought and intelligence, and without beginning or end, perpetually remains the same with itself. What Xenophanes had to say about this God, which for him is the same as the world, became the basis for the elaborated doctrine of the Eleatic school, which, in declared opposition to Heracleitos, denied all possibility of movement, becoming, alteration, division of the one into many, to the one absolute being that completely and entirely occupies space, is raised 372 above all development, whether temporal or spatial, and remains perpetually enclosed in itself in absolute self-sufficiency. For this view, the whole multiplicity of things that presses itself upon sense perception is an illusion. Deceptive also is the apparent existence of a multiplicity of animated beings, just as the whole of nature is an illusion. It was not nature, the content of actual experience, that provided the starting point of the philosophy of Parmenides. Without any assistance from experience, simply by the pure logical deductions to be made from a single fundamental concept, that of being, which was to be grasped only by the understanding, this philosophy claimed to arrive at the whole content of its teaching. For the philosophically scientists of Ionia, the soul also had been a part of nature, and the science of the soul a department of the science of nature. And this inclusion of the psychical within the physical was the peculiarity in their doctrine of the soul which distinguished it from the ordinary popular psychology. When, however, the whole of nature was to be ruled out of account as a subject of scientific knowledge, the derivation of psychology from physiology had to be given up as well. These ephysici were logically debarred from holding any doctrine of the soul. With a complacence that is remarkable in view of the uncompromising logical vigor with which they deduced their main theory, and based it on abstract, supersensual knowledge, the Eleatics conceded so much at least to the region of appearance and the pressure of sense perception that, although they did not deduce from their own fundamental conceptions a physical theory of multifarious appearance and its development, yet, side by side with their rigid doctrine of being, in unjustified and unjustifiable relation with it, they did in fact put forward such a theory. Xenophanes himself had already in the same way offered a physical theory of limited and relative validity. Parmenides, in the second part of his doctrinal poem, developed, in deceptive adornment of words, not an authoritative statement of the true nature of being, but human opinions of becoming and creation in the world of multiplicity. This, too, must be the standpoint of the physiological doctrines put forward by Zeno of Elea, the boldest dialectician who upheld the doctrine of the motionless all one. In the course of such a physiology, and with the same implied reservations, the Eleatic philosophers dealt also with the nature and origin of the soul. Their physical doctrine was framed entirely on the lines of the older type of 373 natural philosophy, and they regarded the relation of the spiritual to the corporeal from exactly the same point of view as their predecessors had done. For Parmenides, 146 ff. mul. Fr. 16 dials, the mind, no os of man depends for its existence upon the mixture of two ingredients of which everything, including its body, is composed. These ingredients are the light and the night, the warm and the cold, fire and earth. What is intellectually active is, even in mankind, the nature of his limbs. The character of his thought is determined by the one of the two elements which preponderates in the individual. Even the dead man, because he still has a body, has feeling and sensation. But these powers are deserted by the warm and the fiery and given over to the cold, the dark, and silence. All that is has some capacity of knowledge. It would be impossible to condemn the soul to corporeality more completely than is here done by the bold philosopher of abstract reason, who at the same time denied so unconditionally all validity to sense perception. The soul is evidently no longer an independent substance, but a mere resultant of material mixture, a function of elements in composition. For Zeno, too, the soul in the same way was an exactly equal mixture of the four elementary properties of matter: the warm, the cold, the dry, and the wet. It is, therefore, startling in the face of these utterances to find that Parmenides also said about the soul that the deity that rules the world at one time sends it out of the invisible into the visible, and at another time back again. Here, the soul is no longer a condition arising from the mixture of material elements, but an independent being credited with pre-existence before its entry into the visible, i.e., before its entry into the life of the body, and also with a continued existence after its separation from the realm of visibility and, indeed, with a sojourn, several times repeated, in those two worlds. Did Parmenides distinguish between this independently existing soul and the being that perceives in the mixture of the elements and as mind, no os thinks, but whose existence is bound up with the elements and the body they together compose? It is obvious at any rate that in what he says of the psyche and its alternate life in the visible and the invisible, Parmenides is not speaking as a physiologist, but as an adherent of the Orphic Pythagorean theosophy. While reserving for himself his knowledge of truth and unalterable being, he could select as he liked among the opinions of men when speaking only hypothetically. In his doctrine as a practical teacher with an ethical purpose, 374, in view, he preferred to adopt the conceptions of the Pythagoreans with whom he lived in close association. Section 5. Ionic physiology had fixed its attention on nature as a whole, and on the phenomena of life displayed in every nook and corner of the universe. Man, as a mere ripple on the surface of the ocean of becoming and taking form, was almost entirely neglected. A philosophy that made it its main effort to learn the nature of man, and, still further, with the knowledge so acquired, to show man the way and purpose of his living, had to try other paths. This is what Pythagoras of Samos did. What he called his philosophy was in essence a practical effort. Plato tells us that Pythagoras was so peculiarly honored because he discovered a special mode of directing one's life. A distinct way of living, formed on a religious and ethical basis, was his creation. How far his polymathy, which indubitably contained already the substance of Pythagorean science, may have become a system in his hands, is not distinctly known. What is certain is that in Croton he formed a society which, together with the strict rules in accordance with which he organized their manner of life for his associates, eventually spread far and wide among the Achaean and Dorian cities of the Italian Great Greece. In this society, a profound conception of human life and its purposes was given practical and visible application, and to have brought this about must be regarded as the act and the special service of Pythagoras. The fundamental conception of this way of life, except in so far as it may have contained from the beginning a mystic philosophy of numbers, was by no means the special invention of Pythagoras. The new and potent feature which he introduced was the force of personality, which was able to give life and body to the ideal. What was apparently lacking in similar movements in ancient Greece was now provided by a great man who for his followers was a pattern and an example, a leader inspiring imitation and emulation. His personality became a center to which a whole community was attracted by a sort of inward necessity. Before very long, this founder of a community appeared to his followers as a superman, unique and incomparable among all other men. Some lines of Empedocles, who did not himself belong to the Pythagorean society, bear witness to this fact, and to his followers Pythagoras became in memory a saint or even a god in human form, and they related legends of the miracles he had, 375, performed. For us it is difficult to form a connected picture or trace the real features of the man beneath the dazzling halo of the saint. The teaching which enabled him to knit together his followers in a far closer bond of fellowship in living than had been achieved by any Orphic sect, must still in the main have coincided with what in the Orphic doctrine immediately related to the religious life. He too pointed out the way of salvation for the soul, and his doctrine of the soul formed the central feature of his philosophy. So far as our scanty and dubious evidence serves us, the substance of the Pythagorean doctrine of the soul may be stated as follows. The soul of man, once more regarded entirely as the double of the visible body and its powers, is a daimonic immortal being that has been cast down from divine heights and for a punishment is confined within the custody of the body. It has no real relationship with the body. It is not what may be called the personality of the individual visible man. Any soul may dwell in any body. When death separates it from the body, the soul must first endure a period of purgation in Hades and then return again to the upper world. The souls invisibly swarm about the living. In the tremulous motion of motes in the sunbeam, the Pythagoreans saw the movement of the souls. The whole air is full of souls. Upon earth, however, the soul must seek out another body, and this may be repeated many times. So it wanders a long way, passing through many bodies of men and beasts. Very ancient tradition said that Pythagoras himself remembered the earlier incarnations through which his soul had passed, and of which he gave information for the instruction and warning of the faithful. Here, too, the doctrine of the soul's transmigrations took on an edificatory character in a religious and ethical sense. The conditions of the new incarnations and the character of the new lifetime are governed by the performances of the past life. What the soul has done in the past, that it must suffer in its own person when it becomes a man again. It is thus of primary importance, both for the present life and for future incarnations to know and to follow the methods of salvation delivered by Pythagoras to his followers. The Society points out the way to its company of the faithful in purifications and initiations in a Pythagorean life, entirely organized with the same purpose in view to follow the god. Much of the old ritual symbolism that had been 376, in use for ages, must have been incorporated in this Pythagorean asceticism. The theological ethic of asceticism was essentially negative in character, and here, too, it meant nothing more than a protecting of the soul against the attacks of external evil that might come and pollute it. All that matters is to keep the soul pure. No need for moral reformation, only that it be kept free from external evil. The fact of immortality, the soul's perpetuity, stands fast and unalterable. As it was from the beginning, so it must ever be and live. To lift it at last altogether from this earthly existence and restore it to a free divine state of being, that, at least, was the final goal. The practical philosophy of the Pythagorean school is founded upon a conception of the soul as absolutely distinct from nature, and, in fact, opposed to it. It is thrust into the life of nature, but it is in a foreign world where it preserves its self-enclosed individuality intact, and from which it escapes into independence to undergo ever-renewed incarnations. Its origin is supramundane, and so, too, when liberated from the shackles of natural life, it will one day be enabled to return to a supernatural existence as a spirit. Not one of these ideas is achieved by a process of scientific thinking. Physiology, the science of the world and all the phenomena of the world, could never lead to the conception of the soul's separateness from nature and its life. It was not from Greek science, but neither was it, as ancient tradition would have us believe from foreign lands, that Pythagoras got his belief in the fallen nature of the soul, descended from supramundane heights to this earthly nature, and in its long pilgrimage through many bodies on the completion of which it is to be free at last, through purifications and initiations. He may have owed much to his travels. From his stay in Egypt, perhaps, he may, like Democritus after him, have derived the stimulus to his mathematical discoveries, and much else besides of the learning which Heracleitos ascribes to him. His doctrine of the soul, on the other hand, simply reproduces in essentials the fanciful ideas of the old popular psychology, as it had been enlarged and transformed by the theologi and the purification priests. Tradition was right in its estimation of his character, when it set him in this company and made him the pupil of Pharichides of Syros, the Theologos. It can hardly be doubted that Pythagoras himself laid the foundations of the Pythagorean science, the doctrine of the creation of the world, and perhaps, too, the interpretation of 377, all being and becoming in the world as due to the action and relation of numbers, as the essential basis of all things. All this, at least in elementary outline, must have been handed on by him to his followers. After his death, the two sides of his doctrine continued to develop for a period in loose conjunction side by side. The guidance of life by the mystical and religious philosophy, though this, indeed, was hardly capable of further development, and the scientific interest which grew into a fairly elaborate system. Indeed, with the breakup of the Pythagorean Society and its bifurcation in the 5th century, the scattered members of the band now brought into touch with the scientific studies of other communities, and cut off from the ideal of the Pythagorean life, which could only be realized within the limits of the society, were forced to continue their scientific studies in solitude. Pythagorean science, evolving, as it did, a picture of the world as a whole, no less than Ionian physiology deprived the soul of the unique and, indeed, antagonistic relation to nature that Pythagorean theology had given it. Philolaus, conceiving it in a manner strictly conforming to the mathematical and musical theory, called the soul a harmony of contrary elements united together in the body. If, however, the soul is only a binding together of opposites to unity and harmony, then it must, when death breaks up the conjunction of the united elements, itself pass away and perish. It is difficult to imagine how the older Pythagorean faith in the soul as an independent being dwelling in the body and surviving it in the immortal soul, in fact could be accommodated to this conception. Can it be that the two conceptions were not originally intended to be brought into conjunction at all, or were not meant to exclude each other? Ancient traditions spoke of different groups among the followers of Pythagoras who had also different objects, methods, and aims of study. Nor shall we be inclined to deny all credibility to this tradition when we observe how little, in fact, Pythagorean science and Pythagorean faith had to do with each other. And yet we have to admit that the same Philolaus, who described the soul as a harmony of its body, also spoke of the soul as an independent and imperishable being. We may well doubt whether these two contradictory utterances can really come from the same man and apply to the same object, though the same man might really speak in varying language about the one soul if he recognized different parts of the soul of which different truths held good. And this was, in fact, first suggested by the Pythagorean school. 378. Section 6. Empedocles of Acragas did not belong to the Pythagorean school. It lost its external unity in his time. But he approaches Pythagorean doctrine so closely in his opinions and teaching about the soul of man, its problems and destinies, that there can be no doubt about Pythagorean influence upon the formation of his convictions on these points. His many-sided activities also included the study of natural science, and he took up the researches of the Ionic physiologists with zeal and a marked aptitude for the observation and synthesis of natural phenomena. But the roots of his peculiar individuality, the pathos, which moved and agitated him, lay in a practical activity far removed from scientific investigation, and representing a brilliant resuscitation in a very different age of the character and practice of the mantis, the purification priest and magical physician of the 6th century. The introduction to his Purifications gives a picture of his triumphal progress from city to city, crowned with ribbons and garlands, adored as a god and questioned by thousands. Where is the road to healing? He intends to give his disciple Pausanias the results of his own experience and to teach him all his remedies for disease and their virtues, the arts of stilling the winds and stirring them up, producing drought or rain, raising the dead from Hades. He himself boasted of being a magician, and his pupil Gorgias saw him do magic. Through him those efforts of the Cathartes, the expiation priest and seer, which an earlier and already distant-seeming time had honored as the highest form of wisdom, at last achieved a voice and literary expression given them with the fullest personal experience of the truth of their claims, by one who was convinced of their power to control nature and sure of the godlike status of the man who had reached these almost superhuman heights of empire over nature. As a god, an immortal no longer subject to death, he passed through all the land, so Empedocles himself tells us. He may have won credit in many places. He did not, indeed, found an ordered society of disciples and adherents, a sect. This does not seem to have been his intention. But he alone, as a unique and unparalleled being, a self-confident personality of the greatest force and weight, impressed himself masterfully both as mystic and politician, upon the mundane affairs of his contemporaries, and pointed the way beyond time and all things temporal to a blessed and divine state as the final goal of human life. He, 379, must have made a profound impression upon the men among whom he lived, though he disappeared from their midst like a comet and left no permanent traces of his presence behind him. Many legends still witness to the astonishment that his appearance among men provoked, more especially those legends that in varying form related his end. They are all expressions of the same belief, that he, as his own verses had foretold, in his departure did not have to suffer death. He had vanished, translated body and soul together to an everlasting divine life, as once Menelaus had been, and so many great figures of the ancient days, and even a few heroes of more recent times. Once more, the ancient conception shows in this story that it still lives on. Immortal life can only be obtained by undissolved union of the psyche with its body. Such a legend hardly did justice to Empedocles' own idea. When he claimed to be a god who would never die, he certainly did not mean that his psyche would remain forever bound to his body. On the contrary, he thought that in death, as men call it would be freed from this last corporeal envelope and never again have to enter into a body, but would live forever in freedom and divinity. His conception of the conscious afterlife of the psyche was as different as it was possible for it to be from the Homeric conception on which that translation legend was based. Empedocles united in his own person, to an astonishing degree, the most sober attempts at a study of nature that was scientific according to its lights, and quite irrational beliefs and theological speculations. Occasionally, the scientific impulse passes over to influence even the world of his beliefs, but as a rule, theology and natural science exist side by side in his mind, quite independently. As a physiologist, he inherited the already extensive and variously developed stock of ideas belonging to the older generations of inquirers and thinkers. He himself was able to unite conceptions derived from the most different sources into an original whole that satisfied himself at least. Becoming and passing away, all qualitative change, were denied by him as by the eletics, but the permanent substance of being is for him no single indivisible unity. There are 4 roots of things, the 4 bodies of elements, which in this division are for the first time clearly distinguished. It is the mixture and separation of the essentially indivisible elements that cause the appearance of becoming and perishing, and those 2 processes are caused by the 2 forces clearly distinguished from the elements of attraction and repulsion. 380, love and hate, which in the creative process struggle and in turn overmaster each other until at last, in the final victory of one of the 2 forces, all things are either united or divided. In either case, an organic world ceases to exist. The present state of the universe is one in which love, the tendency to amalgamation of differences, is prevailing. When this tendency is completed, there will be an absolute leveling out of all distinction, a result which Empedocles, a quietist in his scientific studies as well, regards as the most desirable end. In this world, then, that experiences only mechanical movement and change, and from whose evolution Empedocles by an ingenious turn is able to exclude all idea of purpose, there are also to be found souls, or rather psychical powers, which grow up entirely within it. Sense perception is expressly distinguished from the capacity of thought by Empedocles. The former takes place when each of the elements, from the mixture of which the perceiving being has its origin, comes into contact with, and so becomes aware of, the same elements in the object perceived, through the passages that connect the interior of the body with the exterior. Thinking has its seat in the heart's blood, where the elements and their powers are mixed most equally. Or rather, this blood actually is thinking and the power of thought, the material substance and its vital functions thus also for Empedocles completely coincide. Plainly, nothing in the nature of a permanent substantial soul is here intended by the thinking power of the mind, but rather a capacity of bringing together and unifying the individual sense activities, a capacity no less than the individual powers of sensation bound up with the elements, the senses, and the body. With the varying constitution of the body, they too vary. Both capacities, that of sense perception and that of thought, as vital expressions of the matter that is combined together in the organic creature, are present in all organisms, in men, in beasts, and even in plants. If we give the name of soul to the sum of these psychical powers, a name generally reserved for the common permanent substratum of the changing psychical activities, we cannot avoid concluding, in accordance with the logic of this philosopher, that the soul must be perishable. With the death and destruction of the individual, the elementary parts that go to compose him are disunited, and the soul, which in this case is nothing but the highest resultant of that composition, must itself disappear with their dissolution as it had come into being with their union. 381. It might seem as if Empedocles himself was as far as possible removed from drawing such conclusions from his own premises. No one speaks more distinctly and forcibly of the spiritual, individual beings that dwell in men and in other creatures of nature as well. They are regarded by him as daimons fallen to the corporeal world, who have to pass through many different forms of life till they may at last hope for release. In the introduction to his poem on nature, he describes, from his own experience and the information of the daimons who had once led his soul down to this earthly vale of grief, how by an ancient decree of the gods and the compulsion of necessity, every daemon that has polluted itself by drinking the blood or eating the flesh of living beings, or has broken its oath, is banished for a long period from the company of the blessed. It is thrust down to the meadow of disaster, into the realm of contradiction, the cave of misery upon this earth, and must now wander through many painful ways of life in changing incarnations. Thus, I myself was once a boy and also a maiden, a bush, a bird, and a voiceless fish in the salty flood. LL. 11, 12 equals FR. 117. This daimon that in expiation of its crime must wander through the forms of men, beasts, and even plants, is evidently no other than what popular speech, and that of theologians as well called the psyche, the soul spirit. In all essentials, though perhaps in clearer language, Empedocles merely repeated what the adherents of the doctrine of transmigration had long told of its divine origin, its fall and penal banishment in earthly bodies. So, too, when as teacher of the means that bring salvation, he tells how more gracious forms and conditions of life may be obtained in the series of births, till at last complete release from rebirth is achieved, Empedocles follows in the footsteps of the purification priests and theologi of old. It is a matter of keeping the daimon within us free from the pollutions that bind it fast to the earthly life. To this end, the methods of religious purification are most efficacious. Empedocles respects them quite as much as did the old cathartai. It is necessary to keep the internal daimon far removed from every kind of sin, more particularly from the drinking of blood and the eating of meat, which must necessarily involve the murder of kinsmen daemons which are dwelling in the slaughtered beasts. By purification and asceticism, which here again dispenses with a positive form of morality aimed at reforming the man, a gradual process to purer and better births is achieved. In the end, the persons thus reborn in a purified condition, 382, become seers, poets, doctors, and are the leaders of mankind. Finally, when they have emerged superior even to these highest steps of earthly life, they return to the other immortals and become themselves gods released from human misery, escaping death, and now indestructible. Empedocles regard himself as one who has reached the last stage and points out to others the way up to it. Between what Empedocles the mystic here tells us of the soul that was once living its divine life, but has since been plunged into the world of the elements, though it is not forever bound to them, and what Empedocles the physiologist teaches of the psychical powers that dwell in the elements and are bound to the body that is composed of the elements and perish with their dissolution, there seems to be a hopeless contradiction. And yet, if we are to grasp the whole truth of what Empedocles means, we must neither leave on one side half of what he says, nor yet by well-meaning interpretation seek to bring the philosopher into harmony with himself, when he clearly speaks with two different voices. The two voices say different things, and yet in the mind of Empedocles there is no contradiction in what they say, for they are dealing with totally distinct objects. The psychical powers and faculties of feeling and perception, which are functions of matter, born in matter, and determined by it, together with the thinking faculty that is no other than the heart's blood of men, these neither make up the character and content of that soul spirit which dwells in men, beasts, and flowers, nor are they expressions of its activity. They are entirely bound up with the elements and their combination, and in man they are joined to the body and its organs. They are the powers and faculties of this body, and not of a special and invisible entity, the soul. The soul daimon is not made out of the elements, nor is it forever chained to them. It enters as a stranger into this world in which the only permanent component parts are the four elements and the two forces of love and hate, and it enters it from another world, the world of gods and spirits, to its detriment. The elements cast it about from one to another, and they all hate it. Fr. 115, 12, L35M. This living soul, with its independent existence, that thus enters into foreign and hostile surroundings, only enters into such earthly creatures as already possess senses, feeling and perception, together with reason or the faculty of thinking, the crowning manifestation of their material union. It is, however, as little identical with these psychical faculties as it is with the mixture of elementary matter, or, in 383, the case of men, with the heart's blood. It exists unmixed and incapable of mixture, alongside the body and its faculties, which indeed only have life, what men call life. Fr. 15, 2, L117M when united with it. When they are separated from it, they fall into dissolution. Not so the soul, which continues its journey and visits other dwelling places, and does not share in their dissolution. This peculiar dualistic doctrine reflects the two sides of Empedocles' own mental activity. He probably intended in this way to unite the views of both the physiologists and the theologians. To the Greeks, such a twofold division of the inner life may have seemed less surprising than it does to us. The conception of a soul that as an independent, unique, and self-contained spiritual being dwells within the body, while the body does not receive its intellectual faculties of perceiving, feeling, willing, and thinking from the soul, but exercises these by its own power. This conception agrees at bottom with the ideas of popular psychology that are as a rule described or implied in the Homeric poems. The only difference is that these ideas of poet and populace are elaborated and defined by the speculations of theologians and philosophers. How deeply impressed upon the Greek mind such conceptions, derived eventually from Homer, actually were, can be measured by the fact that a conception of the twofold origin of psychic activity, its twofold nature and sphere of action, closely related to that of Empedocles, is continually recurring in more advanced stages of philosophy. It occurs not merely in Plato, but even in Aristotle, who, in addition to the soul that directs and expresses itself in the physico-organic nature of man, recognizes another being of divine descent that enters into man from without, the mind, nu equals S, which is separable both from the soul and from the body, and is alone destined to survive the death of the man to which it was assigned. In the doctrine of Empedocles, too, it is a stranger guest from the distant land of gods that enters into man to give him a soul. This being is indeed far below the mind of Aristotle in philosophically importance. Nevertheless, in the introduction of this stranger into the world composed of the elements and vital faculties, a sense of the absolute uniqueness of spirit, its unlikeness to everything material, its essential distinctness from matter, finds expression, if only in a limited theological fashion. In the light of such theological considerations, the soul seems also to Empedocles something essentially distinct from its prototype, the Homeric Psyche, which after its separation, 384, from the body passes to the twilight of a shadowy dream life. To him, the soul is of divine race, too noble for this world of visibility, and only when it escapes from this world does it seem to him to begin its real and full life. Though confined within the body, it has its separate existence there. It has no concern with the everyday business of perception and sensation, not even with that of thinking, which is nothing else but the heart's blood. But it is active in the higher mode of knowledge, in ecstatic inspiration. To it alone belongs the profound insight of the philosopher who is enabled to pass beyond the limits of mere experience and sense perception and behold the totality of the universe in its true nature. To it alone apply all the requirements of ethical and religious systems. Duties in this higher sense belong only to the soul. It is something in the nature of a conscience. Its highest duty is to free itself from the unhallowed union with the body and the elements of this world. The rules of purification and asceticism refer solely to it. Between this soul daimon that yearns after its divine home and the world of the elements, there exists no inward bond or necessary connection. And yet, since they have become implicated in each other's existence, a certain parallelism exists between them in character and destiny. In the mechanically moved world, too, the separate and particular phenomena tend back again towards their starting point, the inwardly coherent unity from which they once took their origin. A day will come when, after all struggle has been done away, love alone will have absolute rule. And this means for the poet who, in his description even of this world of mechanical attraction and repulsion, interpolates half-realized ethical concepts as state of absolute goodness and happiness. If there is no longer any world, then, until another one is created, no soul daemon can be bound any more to the individual organisms of a world. Have they then all returned to the blessed communion of the immortal gods? It appears that not even the gods and daimons, and so not the spirits enclosed in world as souls, are regarded by Empedocles as having everlasting life. Long-living is the name he repeatedly applies to them. He never distinctly ascribes eternal life to them. They too shall for a period enjoy the happiness of profoundest peace, until, just as the elements and forces are drawn into the unity of the spheros, they, too, come together in the unity of the godlike universal mind, thence at a new world creation to appear once more as individual separate being. 385. Section 7. Empedocles took a fully developed Hylozoic system, which in itself, with its introduction of the motive forces of conflict and love, already betrayed a latent dualism, and attempted to combine with it an extreme form of spiritualist teaching. His attempt illustrates very clearly the observation that a philosophically science of nature in itself could never lead to the establishment of the axiom that the individual soul, after its separation from the body, continues to exist, still less that it is indestructible. Anyone who still felt it necessary to assert that axiom could find support for it only by allowing physiology to be either overwhelmed by theological speculation, or else supplemented by it in the manner attempted by Empedocles. Such an attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable can have found few adherents among those who were accessible to scientific ideas, nor was it likely to tempt the physiological philosophy from the path which it had hitherto followed. Soon after Empedocles, and in essentials hardly influenced by him, Anaxagoras and Democritus developed those doctrinal systems which were the last products of the independent speculation of Ionia. Democritus was the founder and completer of the atomic doctrine, according to which there exist, in reality, only the indivisible, minutest material bodies which, while qualitatively indistinguishable, yet differ in shape, position, and arrangement in space, as well as in bulk and weight and empty space. He was obliged to seek for the soul, which to the materialist may easily present itself as being a separate, substantial, self-existent thing, among those minutest bodies out of which the whole fabric of the world of appearance is built up. The soul is that which confers movement upon the inherently motionless collections of bodies. It is composed of the round and smooth atoms which, in the universal condition of unrest that keeps all the atoms in agitation, are the most easily moved, for they offer least resistance to change of position and can most easily penetrate others. These atoms compose fire and the soul. It is the soul atom one being inserted between every two of the other atoms which gives these their movement, and it is from all the soul atoms uniformly disposed throughout the whole body that the body gets its movement, whence also, though it must be admitted in an unintelligible manner, comes the power of perception, which equally depends on movement, and the thought arising thence of this same body. 386. During the lifetime of the individual body, the continuance of the soul atoms is secured by the breathing which continually replaces the smooth soul particles that are as continually being expelled from the whole atom complex by the pressure of the surrounding atmosphere. The breathing is always drawing in fresh soul stuff from the air, which is full of floating soul atoms, and supplies it to the body. A time comes, however, when the breathing refuses this function, and death occurs, which is simply the insufficient supply of these moving and animating atoms. With the coming of death, there is an end to the union of the atoms, whose amalgamation had formed the particular living organism. Neither the soul atoms nor any of the other atoms are destroyed. They do not alter in kind. But from the loose state of aggregation, which even in the living body hardly amounted to an absolute unity to which a single common name could be applied from this, they now escape entirely. It is scarcely possible to see how, on this view of what essentially constitutes mental and vital phenomena, as a mere resultant of the separate and individual activities of individual and disconnected bodies, the unity of the living organism and the spiritual entity could ever come into being. It is even more evident that a unified soul could not possibly continue to exist after the dissolution, which takes place at death of the atoms that in their union made up the organism. And in fact, the soul atoms disperse. They return whence they came into the restless mass of world stuff. The human individual, in this view of the case, perishes in death entirely. The materials out of which he was shaped and composed are indestructible and reserved for future construction. But his personality, the invisible personality, the soul, just as much as the visible, has but a single existence strictly limited to its one appearance in time. The continued existence of the soul after death, and immortality in whatever manner the thing may be conceived, is here for the first time in the history of Greek thought expressly denied. The atomist, with the candid precision that distinguishes him, draws the necessary consequences of his premises. Anaxagoras strikes out a path almost directly opposed to this materialist doctrine. As the first decisive and conscious dualist among Greek philosophers, he takes the material substratum of being, the inexhaustible many of distinctly characterized and distinctly separate seeds of things which are nevertheless indistinguishably intermingled with each other, and sets over against them a force which he, 387, obviously did not mean to derive from them, to which he gives a name usually attached to the faculty of thought in man, and which in any case he thought of as analogous to that faculty. This mind, simple, unmixed, and unchangeable, is given such titles and adjectives that it is impossible to mistake the effort of Anaxagoras to think of it as something distinct from everything material, and in fact, absolutely immaterial and incorporeal. It is at once power of thought and force of will. At the creation of the world, it gives the first circular impulse to the intrinsically motionless lump of matter. The creation of distinct forms in accordance with a conscious purpose is begun by it, though the carrying out of this purpose is indeed to be completed in accordance with pure mechanical laws without the interference of mind. This mind that plans and orders but does not make the world, that with the conscious insight of its omniscient wisdom influences matter without being influenced in turn, that moves without being moved. Set over against the multiplicity of things as an indivisible unity, having nothing in common with anything outside itself, but entirely self-contained, how shall we conceive of it otherwise than as an almost personified, transcendent divine power confronting the world of matter as something foreign to it, ruling the world from without by magical, not mechanical, means? But this transcendent is also completely immanent. Wherever in this world life and independent movement are found, there, too, the mind as the source of life and movement must be active. Mind rules all that has soul, says Anaxagoras. In saying this, he has not indeed asserted the presence of mind within the animated being nor yet identity of nature as between soul and mind. But when we hear that mind goes through all things, that in everything there is a part of all things except of mind, and in some things of mind also, that must imply the penetration of many associations of matter by mind, hardly any longer to be thought of as immaterial, whereby the previously asserted transcendency of mind seems to be given up. At any rate, as such associations in which is, mind, living and animated beings are regarded. It is in them that mind is present in continual equal creativeness, though in different degrees. Indeed, mind is or constitutes that very thing that we call the soul of a living being. Among these living beings, which exist upon the moon as well as on earth, are not only men and beasts, but also plants. In all these, mind is active. Without losing any of its purity or unity, it is mixed with them. 388. How we are to conceive the omnipotent mind, whose oneness and self-containedness has been so emphatically asserted, as nevertheless entering simultaneously into the infinity of individual being, that certainly remains obscure. It is clear, however, that having thus derived all animated being from the single world mind, Anaxagoras could not speak of the continued existence of individual, self-existent souls after the dissolution of the material concretions in which moving and animating, soul force, had once lived. The view is definitely ascribed to him that separation from the body is also the soul's death. Nothing, indeed, of the component parts that belong to the whole perishes, and no change in its nature takes place. So mind, whose manifestations the souls were, maintains itself unaltered and undiminished. But after the dissolution of the united, which the Hellenes regard as its destruction, though the component parts of the individual remain, yet not that particular mixture in which the peculiarity of the individual was inherent, mind remains, but not the soul. Thus, the first distinct separation of the intellectual thinking principle from the material substance with which it was not fused, much less identified, but contrasted in sovereignty and independence, did not lead to the recognition of the indestructibility of the individual spirit. Shall we say that the mental, self-moved, life-giving principle, whether set over against the material and corporeal or indivisibly united with it, is for the physiologist always something universal that the essentially real is impersonal? For him, the individual, the personality conscious of itself and of the outer world, can be nothing but a manifestation of the universal, whether the latter is regarded as fixed and at rest, or as a living process that untiringly develops itself, recruits itself, and reconstructs itself in ever-renewed creations. The only permanent, unchanging reality is the universal, the essential and fundamentally real nature which appears in all individual things, speaks out of their mouth, and, in reality, only works and lives in them. The individual human soul has its indestructibility only in its identity with the universal that represents itself in it. The individual forms of appearance, having no independence of their own, cannot permanently abide. The view that imperishable life belongs to the individual soul could only be reached by a line of thought that took as a fact and held fast to it as something given that the individual spirit is a reality. Its appearance and disappearance in the 389 midst of the one universe was indeed for the physiologists the true miracle, the problem never satisfactorily solved. Such a belief in individuality, the belief in an independently existent individual substance that had never had a beginning and could therefore never have an end, was the contribution, however fancifully it might be expressed, of the theologians and the mystics. For them, immortality, the power of substantive duration unlimited by time, was extended also to include the individual. The individual soul is for them a self-existent, individual, divine being, indestructible because it is divine. Greek philosophy underwent many changes in the course of its speculations during the following ages, but exactly in proportion as it, to a greater or lesser degree, accepted theological elements or, on the other hand, rejected such elements, did it give fundamental support to the view of the soul's immortality, or grudgingly admit it, or absolutely reject it.